Chapter 001 I'm in love, but I don't know if the other party is male or female. Sitting on a plane to Neon Country. Eating Dublin Bay prawns from Ireland. Drink premium mineral water from Iceland. Sejun casually surveyed the scenery outside the window. In fact, there is nothing to see outside except for the white clouds. Ireland has always been known as the Emerald Island country. Because of the excellent natural environment, the seafood there is also extremely high quality. Sejun has always liked the prawns in Dublin Bay. Although its size is not too big for shrimp. But its high quality and delicious shrimp, paired with a specially prepared sauce, is simply delicacy in the world. Maria, are you really not going to have one? The delicate fork in his hand pointed to the shrimp on the dinner plate. Sejun asked. With long chestnut brown hair tied behind her head, Maria, wearing a blue and white maid outfit, had a professional smile on her face. No need, young master. Maria smiled softly, like a big sister next door. Sejun is very satisfied with the exotic maid arranged for him by Mr. Sia. Mr. Sia is Sejun's grandfather. In today's Sia kingdom, Sia Lyoja is one of the three great culinary families and the head of the Sia family. As a glorious traveler, Sejun always thought that he came to a parallel world similar to his previous life, Blue Star. After learning part of the history, Sejun discovered that this world, the history before the Ming dynasty, is exactly the same as the previous life. But by the end of the Ming dynasty, at that time, Li Ziqin had not rebelled. The Manchu Tartars haven't had time to go to the Central Plains. The Ming dynasty was destroyed by the sudden appearance of the Xia kingdom. Then, Xiaguo rose up like a rocket. It has now become the most powerful country in the world. None of them. The Neon Kingdom is now only a subordinate country of the Xia kingdom. Sometimes, Sejun had to wonder. The founding emperor of the Xia kingdom was also a traveler. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain this strange development trajectory. The strong military strength has made the people of the Xia kingdom almost in an era of incomparable stability for hundreds of years. People's pursuit of life will naturally become higher and higher. Food is exactly the symbol of the taste of life. And chefs have a very high status in this world. As the solution family of the three major chefs of the Xia kingdom. Today, it has a pivotal position in the chef industry and catering. Sejun. As the only eldest grandson of the Xia family, he is truly a rich second generation. But since he had the memory of this life, he hadn't had a good day. At the age of 3, he began to learn, and learned about various sauces, spices and ingredients. Being a little older is all about memorizing all kinds of recipes. When he was 6 or 7 years old, the old man of the Xia family took him to the deep mountains and forests. The things I do the most every day are exercising, practicing martial arts, and cooking. If he hadn't accidentally awakened the system when he was 8 years old, he would have been killed by his old man. What Sejun awakened was the sign-in system. Automatic check-in at 7 o'clock every morning, the items are random, and there is no regularity at all. Possibly a stamina or speed +1. It could also be a recipe. It may even be the legendary kitchenware. But more than that, it's something useless. For example, Asuna's book collection. Rias's original Fat Times. Well-made maid outfits. It's full of completely useless stuff. If possible, Sejun would rather the system give him something to enhance his physique so that he can cope with old Master G's steel rod of love. God knows how he has survived all these years in the face of a steel bar that may be thrown head-on anytime, anywhere. Compared to those traversing predecessors, Sejun felt that he might be the worst one. Just because he lost to the Xiaolu family in the chef competition that year. The old man Xia put all his expectations on Sejun. Training day and night is really miserable. Fortunately, on his 16th birthday, Sejun's miserable days finally came to an end. Perhaps the Xiaolu family did not have any outstanding descendants in their generation. Father Xia finally cultivated a genius, but he couldn't find a chance to show off. No, he simply agreed to the request made by Tatsuki Academy. Let those foreign barbarians see the talents of their grandsons. Xiejun, as an honorable exchange student, will go to Tatsuki to study. Only then did he realize that the world he was in was not that simple. Just when Xiejun thought, this is the time of eating halberd. However, he found that the maid of the Neon Kingdom who was specially recruited by his father recently seemed to be a little familiar. I just forgot which show it was from. But this is also normal. Anyone who has been subjected to cruel training from childhood to adulthood will gradually have a blurred memory of past lives. I have to say that after Maria put on the well-made maid outfit that she got from signing in, the temperament of an excellent maid on her body was even more prominent. Looking at the sturdy young master of the G family in front of him with a clear face, a strangeness flashed in Maria's brown-red eyes. Out of professionalism, although she did not accept Xiejun's kindness, she had a good impression of this young master Xiaguo who had just met. Serving an easygoing master, at least the life of a maid in the future will be much better. Suddenly, Maria seemed to think of something and asked curiously, I heard that the young master's online girlfriend will come to pick you up, do I need to avoid it later? When mentioning online dating girlfriend, a smile appeared on Xiejun's tough face involuntarily. During the years of special training in the deep mountains, only that computer with an ultra-slow internet speed could bring him some comfort. The old man Xie was afraid that this colorful world would delay the study of his precious grandson, and he cut off all the entertainment methods. Even if you go online, the speed of the internet is so slow that you can't even watch TV. The only thing that can be used normally is the chat software. 3 years ago, Xiejun met a netizen named Gourmet Master. After some exchange, the two have similar interests and have a great conversation. Since then they have become very good friends. Just a while ago, Xiejun, who had a strong adolescent hormone, asked the other party for online dating. Of course, as an adult in mind, he naturally knows that online dating is mostly unreliable. But who made him stay in the mountains all the year round? Not even a woman could be seen. Xiejun, who had a brain pump, confessed to the female netizen who has the best relationship. In fact, he was ready to be rejected or sprayed at that time. After all, online dating is not very reliable no matter how you look at it. But who knows, this food expert actually agreed. Since you are so sincere, then my sister will reluctantly agree to you. The gourmet master replied at the time. She is 2 years older than Xiejun and has always called herself her sister. To be honest, Xiejun's mood was a bit complicated at the time. Excited, happy, bumpy, and a little confused. He also didn't know what the other party was thinking. Did you agree so directly? And, the weirdest bit, Xiejun didn't know the other party's real name until now. When we first met, he asked. But at that time, everyone was not very familiar, and the other party did not reply. Over time, he was too lazy to ask. After confessing to this netizen, he brought it up again. Before that, Xiejun had told the other party that he might go to Neon Country to study. After the food expert accepted the confession, he told Xiejun. She will definitely pick up the airport and tell her name in person. Thought here. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Xiejun's face involuntarily. Compared with other seniors of the transmigrators, at least his start was not a single dog. That's right. I am in love. I just don't know the other person's name, and what they look like. Even. I don't know if the other party is male or female. Chapter 002 Kobayashi Renton and Akiko Kubo who came to pick up the plane. I guess someone will ask. Now that Xiejun can use chat tools. Why don't you know the gender of the other person? That's why I have to admire Mr. Xie's sassy operation. Although he has no culture, his family has minds. You can find a lot of computer experts in minutes. This also caused Siejun's computer to be used as a simple chat tool. Not to mention video, even the simplest picture can't be done. Whether sending or receiving pictures will eventually be blocked. In the old man's words, nothing can affect my grandson's learning. After losing all his life, he really did everything he could to train his grandson to be the best chef in the world. It is conceivable that under this perverted education policy, Siejun, who has an adult mind, suddenly came up with the idea of online dating, which is also understandable. Similar, Wang Mei to quench thirst. Although he doesn't even know what this plum looks like. It's just that when he wants to come, the other party has a high probability. Is it a woman? Facing the online dating girlfriend who is about to meet, Siejun felt a burst of anticipation and nervousness for no apparent reason. Maria saw all this in her eyes, with a gentle smile on her face. Tokyo International Airport. Not far from the waiting area, on the corridor of the overpass, stood two girls. One of the girls had blood-red long hair in a shawl, and her delicate forehead was slightly hidden by the sloping bangs. There was a hint of nervousness in his golden pupils, and a faint smile hung on his pretty face. Behind her, stood a sullen purple-haired girl. The girl is small in stature and looks very cute holding a bear puppet. It's just that this cute little girl doesn't look very happy now. By the way, why am I here? Akakubo Momo couldn't understand. What kind of nerves do I have to accompany Xiaolin Renton, a good best friend, to meet some netizens? And it's an online boyfriend. God knows what kind of expression appeared on her face when she heard the other party's online dating. All in all, very shocking. Akakubo Momo is very clear. This best friend of mine, although she is open and unobtrusive on weekdays, but emotionally, it is very conservative. At least she never heard that the other party has any very good male friends. Why do you suddenly have a boyfriend? And it's still a very unreliable online dating. Akakubo Momo was a little puzzled. Little Dizzy, don't be angry, it's a big deal to receive Siejun later, Sister Longden will invite you to eat cake. Xiaolin Renton, who was lying on the railing, turned his head, revealing two sharp canine teeth, and said with a smile. Humph. Akakubo Momo, who pouted, turned her head to one side. Said that he didn't want to deal with this unreliable girlfriend. Of course she knew. The Jijun in the other's mouth is the mysterious male netizen. And the two met online a long time ago. However, she always thought it was just an ordinary netizen. It never occurred to me that two people who were thousands of miles apart would come together for no apparent reason. Really confusing. However, it was true that Akakubo Momo was a little angry. As a good friend of Xiaolin Genshin, she didn't even know what the other's boyfriend looked like. Thinking about it is a bit irritating. Especially when he asked Xiaolin Renton to show himself the photo of his boyfriend, the other party was still mysterious. You'll know what to say when we meet. Akakubo Momo was so angry that she gritted her teeth. He even swore secretly in his heart that he would give Xiaolin Renton, his online dating boyfriend, a little bit of color. Xiaolin Genshin didn't know what his best friend was thinking. But even if you know, there is nothing you can do about it. Because she herself has never seen the true face of this boyfriend. God knows why the other party has been refusing to send photos of himself. As for why you agreed to the other party's confession? As a result, the two really got along very well, and they could agree on many concepts, and they had known each other for so long. Second, Kobayashi Renton recently read a girl's manga, which tells the story of online dating, and she suddenly wanted to experience it. Under the circumstances, she agreed to Siejun's sudden confession that day. In fact, she regretted it the next day. Of course, with her carefree personality, She thought it was just a joke between her sister and brother, and she didn't take it too seriously. Everything will wait until we meet. As for this boy who is 2 years younger than himself, can you be your real boyfriend? That depends on the opponent's ability. She is Xiaolin Genshin, not so easy to catch up with the girl. While waiting, time always passes very slowly. Recalling the 3 years of chatting with Xiajun on the internet, on Xiaolin Renton's face, a look of anticipation appeared involuntarily. She is looking forward to. What kind of surprise can that knowledgeable online dating boyfriend bring to me? Chapter 003 Whose plane's flight number is printed so big? Kobayashi-chan, why did you agree to that person's confession? Akakubo Momo, who had been sulking for a while, was perhaps a little bored waiting, and asked casually. This, I don't know too well. But Xiajun is really a very talented person, and he also has very unique insights in cooking. Xiaolin Renton laughed, and the 2 cute little tiger teeth were unusually conspicuous. He's also a cook. Akakubo Momo couldn't help but wondered. Xiaolin Renton frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, it should be? I heard that his grandfather and father are both chefs. Hee. So you don't know yourself. Akakubo Momo held the puppet bear in her arms with a light smile on her face. This hee is slightly sarcastic. Xiaolin Renton smiled awkwardly, knowing that the tone in his girlfriend's heart hadn't disappeared. Onlan. Later, Sister Longden will invite you to eat bonkachan. In desperation, Kobayashi Renton once again resorted to a trick. Food temptation. Akakubo Tao, like her, is a foodie. And they love desserts. I want the family from the annual Ring family. Also, don't call yourself sister, we are all 3rd graders anyway. Sure enough, Akakubo Tao still couldn't resist the temptation. In Tokyo, bonkachan is the most famous store that specializes in bonkachan. It has a history of 30 years and has always enjoyed high popularity, with an average queue time of 30 minutes. When Xiaolin Renton heard the request made by his best friend, he couldn't help showing a wry smile. She is impatient, and the last thing she likes is waiting. Unless it's something you've never eaten before. Suddenly, Akakubo Momo, who was facing the glass window, had a strange expression on her face. She asked in a slightly bewildered tone, Xiaolin-chan, the flight that your online dating boyfriend took should be HG 2888, right? Has the plane arrived yet? Why didn't you hear the radio? Xiaolin Genshin was slightly taken aback. The arrival hall will be notified in advance of the upcoming aircraft. But since just now, she has been paying attention to the movement in this regard. Didn't hear any notification? A look of confusion appeared on Xiaolin Renton's face. Akakubo Momo, who was holding the puppet bear, held out a small hand with a blank expression, pointing towards the opposite side. Kobayashi Renton subconsciously turned his head to look. She was lying on the railing herself, and she kept her head tilted just now because she was talking to Momo Akubo. Turning his head now, looking straight ahead. The next moment, her body stood up straight. What did she see? A passenger plane is hovering over the airport. On the passenger plane, the words HG 2888 are printed. The flight number is clearly visible. Even. This plane seems to be afraid that the people below will not be able to see it. It also deliberately flew sideways for a while. But this plane is at least 1,000 meters away from the ground, right? Thousands of miles away. People on the ground can clearly see the flight number of the plane. So, how big do these letters and numbers need to be? Kobayashi Genshin didn't know. But the plane in front of me gave the answer. What a surprise that it was printed all over the fuselage on one side. That number, can it be big? At this time, Xiaolin Renton had a word in his heart, FK, I don't know if it should be said or not. She suddenly remembered when she was chatting with Xiajun last night. The other party asked her to pay more attention to the flight number when she was picked up today. No wonder you need to pay attention. Dare to love this thing, you can see it clearly on the ground. Xiaolin Renton has traveled all over the country since he was a child, looking for all kinds of treasured ingredients, which is also well informed. However, it was also the first time she saw it today. Someone can put a flight number to such a new height. What kind of brain-dead person does this have to be to do such a thing? Suddenly, she felt a little more comfortable with her online dating boyfriend whom she had never met. Sloppy. Whether it was the confession that promised the other party at the beginning, or the promise to come to pick up the plane. Seems a little sloppy. A long time. Looking up at the sky, the plane slowly landed. Xiaolin Renton sighed, and she finally decided to see the real person first. Chapter 004 My online girlfriend is actually Kobayashi Genshin? Xiaolin Chen, I really didn't expect that your boyfriend is still a local tyrant. It's just that my brain is a little abnormal. A smile finally appeared on Akakubo Tao's face, and she gave a sharp evaluation. Joke. Can someone who can print such a large number on the fuselage have a normal brain? It's not that there is no broadcast at the airport. Which plane is about to land, will it be notified in advance? Does it need to be so deliberate to make such a wonderful operation? Show what? Who can't afford a private jet? With Akane Kubo Tao's family background and her own ability, buying a private jet or something is trivial. So in her opinion, those who can do this kind of thing are all upstarts. Of course, it is undeniable that Akane Kubo's heart is a little sour. Because her family couldn't allow her to be so prodigal and buy a private jet to play casually. At this moment, Akane Kubo Tao's sense of boyfriend in the mouth of her best friend was extremely poor. Xiaolin Genshin had nothing to say, and she also felt that what Xiejun did was indeed a bit too exaggerated. The meaning of showing off is obvious. At the same time, the anticipation of meeting netizens also dissipated a little. In fact, it's not really Xiejun's fault. He has never been on a plane. Whether it was in his past life or this life, this was his first time on a plane. He didn't understand the airport procedure, so he just thought of making the flight number a little bigger. It's their own plane anyway, so it doesn't matter how much you mess around. When the people below heard that this was the request of their young master, they did not rack their brains to do their best. Xiejun, who didn't know that online dating girlfriend was very critical of herself, just got off the plane, and suddenly felt a little nervous. He was in love for the first time in 2 lifetimes. Although it's just online dating, tension is inevitable. I vaguely remember that in my last life, I only lived to be 20 years old and died of illness. When I died, I was a single dog. Looking at the tall young master in front of him, he rarely showed a shy look. Maria smiled knowingly and encouraged, "Master, come on." Ignoring the luxury car that drove into the airport, Xiejun asked Maria to go to Tatsuki Academy with kitchen utensils. Then strode into the VIP aisle. Waiting area, pickup hall. Xiejun took out his phone and skillfully sent a selfie to the foodie. Poor God. This is also the first mobile phone he has lived in his life for 16 years. If it weren't for the fact that this thing was similar to the mobile phone in his previous life, he wouldn't even know how to use it. After receiving the news, Kobayashi Renton looked down and quickly found Xiejun. After all, the appearance of the other party is really recognizable. At least 1.8 meters tall, with a face with sharp water chestnuts like a knife and axe, and slightly bulging muscles, it gives people a tall, strong, and powerful feeling. Handsome and tall figure, strong physique. Just looking at the appearance, Kobayashi Genshin is quite satisfied. Well, it's her favorite type. Following Kobayashi Renton's gaze, Akakubo Tao also saw Xiejun. She could not help frowning slightly. This kind of muscular boy doesn't quite fit her vision. It's not that Xiejun isn't handsome. It's just that Siejun, a rough sportsman, doesn't quite meet the eyes of ordinary people. In today's world, buttercream is obviously more popular. And Siejun is more like the male protagonist who came out of the royal blood. Gives a very strong impact. Standing in the pickup hall, Siejun clearly felt two eyes staring at him. Years of deep mountain training gave him five senses far beyond ordinary people. Follow your eyes. There were two girls standing on the bridge. One big and one small. One of the girls with blood-red long hair. A little familiar. The other party was looking at him with a complicated look. Then, she smiled. Two delicate little tiger teeth were revealed. This scene made Siejun feel very familiar. Part of the memory of the previous life began to gradually become clear. Red hair and golden pupils. Love to cook. Foodie. Very insightful about cherishing food. Siejun instantly recognized the girl's identity. Confirmed eyes, is the right person. He is so sure. This is his online girlfriend. Only. The identity of the other party? Surprised him. Kobayashi Genshin. The second seat of Tatsuki Elite 10. Picking one in 1,000 miles is not enough to describe the excellence of the other party. Also, so pretty. At this meeting, Siejun was instantly dumbfounded, and subconsciously froze in place. My online dating girlfriend is actually Kobayashi Renton? Do you want to be so dramatic? Those online novels in the previous life did not dare to write like this. Siejun couldn't react. After learning that this is the world of eating halberds, he actually had a lot of guesses. He even guessed Nakiri Arena and Arato Hisako. But never thought it would be Kobayashi Genshin. Because he vaguely remembered that the other party didn't seem to be the kind of otaku who was keen to surf the internet. How can I talk to myself for 3 years? And also chatted as a girlfriend? Really weird? At this moment, Siejun couldn't help but sigh. The relationship between people. It's amazing. Chapter 005 Siejun smelled the breath of licking the dog. Hello, Shijun, it's the first time we meet, I'm Xiaolin Renton. On the overpass, a girl with blood-red long hair stretched out a hand generously. Hello, my name is Siejun, nice to meet you. Siejun introduced himself formulaically. To be honest, Kobayashi Genshin's voice is very nice. Crunchy, it made him feel a little crispy. Only. It was the first time that the two of them met, and they were dating online, so they couldn't find anything to say for a while. I believe some of my friends have had this experience. Meet a girl online. Nonsense, chatting so vigorously. Who knows about an appointment to meet? Instantly became dumb. This is the case with Siejun right now. He, a two-generation otaku, didn't know how to deal with this situation at all. So, he and Kobayashi Renton just stared at each other on the flyover. Couldn't open the chat box for a while. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Those who don't know, think that a pair of boys and girls who have reunited after a long absence are looking at each other affectionately. Only Akakubo Momo, who knew the truth, looked at the two of them strangely for a while. In the end, she said helplessly, by the way, is it time to eat something now? Only then did Siejun react. Some embarrassed laugh. It was noon now, and the two of Kobayashi Renton must have been waiting for a long time. No matter what, you can't let your girlfriend go hungry. Siejun, who does not feel that he is still in the observation period. I've never liked nonsense. He asked directly, where is the best food nearby? When he mentioned food, Xiaolin Renton immediately became interested and said with a smile, if you are near the airport, there is a very good beef brisket noodle shop. No, I've waited with you for so long, then let me eat beef brisket noodles. Akakubo Tao immediately quit, and her small mouth pouted instantly. It still looks a little cute. Xiaolin Genshin was a little embarrassed, she just didn't want Sejun to spend too much money. After all, it was the first time the two met, and she was embarrassed to recommend places that were too high-end. Although she knew that the other party was rich, she still understood the most basic etiquette of being a person. And Sejun is still in the observation period. Do you want to make the other person your real boyfriend? Kobayashi Renton feels that it still needs to be verified. After thinking for a while, she hesitated, then let's go to a Western restaurant. I happen to know a fair store. Kobayashi Genshin, who has eaten all over Tokyo for a long time, is simply a humanoid food navigator. A store that can make her feel good usually doesn't taste bad. Jeremy. Quietly looking for a Western restaurant. The quiet environment, elegant style, diners can always find a new idea here. Within a 10-kilometer radius near the airport, Xiaolin Renton felt that this Western restaurant was the most suitable. Maybe the food is not the best, after all the fair prices are there. But the atmosphere here is definitely the best. Tranquil and elegant, peaceful and pleasant, it is perfect for men and women on a first date. Of course, Sejun and Kobayashi Renchio are not dating right now, and there is Akakubo Momo between them. However, Sejun and others did not think of it. They just walked into the Western restaurant. Kobayashi Renton and Akane Kubo Tao met acquaintances. What a coincidence, Genshin, Xiao Tao. Appearing in front of Sejun was a handsome man like a knight. With grey hair and grey eyes, he is very handsome no matter from any angle. Of course, Sejun doesn't look down on this kind of girly boy. In his view, a strong physique is a man's romance. Perhaps this has something to do with his frail and sickly past life. Always desire to have a strong body. Fortunately, Sejun's genes are strong, and he can be a macho in this life. What a coincidence. Senior SI. Before Kobayashi Renton could speak, Akakubo Momo was already looking at Eshitsukasa with a half smile, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Also a third-year high school student, Eshitsukasa's strength is worthy of being called senior by Akakubo Momo. This is also her recognition of the strong. For the weak, this girl usually only gives each other a nickname. Wearing a school uniform and tie, Eshitsukasa didn't seem to hear the other party's jokes. He smiled with a gentlemanly manner and asked, "Who is this?" "Hello, my name is Sejun, from Sia Country." Without waiting for Kobayashi Renton's introduction, Sejun decisively extended a big hand. He could already smell the dog licking. This Huggies. Oh no. This Eshitsukasa. It seems obvious to his own Kobayashi Genshin. Some different ideas. Chapter 006 The tacit understanding of the two, openly spread dog food. As a man, even if you have never been in love, there will also be an unusual intuition. Sejun is like that now. He was keenly aware. In front of this Huggies. I want to lick my own Kobayashi Genshin. How can this be tolerated? Anyway, Sejun couldn't bear it. He subconsciously stretched out his big hand. I want to give this white hair in front of me a little taste. Akakubo Momo watched the scene in front of her with interest. The men's competition. She felt very interesting. Eshitsukasa loves Kobayashi Genshin. This is something Elite 10 is well known for. I don't know if Sejun, the butterfly far away in Sia Country, flapped its wings. Anyway, Kobayashi Renton and Eshitsukasa are not very familiar. The two also did not work together since the first year of the higher ministry. Although they are still 1 or 2 seats in the Tatsuki Elite 10. But it's just a normal classmate relationship. In the past 3 years, Sejun and Kobayashi Renton have discussed cooking on the internet. It didn't give Eshitsukasa any chance. Maybe Kobayashi Genshin doesn't really care about this white hair. Anyway, the two did not evolve into the official CP that netizens in previous lives thought. Eshitsukasa also held out a slender hand. His hands are not small. But compared to Sejun, it can only be described as slim. When the two men met for the first time, their hands were clasped together. In the air, there seemed to be fierce sparks. Xiaolin Renton watched the scene with some embarrassment. She didn't expect to meet Eshitsukasa here. Don't think about it, the other party must be suspected of stalking. Kobayashi Genshin didn't think it was a coincidence. She glanced at Akakubo Momo lightly. She suspected that the girl had leaked the wind. Sejun squeezed slightly with one hand. Absolutely. He really only used a little effort. Eshitsukasa's face changed slightly. But in front of two ladies, he has to endure. However, the pain is also really painful. Sejun's strength make him feel a little weak. Kobayashi Genshin didn't stop Sejun for the first time. She was also a little angry, and wanted to give Eshitsukasa a little memory. 20 seconds later. Sweat beaded on Eshitsukasa's forehead. That hurts. Sejun, it's almost enough. Xiaolin Genshin reminded. She felt that there was something wrong with standing in other people's stores all the time. Sejun obediently retracted his hand. Since his girlfriend had spoken, he mercifully let go of the white hair for the time being. 4 people were seated by the window. Kobayashi Renton and Akakubo Momo sat aside. Sejun really wanted to be next to Kobayashi Genshin. It's a pity Akane Kubo Momo doesn't seem to plan to move her butt. The helpless Sejun can only sit with Eshitsukasa. But fortunately, he was smart, and he was the first to sit across from Kobayashi Renton. Then he looked at each other with a smile. Xiaolin Renton suddenly felt that he was an online dating boyfriend. Sometimes like a child, a little careful. Also, point 2. But this feeling of being cared about. She doesn't hate it? A well-dressed waiter came over with a menu. Sejun handed the menu to Xiaolin Renton and motioned for the other party to order. Even if he has never seen a pig run, he has eaten pork anyway. I still understand the principle of women first. Xiaolin Genshin took over the menu with a smile and asked, how about a steak first? Sejun has no objection. A ribeye steak, 3 mature, less sauce. A filet mignon, 7 ripe, with more pepper. Almost at the same time. Sejun and Kobayashi Renton had a tacit understanding and said in unison. And they are all ordering food for each other. 3 years of chat records, Sejun basically remembers it very clearly. Xiaolin Genshin likes the meat on the beef ribs, both fat and thin, and likes 3 ripening. But he never thought that the other party actually remembered his preferences. He had only mentioned it to Kobayashi Renton once. I love filet mignon, the tenderest meat on the rib. Unexpectedly, the other party still remembered. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. It is more than words. A lot of times, from a small thing, it can be seen whether a person cares about himself or not. Turn out to be. Even if they have never met, the two always remember each other in their hearts. Acid. So sour. Sore teeth. Akanakubo Momo felt that she smelled a sour smell. These two people who just met and couldn't open the conversation. Now it's actually starting to spread dog food publicly? It's just bullying people. He grabbed the puppet bear in his arms. Akanakubo Momo was a little unhappy. Do you suddenly feel that you are a little redundant? Eshitsukasa was dumbfounded. He felt like he was a single dog. It seems like it hasn't started yet. Already lost. Chapter 007 The first time a local tyrant took a plane? What a joke. In fact, online dating is similar to blind date. It's all a one-shot deal. Don't care if you don't know each other. The first thing to look at is looks. Beauty is justice. See the light and die, no loss, still a single dog. The thing is done, everyone is happy, and they make up a happy couple. Seojun also doesn't know, is he successful now? But he was too lazy to think about it now. The first time I saw Kobayashi Genshin, he knew that this was the woman he wanted. Not only because of the carefree and lively character of the other party. More important, the other party is really big and big. The buttons of the shirt felt a lot of pressure. As for the one next to me, Ashitsukasa, Seojun pretended not to see. Just a dog of the defeated army. Not worth it? Xiaolin Genshin smiled knowingly. She became more and more satisfied with her online dating boyfriend. Although he usually acts like a tomboy. But it's a girl anyway. Nature also has an emotional side. Someone takes himself to heart. Make her feel a little sweet. And the other party is really handsome and masculine. Kobayashi Genshin subconsciously forgot what Seojun showed before. However, there was someone next to him who didn't forget. Akakubo Momo, who was forcibly fed a mouthful of dog food, flashed a hint of cunning in her eyes. Although it's a bit inauthentic to say that it is a good thing to destroy a girlfriend. But, isn't girlfriends just for pits? Akakubo Momo has no psychological burden at all. Seojun, can I call you that? Seojun and Seojun have the same pronunciation, and Xiaolin Renton has always called him that. Seojun nodded with a smile, no objection. That. Seojun, why did you write the number on the plane so big? Xiaolin Renton's face tightened, and he sensed a sign of something bad. My best friend seems to want to do something again? Ashitsukasa was stunned for a moment, and he didn't quite understand what Akakubo Momo meant. Can I write the flight number on the plane myself? Ashitsukasa doesn't quite understand this kind of operation. Fortunately, he has always been relatively indifferent to most things. The crowd did not notice his strangeness. Seojun didn't seem to hear the sarcasm in Akakubo Tao's tone. He scratched the back of his head and said with a dry smile, would you believe me if I said this was my first time on a plane? Kobayashi Renton and Akakubo Tao stopped talking for a while. Do we believe it? Do you think we should believe it? Isn't this bullshit? People who can afford a private jet are actually flying for the first time. Do you think normal people would believe this? Kobayashi Renton and Akakubo Tao thought they were normal people. So they don't believe it? Ashitsukasa watched dryly. He didn't know what happened, so he could only be a spectator. A helpless, wry smile appeared on Seojun's face. He had some guesses in his heart. The other party seems to regard himself as a nouveau riche who likes to show off. How can this work? When you meet for the first time, you must not lower the impression score of your online dating girlfriend. Never seen a pig run, who has never eaten pork. Seojun, who has never been in love. This moment seemed to be enlightened. Start looking for ways to fix it. He must not let Xiaolin Renton feel disgusted with himself. Then, Seojun begins to tell roughly about his childhood experiences. You may not believe it when I say it, but what I said is true. I was brought into the mountain by my grandfather for special training since I was a child. This time I came to Neon Country, and it was my first time to go down the mountain. I'm just afraid you won't be able to see that flight, so I made the number bigger. I don't care what other people think of me, I just want you to know as soon as possible, I'm here. Seojun has a strong voice and looks at Xiaolin Renton with an affectionate look on his face. The latter suddenly panicked. Kobayashi Renchio, who has never experienced emotional matters. At this moment, my heart skipped a beat. A hint of ruddy naturally rose on the pretty face. She never thought of it. Seojun actually said this kind of thing in front of so many people, which was almost a confession. She, who had always been carefree, suddenly became shy. But after the other party's explanation, she really understood. Seojun cares about herself. Even at the expense of committing to just to let myself know of his arrival as soon as possible. Even if the two have never met before. Even if it's a confession or a joke on the internet. But this tall little boy in front of him really values himself. I am even afraid that I will have a little misunderstanding. Gradually, Kobayashi Renton looked at Siejun in the eyes. There is an inexplicable complex emotion. P.S. The new book set sale, the first day's results are very important, please collect it. Flowers. Evaluate. This book is full of sweetness and does not abuse the master. Please eat it with confidence. Asterisk. Add more rules. The author is currently resigning at home and preparing for full-time coding. 4 changes are guaranteed every day, and changes are added from time to time. As long as the results of this book are almost passable, the author Jun will definitely go all out to code. The results on the first day of Filu are very important, and I hope you will support us. The addition rules are as follows. 2,000 flowers plus 1 more. 1,000 evaluation votes plus 1 more. 10 monthly passes plus 1 more. 5 rewards, unlimited amount, plus 1 more. Not capped. If the old chapters are not completed during the new book period, they will continue to be added after they are on the shelves. Pujazai kneels and asks readers for your strong support. The author is currently resigning at home and preparing for full-time coding. 4 changes are guaranteed every day, and changes are added from time to time. As long as the results of this book are almost passable, the author Jun will definitely go all out to code. The results on the first day of Filu are very important, and I hope you will support us. The addition rules are as follows. 2,000 flowers plus 1 more. 1,000 evaluation votes plus 1 more. 10 monthly passes plus 1 more. 5 rewards, unlimited amount, plus 1 more. Not capped. If the old chapters are not completed during the new book period, they will continue to be added after they are on the shelves. Pujazai kneels and asks readers for your strong support. The author is currently resigning at home and preparing for full-time coding. 4 changes are guaranteed every day, and changes are added from time to time. As long as the results of this book are almost passable, the author Jun will definitely go all out to code. The results on the first day of Filu are very important, and I hope you will support us. The addition rules are as follows. 2,000 flowers plus 1 more. 1,000 evaluation votes plus 1 more. 10 monthly passes plus 1 more. 5 rewards, unlimited amount, plus 1 more. Not capped. If the old chapters are not completed during the new book period, they will continue to be added after they are on the shelves. Pujazai kneels and asks readers for your strong support. The author is currently resigning at home and preparing for full-time coding. 4 changes are guaranteed every day, and changes are added from time to time. As long as the results of this book are almost passable, the author Jun will definitely go all out to code. The results on the first day of Filu are very important, and I hope you will support us. The addition rules are as follows. 2,000 flowers plus 1 more. 1,000 evaluation votes plus 1 more. 10 monthly passes plus 1 more. 5 rewards, unlimited amount, plus 1 more. Not capped. If the old chapters are not completed during the new book period, they will continue to be added after they are on the shelves. Pujazai kneels and asks readers for your strong support. The author is currently resigning at home and preparing for full-time coding. 4 changes are guaranteed every day, and changes are added from time to time. As long as the results of this book are almost passable, the author Jun will definitely go all out to code. The results on the first day of Filu are very important, and I hope you will support us. The addition rules are as follows. 2,000 flowers plus 1 more. 1,000 evaluation votes plus 1 more. 10 monthly passes plus 1 more. 5 rewards, unlimited amount, plus 1 more. Not capped. If the old chapters are not completed during the new book period, they will continue to be added after they are on the shelves. Pujazai kneels and asks readers for your strong support. The author is currently resigning at home and preparing for full-time coding. 4 changes are guaranteed every day, and changes are added from time to time. As long as the results of this book are almost passable, the author June will definitely go all out to code. The results on the first day of Filu are very important, and I hope you will support us. The addition rules are as follows. 2,000 flowers plus 1 more. 1,000 evaluation votes plus 1 more. 10 monthly passes plus 1 more. 5 rewards, unlimited amount, plus 1 more. Not capped. If the old chapters are not completed during the new book period, they will continue to be added after they are on the shelves. Pujazai kneels and asks readers for your strong support. The author is currently resigning at home and preparing for full-time coding. 4 changes are guaranteed every day, and changes are added from time to time. As long as the results of this book are almost passable, the author June will definitely go all out to code. The results on the first day of Filu are very important, and I hope you will support us. The addition rules are as follows. 2,000 flowers plus 1 more. 1,000 evaluation votes plus 1 more. 10 monthly passes plus 1 more. 5 rewards, unlimited amount, plus 1 more. Not capped. If the old chapters are not completed during the new book period, they will continue to be added after they are on the shelves. Pujazai kneels and asks readers for your strong support. Asterisk. Chapter 008 The Surprise of the Tatsuki Elite 10. Explain to the woman you like. Is this licking? Siejun thinks not. The huggies beside him was. Can't lick it? That's dog licking. For this online dating. Siejun felt stable. After all, he and Xiaolin Renton have known each other for so many years. If it feels inappropriate. With the straightforward character of the other party, it has already been raised. And now. Kobayashi Renton looked a little shy. Siejun feels his romance. No matter how you look at it, it is a sure thing. He was calm in his heart and motioned for Xiaolin Renton to continue ordering. Thanks to the addition of Eshitsukeza halfway through. Rindo Kobayashi didn't want Siejun to spend too much money. Just ordered chicken curry gratin, steak, and black truffle shrimp salad. After all, it is not a formal Western-style gathering, and there is no priority for meals. First up was the pan-fried steak. Beef from Kobe can taste like this even if it's not grade A. It really deserves to be the restaurant you recommended for Renton. As soon as he ate a piece of steak, Siejun automatically judged the quality in his mind. After years of training, he has formed this instinct. In Neon Country, beef is generally divided into 3 grades of ABC, with A5 being the highest. Of course, Siejun, who has tasted the delicacies of mountains and seas since he was a child, knows this very well. The A5 grade often said on the market is by no means the highest grade of beef. Have you tasted it? In Tokyo, this restaurant's steak is not bad. Xiaolin Genshin put down his knife and fork and said with a smile. It's just that the heat is a little too hot, and the heating is a little uneven. Yes. Xiaolin Renton was stunned for a moment, but she didn't notice the problem. She cut a small piece of steak into her mouth and she began to chew it. Slowly, her brows began to wrinkle, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, the heat has passed a little. Siejun said with a smile, presumably the chef has a habit of cooking, he always likes to fine-tune the flames, which causes this kind of instability. Kobayashi Renton nodded in agreement. But this is also impossible. Most cooks like to control the heat, especially when frying a steak, and very few can start with the right temperature. Eshitsukeza and Akakubo Momo, savoring the beef in their mouths. Gradually, a trace of solemnity flashed in the eyes of the two of them. In fact, If it wasn't for Seojun's reminder, the two Elite Tens would subconsciously ignore this issue. First of all, it is a folk restaurant after all, and they generally do not treat them with high demands. Second, this kind of difference caused by the subtle heat is really not so easy to taste. If it wasn't for deliberate taste, Akakyubotao, the fourth seat of the Tatsuki Elite 10, would not easily notice it. For a while, she looked at Seojun with a little more surprise. And Eshitsukasa looked at Seojun with a little more solemnity. Can so easily, almost instinctively judge cooking defects. Such a person is either a powerful chef, or you are a gourmet who has tasted all kinds of ingredients since childhood. Eshitsukasa felt that the other party was likely to belong to the former. A glimpse of the leopard in the tube can be seen. As the first seat of the Tatsuki Elite 10, Eshitsukasa suddenly felt a sense of competition in his heart. He would love to take on Seojun. Of course, is there anything here that wants to express his thoughts in front of his favorite goddess? Only he knows that. Chicken curry, baked rice and black truffle shrimp salad were also served. Seojun and Kobayashi Genshin are like learning from each other's cooking skills. Continue to point out the flaws of these dishes. For a while, the chat became more and more vigorous. Fortunately, the conversation between the two was relatively quiet. If you let the chef of this Western restaurant hear the comments of two people afraid to vomit blood. Overall, the meal was a delight for the guests. When people are ready to leave, Xiaolin Renton suddenly asked, "Which school are you going to go to when you come to study in Neon Country?" The other party only mentioned to her about studying abroad, and did not elaborate. Eshitsukasa and Akane Kubotao heard the words, and they also cast curious eyes. Tatsuki entered the first year of the higher division as an exchange student. Seojun felt that there was nothing to hide. Anyway, sooner or later Kobayashi Renshin would know. What? You're going to Tatsuki to go to school? Tatsuki, is there still talk of exchange students? Kobayashi Renton and Akakubo Momo exclaimed in unison, with different expressions. They really never thought that the other would go to school in Tatsuki. After all, Xiaoguo's cooking level is the best in the world. There are very few examples of Xia people who went to study abroad. Also, exchange students. As Elite 10, they have never heard of this. This is clearly abnormal. Obvious. It must be Commander Tatsuki who bypassed them and made the arrangement himself. At this moment, Kobayashi Renton and the three had different expressions, and different thoughts rose in their hearts. Chapter 009 Akiko Kubotao, I will call you Bear Bear if I win. Eshitsukasa as the first seat of Elite 10. There's a lot to think about right now. Commander Tatsuki, Nakiri Sentimon. Why suddenly recruit an exchange student? Why are you deliberately avoiding yourself and others? Is there something wrong with these people? Eshitsukasa is a sentimental person himself, and naturally thinks a lot. At this time, he was very negative, and suddenly felt a little depressed. Kobayashi Genshin doesn't care. She only had some good feelings for Seojun before. After just a short contact, she found that she seemed to really like this little boy a little bit. Seojun entered Tatsuki as an exchange student, and she was happy from the bottom of her heart. As for the other party, will it have some impact on the academy? Kobayashi Genshin didn't care. She didn't like to worry about these things at all. Just as one of Tatsuki's Elite 10. Her duty is to handle the affairs of the school. But compared to his own love, responsibilities or something, you can throw it aside at any time. Akanakubo Momo feels a little more square now. She didn't like Seojun at all. As long as I think about it, I will often encounter this guy in school in the future. She immediately felt the food on the table. Not fragrant at all. Looks like you're going to call me Renton Senpai in the future. Xiaolin Genshin was in a very happy mood, with a faint smile on his face. My online dating girlfriend is a senior, what should I do? Seojun thought for a few seconds, and instantly thought of the answer. Senior sister is senior sister. As soon as she entered school, she had a beautiful senior as her girlfriend. Isn't she sweet? Thinking of this, Seojun's masculinity in his heart was thrown out of the sky in an instant. However, at this time. So, I'll be Seojun Senior in the future, okay. Akakubo Momo smiled, a triumphant smile on her face. With a childlike temperament, she seems to feel that it is also a very happy thing to be able to beat the other party in terms of seniority. What? We can't refute our girlfriend, what are you doing with your little girl's film? Seojun was a little unhappy, and always felt that the little girl in front of her had a thorn in her words. After years of living in the mountains, he is not a good-tempered master. Thinking of this, Seojun smiled and said, if you want to be my senior, it depends on whether you have that ability. The smile on Akakubo Momo's face gradually disappeared. The little hand began to grasp the puppet bear in his arms tightly. This is her characteristic expression when she is angry. As long as he is in a bad mood, he will use his little bear puppet to vent his anger. So, Seojun thinks I'm not as good as you. Akakubo Tao stood up holding the puppet bear, and her temperament instantly became lazy. Her eyes narrowed slightly, giving a feeling of depression. She didn't want to see Seojun from the beginning. Now the other party looks down on him even more. She was a little annoyed. As a good best friend, Kobayashi Renton knew that Akakubo Tao was really angry. But the eccentric she not only did not stop, but put on a look of watching the fun. Seojun reckons that maybe the other party also wants to see his cooking skills. Akakubo Momo put on a weak look. On the immature face, it seems that I am strong, don't mess with me. Both Kobayashi Renchio and Eshitsukasa knew that this was the other's habit of despising their opponents. Akakubo Momo is the fourth seed of the Tatsuki Elite 10. It does have the qualifications to despise most opponents. Then, she murmured. Well, let's have a test. If I win, I will be your senior, and I will give you a nice name, so I will call you Little Bear in the future. Etc. What the hell is bear? Akakubo Tao, this little girl, really has the problem of giving nicknames to everyone? Seojun has no reason to refuse. First, I want to express myself in front of Kobayashi Renton. Second, he also wanted to know what level of cooking level he had reached after studying hard for more than 10 years. Kobayashi Renton and Eshitsukasa watched the scene with interest. None of them felt anything wrong. For chefs, it is normal to learn about cooking skills. Tokyo, Chiyoda Ward. Seojun followed Kobayashi Renton and others and walked into the gate of Tatsuki Academy. It was a very luxurious door. It is also the gateway to the separation of classes. Aristocrats and commoners, geniuses and mediocrities. They are all clearly distinguished by this door. The three of the Elite 10 come together, but it's an uncommon thing. Immediately attracted the curious eyes of many students. Especially Seojun next to Kobayashi Renton. The height of 1.8 meters directly attracted the attention of most people. Who is that boy? A student in our academy? He's quite stylish. Love, this is my type, it's so manly. Forgive concubines who are not used to it, but the type of senior SI looks more pleasing to the eye. What do you know, Baichi? A man with muscles is a real man. By the way, are you not curious about this boy's identity? Being able to walk with the Elite 10, he seems to be a master. When girls are arguing about which one looks better, a sportsman or a small milk dog. Some boys began to speculate about Seojun's identity. Seojun listened well, smiled slightly, and didn't care about the discussions around him. He followed Xiaolin Renton and others into a high-rise building. Chapter 010 Western Dessert? Bonkachan. District 10, Building A1. This is the office building of Elite 10. Among the students of the entire Tatsuki Gakuen, the 10 people with the highest cooking skills. They have a great say in the academy. The council composed of Elite 10 not only manages all kinds of affairs within the school. There is even the right to dismiss the commander-in-chief and decide the new commander-in-chief. In this building, Elite 10 has its own kitchen. The expressionless Akakubo Momo brought Siejun and others to his kitchen. The style here is very simple, and all kinds of sophisticated machines are placed very formally. Most of them are machines related to pastry desserts. Siejun vaguely remembered that the little girl who was less than 1.4 meters tall in front of her seemed to be a pastry chef. What do you want to compare? Akakubo Momo asked lazily. She is proficient in pastry and desserts, but she is not ignorant of other cuisines. No matter what Siejun wants to compare, she doesn't care. The fourth seat of Elite 10 is so confident. With a slight smile, Siejun said, since you are a pastry chef, let's try desserts, so as not to say that I bully others. Like Akane Kubotao, he is also very confident in his own strength. As a descendant of Siaguo's family of chef gods, Siejun also has the arrogance he deserves. Xiaolin Genshin's beautiful eyes lit up. She didn't expect that the other party would actually choose to challenge Akakubo Tao's strengths. However, Siejun's self-confident appearance is quite handsome. The words of Zishi in the eyes of the beholder are applicable to any country. Kobayashi Renton, who already has a good impression of Siejun, finds it pleasing to the eye no matter how he looks at it. Humph. Akakubo Momo is not a talkative girl. Seeing that the other party wants to challenge their strongest areas, she felt that Siejun was a little too self-sufficient. Decided to give each other a little color to see. Without giving Siejun a good face, she turned her head and said to Xiaolin Renton. Kobayashi-chan, remember what I said earlier about wanting to eat bonkachan? Since you didn't buy it for me, why don't you just make it now? Akane Kubo Momo is a little tsundere, didn't ask Siejun's meaning. Instead, the decision-making power of the test questions was handed over to Kobayashi Genshin. Of course, she proposed to make bonkachan, which is also a bit embarrassing for Siejun. As we all know, as the king of cakes, bonkachan is very complicated to make. It seems plain, but there are layers of texture inside. It is this layered texture that gives it its unparalleled unique taste and layering. To make bonkachan, you need an oven with a special iron rod. After the ingredients are prepared, slowly pour them on the iron rod and bake at high temperature. Then pour the second layer, the third layer. Repeatedly, the layers overlap. The result is a unique dessert. A great test of the pastry chef's craftsmanship. Akane Kubotao does not think that Siejun, a native of Xia, can make such complicated Western-style desserts. Xiaolin Renton glanced at the confident Siejun and agreed with his girlfriend's suggestion. She also wanted to see what Siejun was capable of. The ingredients required for bonkachan are similar to ordinary cakes. Flour, eggs, raspberry powder, vanilla, sugar. Akakubo Tao began to select suitable ingredients in the ingredients area. The sound of the mixer rang in the kitchen. What she smashed was fresh almonds and cookies. Then, Akakubo Momo, who was petite, held the steel basin in one hand and picked up the egg beater in the other, and began to beat the cream with difficulty. Little Daisy is starting to get serious, but she didn't use a machine. Kobayashi Renton looked at the two in the competition with a smile. There was no worried expression on his face. Although the two are competing. One is her best friend and the other is her online dating boyfriend. So what? Just a little test. Kobayashi Genshin didn't think that this would destroy everyone's relationship. Machine saves time and energy, but it's hard to control how much. For Western-style desserts, even a little bit of whipped cream directly determines the success or failure of the dessert. Xiao Tao has always been serious about making desserts. Ashitsukasa, who was standing not far away, said in a low voice, carefully watching the operations of the two in the kitchen. He also wanted to see the strength of Xie Jun. Huh? What does Jun Xie want to do? As if seeing something extraordinary, Xiaolin Renton's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. Akakubo Momo, who was whipping cream, couldn't help but raise her head when she heard the words. So, what is Xie Jun doing? In the eyes of everyone surprised, he walked to the equipment area with a tripod in hand and kept looking at it. As the owner of this kitchen, Akane Kubo Momo naturally knows this. It's just a tripod. It is convenient to make some special desserts and place rotatable utensils on it. But what does this have to do with Bonkachan? The two are completely irrelevant. Kobayashi Renton and the others were puzzled and could not understand Xie Jun's operation. Akakubo Tao even suspected that the guy in front of him might not be able to make cakes at all. Immediately, Ba-cha! In the stunned expressions of everyone, a crisp sound resounded in the kitchen. Chapter 011 Handmade Bonkachan. Ba-cha! Everyone watched in stunned eyes, a shocking scene in front of them. What did they see? They actually saw that someone broke the iron frame with their bare hands. That's right. Xie Jun looked at the tripod for a moment. The hand slammed hard. Ripped off one of the tripods. He seemed to notice three strange eyes. Xie Jun turned his head and said with a dry smile, "The quality of this thing is not very good, it will break as soon as it is pulled." He felt that he should explain it. Otherwise, it would be bad to be treated as a humanoid monster. In fact, in this kitchen, he could not find the iron rod he wanted. Had to do this. The quality of the equipment is not good. Let the devil go. Can the crisp voice just now be fake? Kobayashi Renton and the others are very clear in their hearts. Tatsuki Gakuen is the best cooking school in Nihon country. It is basically impossible to have inferior equipment. However, the joint part of that tripod is not very thick. Even if the opponent pulls it off violently. After they were shocked, they also thought that Xie Jun's strength was only slightly stronger than ordinary people. At the same time, Xiaolin Renton and the others had a hint of curiosity in their hearts. I don't know what Xie Jun wants to do with a triangle stick. Don't want a hand-baked cake? A look of anticipation appeared on Kobayashi Renton's face. To be honest, she has never seen such a skill in making bonkachan by hand. In modern society, basically no one will use this ancient technology. Most pastry chefs rely on machines to complete the making of bonkachan. Akakubo Tao swallowed, feeling that Xie Jun, a strange force man, was a little scary. She shrank her neck subconsciously, feeling deeply that she was provoking the other party. A little sloppy. But the competition had already begun, and she couldn't help but flinch. I can only think in my heart, put a little water in it, so that the opponent does not lose too ugly. Well, I just don't want Kobayashi-chan to be embarrassed, after all, it's her boyfriend. Akakubo Momo, who is a little tsundere, will not admit that she is afraid of Xie Jun. Forcefully calming herself down, she began to continue the movements in her hands. Xie Jun also got his hands on it. He and Akakubo Momo's approach is completely different. With the development of the times, various advanced cooking machines are constantly updated. Now making bonkachan, you don't need to bring your own iron rod at all. Machines can complete this difficult skill. Akakubo Tao has never made this kind of cake with an iron stick, and little girls don't have that physical ability. In her kitchen, there is a professionally remodeled oven that can make a 32-layer bonkachan. Bonkachan with such layers is also very rare in the market. Because each additional layer puts more pressure on the cake itself. Once a certain critical point is exceeded, the finished cake will just fall apart. After preparing all the ingredients, Akakubo Momo has already started to fiddle in front of the oven. In her spare time, she had the mind to turn her head to see Siejun's operations. It's okay not to look at it, but at first glance, her whole person is not well. Although there are already speculations in my heart. But when she saw Siejun, really holding a tripod, roasting on the stove, I still feel very shocked. At this moment, Siejun's expression was very serious. This triangular iron rod has been washed repeatedly. Butter smeared the first half of the stick, Siejun started to wrap the raw embryo, and then slowly drizzled with custard. This is how the bonkachin is made. Each layer must be poured with the exact same thickness of custard. One more point is greasy, 1 point less is burnt. It has to be just right, precise to the tiniest bit. This is also the reason why most pastry chefs like to use machines. After all, this technique is too physically and mentally consuming. If there is a slight error, the quality of the whole dessert will be greatly reduced. In Kobayashi Renshin's eyes, Siejun at this time was very serious, and he was completely different from the slightly shy little boy when he first met him. Serious man, really handsome. I don't know where I remembered the famous words I heard, and a charming smile appeared on Kobayashi Renton's face. The movements in Siejun's hands are getting faster and faster. In the end, it was so close that Akakubo Momo couldn't see clearly. You can only see the iron rod in the opponent's hand, which is constantly spinning. One after another, the prepared custard was poured on the iron rod continuously. Gradually, there was a faint milky fragrance in the air. What is this guy doing? Akakubo Momo is really unimaginable. So fast. How does the other party ensure the uniformity of each layer? She couldn't help but be suspicious. This is the bonkachin. Is it really edible? Chapter 012 Even the cake is in the shape of loving you. Siejun, what are you doing? Xiaolin Renton was a little confused, and she also thought that the other party was a little too hasty. It's all about speed now. As a chef, Kobayashi Renton occasionally admires the speed of cooking. But she didn't think that bonkachin, a delicate dish, tasted better the sooner it was cooked. After all, the production process is too much to test the craftsmanship of the pastry chef. With such a quick production method as Siejun, it's hard to imagine being able to make a finished product. Thinking of this, Xiaolin Renton couldn't help but be a little worried. She was afraid of the other party's cake, which collapsed before it was finished. Once this happens, everyone's face will be difficult to live. Xiaolin Rentao didn't want to see that Siejun experienced such embarrassing things when he first arrived in Neon Country. Wrong. It is different from Kobayashi Genshin, who has Siejun in his heart. Ashitsukasa has always been very serious, paying attention to each other's every move. He was surprised to find the triangular iron rod in the opponent's hand. Even under such a violent rotation, the position did not shift by a single minute. This terrifying control shocked him. Triangular utensils are different from round utensils. When operating, the three-sided water chestnut will always hit the palm of the hand. In this awkward situation, it is already a very difficult thing to be able to maintain the balance of the iron rod. But Siejun, even for a long time, the position of the iron rod in his hand can be maintained. It's not just about super concentration. It also tests a person's physical strength, energy, and willpower. Just the friction of the three-sided water chestnut against the palm is not something that ordinary people can endure. Ashitsukasa was very shocked. Glancing at his side, Kobayashi Renton with a trace of worry written on his face. Ashitsukasa suddenly felt a little sad in his heart. Kobayashi Rindo is the second seat of the Tatsuki Elite 10. The strength is almost the same as his own. Now actually, haven't seen Siejun's ability yet? It is conceivable that the other party's heart is already in chaos. Concern is chaos, nothing more. The always negative Ashitsukasa finally understood. I no longer have any chance. The love in my dreams has died before it even started. Fortunately, he still has a favorite dish. As long as I can continue to study cooking, I will be the happiest person in the world. Ashitsukasa consoles himself. Set your sights on Siejun again. He really wanted to see what kind of special bonkachin the other party would make. Time passed by minute. As chefs, Kobayashi Renton and the others have long been used to cooking duels, so they don't feel bored. A long time. From the oven, serve the baked cake. Akane Kubo Peach began to embellish the decoration. An exquisite dessert, exquisite embellishment is essential. Light yellow exterior with dark chocolate on top. Bonkachin made by Momo Akabo. It seems simple and unpretentious, but it gives a refreshing feeling. Xiaolin Genshin's face stiffened, she knew the strength of her best friend very well. Even if she didn't taste this cake, she knew how delicious it was. In the past 2 years, she has eaten a lot of desserts made by Akakubo Tao. Eyes fell on Siejun. Kobayashi Genshin was surprised to find out. The other party completed the production almost at the same time as Akane Kubo Momo. No wonder. He had to choose a tripod as an iron rod. Ashitsukasa squinted his eyes and let out an exclamation. Xiaolin Renton was a little happy in his heart, his eyes narrowed into 2 small crescents. Siejun had always had his back to them before. Although you can clearly see the movements of the opponent's hands. But it is difficult to know clearly what the cake looks like after it is formed. Now Siejun will make the cake, put in front of everyone. Kobayashi Genshin was pleasantly surprised to discover. This is a heart-shaped cake. The meaning is self-evident. In particular, the words first meeting and Xiaolin are written on it. It is Chikuakuo's expression of Siejun's heart. Climbing mountains and seas just to see you. Knowing each other for 3 years is like a dream. If life is just as first seen. The corridor is full of lovesickness. For some reason, Xiaolin Renton suddenly had such a thought in his heart. If there is one person. His cakes. All love your shape. That is happiness. In this hustle and bustle world. To be able to have someone who always has you on their minds. That is moving. At this moment, Kobayashi Renton suddenly felt that. Ken no Siejun. Very nice. Acid. So sour. Sore teeth. There seemed to be a strong sour smell in the air. Akakubo Momo grabbed Muppa Bear's hands. Push hard again. Immediately, I felt that the cake I made was not fragrant. Just now, there was a faint milky fragrance in the kitchen. She couldn't hold back her lazy crotch-pulling face, and suddenly shouted at Xiaolin Renton angrily. Humph! Isn't the cake more fancy than anyone else's? Taste is the key to determining a dish. Please Kobayashi-chan also put away your moved look, and don't think about favoring your little boyfriend later. Akane Kubo Dokyang ate a big mouthful of dog food, and now he is almost full of anger. Can't wait to urge Kobayashi Renton and others to evaluate her and Siejun's cooking. Chapter 013 The world's cooking will not lie, all kinds of thoughts are in it. Are you trying to cook right now? Not a big show of love. Please be serious. Give desserts on the table a little due respect. Akane Kubo Momo felt that she had never been so angry before. It is always a dessert made by myself, which attracts everyone's attention. When was someone so stealing the limelight? At this moment, Akakubo Momo looked like a furious little lioness. It looks cute and fierce. Xiaolin Genshin looked back with embarrassment. I have to say that she was really moved by Siejun's sincerity just now. And the bonkachin made by the other party is also very stunning in appearance. Heart-shaped, peach-colored exterior, with neon text written in blood red cream. Topped with dark chocolate and purple grapes. From the outside, this is a very beautiful dessert. As for why Siejun speaks neon? Isn't this a joke? he is a man who has signed for 8 years. A total of 2,922 days. Check in once a day. Even if most of them are useless junk. But also learned a lot of practical skills. Even if he knows neon language and neon text. Nothing to be surprised about. Looking at his best friend's eager eyes, Kobayashi Renton decided to try Akakubo Tao's cake first. She and Eshitsukasa each carried their plates. Inside is a slice of cake. As expected of the fourth seat of the Tatsuki Elite 10. The cakes made by Akakubo Peach seem to melt in your mouth, sweet but not greasy. The faint fragrance is transmitted to the brain through the stimulation of the tongue coating. Even if it's not the first time to taste each other's food. The two of Kobayashi Renton still seem to be back in childhood. It's like being in a children's paradise. They brought back their happiest childhood memories. Reminiscing about the incomparably wonderful taste. Kobayashi Genshin slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of praise. Akakubo Momo's dessert is simply impeccable. Seeing the expressions on the faces of Kobayashi Renton and Eshitsukasa, Akakubo Momo seemed to have the chance to win, and raised her head towards Siejun like a demonstration. No way, who told her that the height difference between her and the other party is too big? Every time I look at Siejun, I have to hold my head up. Siejun smiled. He was really speechless towards his girlfriend, his best friend. The main opponent looks like a little adult, even if he makes some provocative actions, it is really impossible to be really angry. Instead, it looks kinda cute. Kobayashi Renton and the others set their sights on Siejun's cake. The other party is about to cut the plate with a wooden knife. In Xiaolin Renton's beautiful eyes, a trace of reluctance flashed. She really liked this dessert. At the same time, I also deeply remember Siejun's thoughts. I don't want this intention to be destroyed. But as a chef, she knows very well that when cooking is made, it is eaten. So she didn't stop Siejun from getting the knife. A small piece of delicate cake is placed on the plate. Surprisingly, the sweets made by the other party were not as strong as when they were made, only a very light aroma. At this time, the three of Kobayashi Renton were surprised to find that the cakes made by Siejun, the number of layers of the annual rings. It seems to be more than a Kikokubo peach. With the eyesight of the three of them, they can judge the number of layers without much observation. 36 floors. 4 layers more than Akane Kubo Momo. But no. The other party is a pure handmade bonkachin. Akane Kubo Momo understood the difficulty. She knew very well that it would be difficult to reach this level without the help of a machine. And Siejun, with only one hand, completed this extraordinary skill. For a time, she looked at each other with a little more solemnity. Compared with skill alone, she has already lost. Only. Cooking, in the end, depends on the taste. After the three of Kobayashi Renton were shocked. Looking at Siejun's eyes, there is a little more admiration. This is an admiration for his superb skills. Then, they started tasting Siejun's bonkachin. With just one bite, the expressions of the three of them changed. Akakubo Momo's face froze even more. As Tatsuki Academy, the top pastry chef, her knowledge of desserts can be said to be the pinnacle. Any dessert, just one bite. She can instantly judge the strengths and weaknesses of it. Dessert made by Siejun. Impeccable perfection. Even if she racked her brains, she couldn't pick out a single fault. This dessert has no fishy smell. Eggs, orange juice, cream, spices. All the ingredients come together to create an unbelievably wonderful flavor. Akane Kubo Tao also had to admit. Siejun's cuisine is on par with his own in terms of taste. But the senses of cooking are completely different. If you talk about your own desserts, you can remind diners of their childhood. Then Siejun's cake is about the struggle of life and the final gain. Savor the sweets in your mouth. Akakubo Tao seemed to recall how old she was when she was struggling with a cooking steel bowl. It seems to have seen the past again, practicing hard day and night. It takes hard work to finally get where you are today. Inexplicably, Akane Kubo Tao looked at Siejun with a complicated look. It's hard to imagine that this guy with some two-personality has such a transparent view of life. Annual rings, year-round. Trees keep growing, and the rings in them keep increasing. Until the end, it can grow into a towering tree. Siejun's dessert, through the interpretation of life, perfectly interprets the meaning of annual rings. At this moment, Akane Kubo Momo was extremely curious. What kind of training has the other party experienced over the years? Only then can you perfectly integrate your own perception and the taste of the ingredients into a single dish. The feeling of Kobayashi Genshin is different from Akiko Kubo Momo. She tasted Siejun's heart for herself. She closed her eyes and was immersed in the deliciousness. It was as if he saw a young man sweating in the mountains. It seems to see the happy smile of the young man when he surfs the internet in the middle of the night. Turn out to be in front of this tall and handsome little boy. In those dull days. The happiest thing every day. Just chat with yourself online. Thinking of this, a tear welled up in her tightly closed eyes. The world's cooking does not lie, and all the thoughts are in it. Kobayashi Renton slowly opened his eyes with a bright smile on his face. Picturesque. P.S. The new book set sale, please collect it. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 014 Angry Erina. Senpai Jondon, why are you crying? When did Siejun, the otaku of two generations, encounter such a situation? Seeing tears welling up in Kobayashi Renton's eyes, he suddenly made a click in his heart. I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, did I use too much force? After all, girls are relatively shy, and sometimes they express their intentions, which can make people feel uncomfortable. Siejun was a little worried. It's okay, it's just that the cake you made is so delicious. Xiaolin Rentan smiled. She would not admit that she was moved. Sister Genshin likes it, I will make it for you every day from now on. Siejun scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. If you eat sweets every day, you're not afraid of me getting fat. Don't be afraid, Longdan Senpai looks good even if she gets fat. Humph. You are slick, and you say that you have never had a girlfriend. God is pitiful. I live in the mountains all the year round. Where can we find a girlfriend? Before a match was announced, it suddenly turned into a flirtatious dog abuse scene. Acid. It's so sour. Two poor single dogs, abused again and again. The two looked different, but they were surprisingly consistent, and they kept silent. At this moment, their mentality completely collapsed. It can be seen from their expressions below. Akane Kubo Momo, Omega. Ashitsukeza, surprised face. The two who were already full looked at each other and left the kitchen silently. In fact, at this moment, Akane Kubo Tao knew very well that she had lost. In his strongest field, he lost to Siejun. No, I'm just being careless, next time. I'll definitely beat you next time, little bear. When leaving, Akakubo Momo secretly glanced at Siejun, swearing in her heart. A long time. Only Siejun and Kobayashi Genshin reacted. In the empty kitchen, the atmosphere was slightly awkward. By the way, who won this competition? Siejun was a little confused and muttered. Does winning or losing matter? As long as the food is delicious. Xiaolin Renton smiled sweetly, she never paid much attention to the outcome of the competition. I scooped a spoonful of cake into my mouth again. So fragrant. When Siejun and Kobayashi Renchio ended their first date. In the deepest part of Tatsuki Academy, in the mansion of the Nakiri family. Nakiri Erina, who has long orange hair and high buttocks, has a noble temperament. At this time, he was looking at his grandfather with an angry face. The devil eater, Nakari Sentimon. A man standing at the top of the cooking world. A very good cook. He is also the current head coach of Tatsuki Academy. Grandpa, a transfer student just came in. Why did you recruit the Sia people into the academy? And it's still an exchange student that has never existed before. Nakari Aruna was very angry at this time. She couldn't figure it out, even if Siaguo was known as the number one in the cooking world. That's not true. Anyone who comes here can be specially recruited into Tatsuki Academy, right? And there is no need for any assessment, and you can enter directly. This is something that has never happened since the establishment of Tatsuki Gakuen. Is it because the other party is from the Sia kingdom? Aruna couldn't believe that this man from the Sia country named Siejun really had superhuman abilities. Nakari Sentimon is a sturdy old man with a sturdy face that doesn't look old at all. In front of outsiders, he is a very serious person. But facing his granddaughter, he couldn't bear that face. But about Siejun's life experience, he is really hard to say. After all, the old man of the reconciliation family has already reached a certain agreement, and he cannot break his promise. In fact, Sentimon is already happy now. With a few untalented students, you can exchange for such extraordinary talents as Siejun. Moreover, he is also the only descendant of one of the three families of Siakuyu. He feels like he's making a profit. The family of God of Cooking is in the Sia Kingdom and has dominated the entire Sia Kingdom cooking world for hundreds of years. In the eyes of Neon people, this is the proper Usangia. The background is very prominent. Sentimon even felt that this was the wisest decision he had made since he became Tatsuki's commander-in-chief. It's a pity that all this can't be shared with others, and he is a little lost. When Aruna saw her grandfather, she looked like she was wandering. The resentment in my heart was rising. Grandfather? Aruna's pretty face flushed red. That's PD. Okay, people have already moved into the academy, so we can't drive them away, right? It's not going to affect us well. Co-author, you are old, do you know that the influence is not good? What are you doing so early? This is the biggest impact on the academy. Aruna became more and more angry, her little head turned to one side, and she didn't want to deal with Sentimon anymore. So, what do you say? Sentimon was a little helpless. He hated his granddaughter the most. After all, this girl never had a happy childhood. If she hadn't discovered it earlier, this girl would have been raised by her BD father long ago. Aruna turned her head expressionlessly and said coldly, the assessment. He must pass the assessment before he can stay in Tatsuki. The tone of the orange-haired girl was sonorous and powerful, with incomparable determination. P.S. The new book set sail, the second update today, please collect it. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 015 Exclusive Special Exam. 3 days later, 7 in the morning. Ding. Successful sign-in, congratulations on getting the spice. Siejun, as usual, was woken up by the system's beep. It's hard to find time to sleep in, but unfortunately I still can't sleep. Siejun, who was used to getting up at 4 in the morning, was not angry. Sometimes he is more helpless. Siejun's check-in system, like a simple procedure, has no room for negotiation. Check in on time at 7 o'clock every morning, give out rewards, and don't communicate with his host at all. Look at the package of spices that suddenly appeared in his hand. Siejun knew that this was another useless thing. A tantalizing spice? Just hearing the name can imagine, it is definitely not serious seasoning. Master, come on. Seeing Siejun having breakfast, Maria tidied up Siejun's school uniform collar and encouraged with a smile. Dressed neatly under the service of the maid sister, Siejun did not bring any kitchen utensils except spices when he left the residence. It's just a short notice exam, and it's not worth his use of kitchen utensils. Siejun walked towards the exam venue. I have to say, Tatsuki is a really rich school. Each teaching building is widely spaced, as if the land in Neon Country is worthless. Moreover, there are many teaching buildings here. Siejun is a little worried that the students here will get lost. District 1, Building D Teaching Building. The first year of the higher ministry, the freshman assessment area. It's been a month since the first year freshman entrance examination. At this time, you still have to arrange a separate assessment. What's the background of the other party? It can make the school make an exception again? Didn't a transfer student enter the school some time ago? Who knows? I heard that he is from the Xia country? It's really strange, doesn't the Xia country have a cooking school? Look, Miss Erina is here, it seems that she is the chief examiner this time. Hiss. The students who were discussing in the corridor instantly became silent. They seemed to recall the horror of the last exam question. That assessment was really bloody, and countless people were defeated. In the corridor, a girl walked slowly. Long orange hair, outstanding face, perfect and even body proportions. With her hands behind her back, her head held high, her proud posture was unmistakable. Nakiri Erina. The 10th seat of the Elite 10 of Tatsuki Gakuen. He was also the only one in the first grade to enter the Senate. She is also the granddaughter of Nakiri Sentimon, the commander-in-chief of Tatsuki. In the Neon Country, she was already very famous at a young age. I heard that this exclusive assessment was arranged by her. Thinking of this, the students in the corridor raised a trace of sympathy for the coming Xia people. In the hands of Miss Erina, she wants to pass this assessment. Difficult. More difficult. Everyone could see that Miss Erina was obviously in a bad mood at this time. At the same time, it also means that the freshmen who participated in the assessment will suffer. Miss Erina, the information about that new student. Behind him, a red-haired girl with medium and long hair hurried over and handed Erina a document. The latter took it in his hand, glanced casually, and sneered. Except for the name, age, and nationality, the rest is blank. What kind of information is this? Erina, who walked into the assessment area, threw the documents aside, looking a little unhappy. Although he knew for a long time, his grandfather opened the back door for the Syakuoxin. But she never thought that the origin and identity of the other party was not written in the information at all. In addition to being annoyed, she had a little doubt about the origin of Siejun. Surname Xie? Could it be from the three families of Xyakuyu? As soon as the idea came to her mind, Erina pushed it aside. As a rising star in the cooking world, although she has never been to the Xia kingdom, she has heard of the name of Yusanjia. That kind of world-class cooking family, it is impossible for their children to enter a folk school. Because the inheritance of hundreds of years is enough to teach anyone. Suddenly, there was another commotion in the hallway. Erina, who was in a bad mood, frowned slightly, looking a little irritable. She has always looked down on these mediocre students. Instead of thinking about cooking well all day, they like to join in the fun. Just like this exclusive assessment, the first-year students who heard the wind came to join in the fun as long as there was no class. Oh my god, why is Rinden-senpai here? Didn't she go out to study? When did she come back? It's been a few days since I came back. 2 days ago, I saw her with Akikokubo-senpai and SI-senpai. I really didn't expect that Longden-senpai, who has always seen the head of the dragon but not the tail, would come to watch this assessment. I suddenly became a little curious about the incoming freshmen. The students in the corridor began to discuss again. The appearance of the second seat of Elite 10 was even more sensational than Erina. After all, the latter is only ranked 10th. and Kobayashi Genshin. This senior, who is about to graduate in half a year, is the top existence in Tatsuki. Second only to the first seat, Eshitsukeza. Most of the freshmen have only seen each other's photos in the school food column, and have never seen the deity at all. It is conceivable that as soon as Xiaolin Renton appeared, there was an instant commotion. Xiaolin Renton, who had a faint smile on his face, ignored the group of freshmen. Instead, he quietly leaned against the entrance of the examination room, as if waiting for something. Erina was slightly surprised. The arrival of Xiaolin Genshin was completely beyond her expectations. She didn't know each other deeply, so naturally she couldn't guess the other party's intention. Finally, in the eyes of everyone eagerly awaiting, the tall Xiejun stepped forward. P.S. The new book set sale, the third update today, please collect it. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 016 Erina's Trouble. My god, is this guy really a freshman? With this physique, do people from the Xia country grow so tall? Love, such a handsome boy, my sister really likes it. By the way, why do I suddenly feel that this freshman is a little familiar? I'm going, isn't this the person who was with Rinden senpai and the others a few days ago? Dare Ching, he is the new student this time. After the first grader's narration, everyone knew. It turned out that this freshman who was about to enter Tatsuki Academy actually knew 3 of the Elite 10. Taking a peek, Xiaolin Renton leaned against the door of the classroom. They now fully understand that Renton senpai is definitely here for this freshman. This is incredible. They heard that even many seniors are not qualified to talk to Elite 10. And the new student who came slowly in front of him, to be able to meet them. As the saying goes, things gather together, and people are divided into groups. Those who can stay with the Elite 10 must have their strength recognized by the other party. For a time, everyone's eyes on Xiejun changed. The schadenfreude in the eyes has decreased a lot. After all, people who can be valued by Elite 10 should pass Miss Erina's assessment, right? These people had no idea why Xiejun knew the 3 Elite 10s. Just because Kobayashi Renshin is his girlfriend. However, even if Xiejun announces the news now, it is estimated that no one will believe it. This kind of thing, for Tatsuki's students, perhaps even more absurd than guessing that Xiejun is a master. What are you kidding? That is Renton senpai, who is outstanding in appearance and terrifying strength. Such a strange woman, choose a freshman to be her boyfriend? It's impossible to think with your toes. Xiejun didn't care what the first-year students were talking about. When he walked to the door, Xiaolin Renton gave him a sweet smile. Come on. Well, wait for me. It's just an exam, and it will end soon. Seeing his girlfriend cheering for him, Xiejun laughed confidently. He didn't know the words, which completely angered Erina. The eldest lady was full of anger herself, and she was a little impatient to wait. Now that he heard that the other party hadn't entered the door, he started to make a big statement, and a nameless fire came out. This classmate, it seems that you think that you can easily pass my assessment. Erina stood up, her slender figure unobstructed. It's just her domineering tone that makes people uncomfortable. Xiejun looked strangely at the beautiful girl in front of him. I don't know where I offended the other party. Obviously it was only the first time we met. Of course he recognized the proud lady. Well, Nakiri Erina, the most famous tsundere in the halberd. But so what? Who do you show a stinky face when you come up? Who owes you 1.8 million? Xiejun, who is thinking about Xiaolin Renton, will not restrain her temper just because Erina is good looking. We have girlfriends. Xiejun was a little proud in his heart. As a child of the Solution family, he seems to have inherited the domineering handed down from generation to generation in his bones. Don't look at the provocation he faced before Akabo Momo, but he behaved quite politely. That's entirely because the other party is his girlfriend's best friend. For other people, Seojun is not a good-natured master. So, you originally planned to make things difficult for me. Seojun is not stupid. I, who could have been admitted directly, suddenly received an assessment notice, which was obviously abnormal. Now it seems that it is very likely that Erina is in the middle. In line with the plan that more things are worse than less things, Seojun originally just came over for a cut scene. Anyway, no matter what exam questions the other party asks, he will definitely pass. However, the attitude of this Miss Tsundere in front of him really made him very uncomfortable. So what? A guy like you who walks the back door doesn't deserve to enter Tatsuki. The anger that had been suppressed in the bottom of my heart for several days in a row all burst out at this moment. Erina gave a cold face and scolded Seojun unceremoniously. With all her heart on growing Tatsuki, she has never been able to put sand in her eyes. Not to mention someone like Seojun who wants to go through the back door. It has to be said that sometimes the people of Tsundere have some strange brain circuits. She has always been arrogant and never even thought about why Nakiri Sentimon would make such a decision. I heard that you guys always rely on cooking to talk. Whether I am qualified to enter Tatsuki, cooking can give the answer. With a confident face, Seojun looked down at the Tsundere girl in front of him and chuckled. Humph, no matter what kind of food you cook, as long as it doesn't satisfy me, then please leave Tatsuki immediately. Tsundere's Erina folded her arms around her chest, her face was extremely pale at this moment. P.S. The new book set sale, the 4th update today, please collect it. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 017 Boiled Cabbage. That's it? What about the cooking show? Outside the exam. Looking at the examination room, the tit-for-tat examiners and candidates. The students outside the classroom looked at each other. Xiaolin Renton was still leaning against the door with a smile, watching the scene with great interest. Erina was angry at this point. She is only 1.62 meters tall, and facing Seojun, who is over 1.8 meters tall, she can only look at him by raising her head. This made her, who had always been arrogant, feel very uncomfortable. Especially the condescending arrogance of the other party made her feel extremely embarrassed. Since you are so confident, make a dish with cabbage and show it to me. Erina put her arms around her chest, a sly look in her eyes. Xiaolin Renton, who was standing at the door, was slightly taken aback, and a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. This Nakiri Erina is obviously making things difficult for people. Using cabbage as the test question is something that has never happened in previous entrance examinations. What? Cooking with only cabbage? Miss Erina, how did you come up with such a simple civilian dish? Obviously, you don't plan to let this freshman pass. With the habit of the eldest lady, even if a freshman makes cabbage flowers, she will probably not care about it. It's a pity, the freshmen who know Elite 10 can't even pass the entrance examination. The freshmen who were watching in the corridor all sighed with emotion. In their view, Seojun's failure in the entrance examination is a sure thing. After all, the simpler the ingredients, the harder it is to make delicious dishes. What's more, Erina's exam questions are still bland and tasteless Yuxia cabbage. Hee, civilian cooking? It seems that you ignorant guys have never heard of the famous dish boiled cabbage. Seojun looked around, still with a faint smile on his face. Boiled cabbage? What is it? Boiled cabbage? Is that stuff edible? Other first-year freshmen have not heard of boiling water cabbage. Erina heard something. I heard that it is siaguo, a famous dish at the state banquet. It is also one of the top 10 classic Sichuan dishes. But Erina doesn't quite understand the specific method. Could this guy still have that rumored dish? Looking at the confident Seojun. thinking that the other party is from that magical country. Erina's heart felt uneasy for no apparent reason. She really held the idea that she didn't want the other party to pass the assessment. After all, cabbage is really difficult to make delicious dishes. Especially for Erina, who has the tongue of God. It's really hard to impress her if it's not top-notch delicacy. She even decided in secret. If Sejun cooks the dishes, the appearance and the aroma cannot satisfy him. She can't even taste it. Sejun starts picking cabbage. In fact, it is mainly cabbage. Boiled cabbage, boiled the innermost pieces of cabbage. In fact, the most critical part of this famous dish is not the cabbage. Just listening to the name of the dish, many people subconsciously think that the boiling water in it is boiled water. Actually not. The boiling water here actually refers to clear soup. To clear chicken soup. This soup uses ingredients such as old hen, ham hoof, pork ribs, and scallops, and boils it for more than 4 hours until the meat is simmered. Of course, it's definitely not possible to give Sejun 4 hours as he is currently under assessment. But he naturally has a solution. Looking back at Kobayashi Renton, Sejun still had a confident smile on his face. He decided to borrow his girlfriend's secret recipe. Chatted with Kobayashi Genshin for 3 years on the internet. He also learned a lot of strange ingredients from the other party. For example, formic acid. Formic acid is actually formic acid. A long time ago, scientists obtained this acid by distilling ants, which is highly corrosive. For living things, formic acid is highly poisonous, and a slightly heavier amount can cause death. For cooking, only Kobayashi Renton, a chef who cherishes ingredients, dares to do so. Fortunately, I also brought a spice box today. It's Sejun's habit to carry his own spice with him. Remove a glassware from the spice box. Sejun poured a little of the formic acid into the boiling water. This is formic acid extracted from growing ants. This thing can effectively decompose ingredients, so as to achieve a similar effect of ripening. As long as formic acid is combined with almonds and other ingredients, Sejun is sure to shorten the cooking time to half an hour. Seeing the glassware that the other party took out, Kobayashi Renton was thoughtful, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After doing all this, Sejun found a random stool to sit down and began to close his eyes and rest. This scene shocked Erina again. She never thought that in the face of such a serious matter as the entrance examination, the other party was still in the mood to rest. Of those freshmen who participated in the assessment in the past, which one was not trembling and walking on thin ice? The guy in front of him was so good, with his eyes closed, he almost fell asleep. I don't know if the other party is too confident or arrogant. The more Erina thought about it, the more angry she became. Her pretty face was as cold as frost. Behind her, Arado Hisako looked at Sejun, who seemed to be asleep, also speechless. She had never seen someone so calm in the freshman assessment. I'm going. Is this guy asleep? What do you mean? Just put the ingredients in the pot and cook them. That's it? This cooking method, even if you change the pig. The person standing at the door began to complain frantically. They came to watch the entrance examination for freshmen. What about knives? What about the cooking show? What about the thrilling production process? No. Nothing at all. They only saw that Sejun cleaned the cabbage. Put the chicken and other ingredients into the pot and simmer. And then it's over? That's it? Anyone can do it, even better than Sejun. P.S. Add more. 1. Please collect flowers. Evaluate. The author Fungus is the first time to write about Chiji fans. How was it written? Can you please everyone? The author is also unclear. If there are any shortcomings in the plot, I also hope that you guys will take more care and leave a message in the comment area. Asterisk. Chapter 018 In this world, is there any spice that the eldest miss has never tasted? But half an hour passed. No matter how these people complained, no one left. They were all curious. What kind of food will Siejun serve? Even if the other party's cooking process is too simple. After all, this assessment is Miss Erina's chief examination, and the second seat of Elite 10 is paying attention. Such scenes are rare. Siejun, who had been counting the time silently in her heart, opened her eyes. Standing up, he directly lifted the lid of the pot where the clear soup was being simmered. Moment. A strong fragrance overflows. The first-year students standing in the corridor swallowed their throats involuntarily. It's only been boiled for half an hour, right? How can it be so delicious? What on earth did he put in the pot? It's amazing, no wonder he was so calm during the assessment. Everyone is learning to cook. Through the color and aroma, you can simply judge the cooking level of a person. The moment when Siejun lifted the lid of the pot. These people have already understood that the other party was definitely not messing around before. It's just that they can't figure it out. How exactly did the other party cook such a fragrant chicken soup? Smelling its fragrance, it is obvious that the essence of the chicken has been completely boiled out. But in half an hour, how could it be possible to simmer the chicken? They don't understand. Kobayashi Renton's eyes narrowed, and she had roughly guessed what Siejun was doing. But he couldn't guess what spices the other party put in the soup. Simply cooking chicken will never achieve this effect. This point, Kobayashi Genshin is very sure. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but move her index finger, wanting to taste Siejun's dishes. For the first time, a surprised expression appeared on Erina's face. She has tasted all kinds of food since she was a child, and she has never smelled such a special soup. She suddenly felt that she seemed to underestimate the Xia people. However, the other party's cooking has not been finished yet, so she will not make judgments easily. The clear soup is done, and the rest is easy. After all, the most important thing about boiling water cabbage is this clear soup. When Siejun brought this dish to Erina, a look of shock appeared in the latter's beautiful eyes, and his face became solemn. In front of this bowl of boiling water cabbage, the clear soup is crystal clear and fragrant. A few pieces of cabbage heart sank quietly at the bottom of the bowl. It seems plain, but it gives a feeling of being extraordinary. The tangy aroma constantly stimulated Erina's sense of smell. She had an appetite for no apparent reason. Erina, who has always looked down on civilian cuisine, has to admit it. Siejun's cooking, in the ordinary, gives people a fatal attraction. The students at the door saw this dish with no bright spots. But no one showed sarcasm. Those who can enter Totsuki Academy are not fools. From the aroma of the other party's soup base alone, one can imagine the extraordinariness of this boiled cabbage. Erina finally couldn't help it, and picked up the bowl of soup in front of her. Take a sip. She instantly froze in place. What kind of taste is this? The flavors of chicken, hoof, cabbage, almonds, olives, and more come together, intertwined into an indescribable taste. At this moment, Erina is like being in a mountain stream. The cool stream water brushed every inch of his delicate skin. It's like taking a sip of an ice-cold drink on a hot summer day. A different kind of refreshing feeling arises spontaneously from the bottom of my heart. Chicken and hoof are completely stewed, and all the essence is blended in the clear soup. However, it's not like it was stewed in a fire. How did he do it? There is a faint sour taste in it. Is it because of this? It should be formic acid, right? This kind of curious method is really familiar. The decomposition solution in formic acid can indeed speed up the cooking of meat. It's a cool and refreshing mood. The combination of cabbage and chicken can actually produce such an effect. Erina closed her eyes tightly, savoring it. But then, she frowned slightly, seemingly annoyed. It's really damn it, most of the ingredients have been tasted, but there is still a taste, but why can't you think of it? While thinking hard, Erina didn't even think about it. She was speaking to herself, and everyone could hear her clearly. What? And a spice that Miss Erina can't even taste. Hisako shuddered, and his eyes revealed disbelief. She has been by Erina's side since she was a child, but she clearly knows how powerful the other party's god tongue is. Like a gift from the god of food, Erina has the tongue of God. No matter what ingredients you taste, the taste will be magnified geometrically. In this way, any dish, with its ingredients and spices, will never escape Erina's tongue. But now, Miss Erina, she can't even taste what kind of spices the other party put? Is it a spice that Miss has never tasted? As soon as this thought came up, Hisako cut it off. In this world, there is absolutely no ingredient that the eldest Miss has not tasted. After all, Erina has been learning to taste ingredients from all over the world from a very young age. P.S. Add more, too, please collect. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 019 The Tantalizing Spice. No. There's a spice in this dish that Miss Erina didn't taste. Since the eldest lady has admitted it herself, it's right to think. Is there anything in the world that the tongue of God cannot taste? This. The first-year students standing at the door all stopped talking. The freshmen who came to participate in the assessment today. Give them too much shock. Not to mention Siejun's tall and sturdy figure. Just as soon as you enter the examination room, you will face off against the examiner. It has made these melon eaters hooked. These people come here without class. What is the picture? Of course it's fun. Not to mention, Siejun faced Erina's difficulties. A very ordinary dish. But it subverted their cognition time and time again. The first is a clear soup with a very strong aroma. Now there is even a spice that Miss Erina can't even taste. All of these. It made this group of first-year students feel a little incredible. Even watching Siejun's cooking process. Most people are still at a loss, and the whole process is stunned. Although I don't understand it. But everyone felt a sense of incomprehension in their hearts. All in all, it feels like the other party is very powerful. As expected of a man that my sister likes. Xiaolin Renton continued to lean against the door with a faint smile on his face. In fact, hearing Erina's mumbling blurted out, she was also a little itchy. As a top foodie, she can't wait to rush into the exam room and try Siejun's boiled cabbage. But this is clearly not legal. It's impossible for Kobayashi Renton to spoil his boyfriend's exam. So. Siejun, there is another spice, what is it? Erina's expression is a little complicated now. When asking, he deliberately turned his eyes away, as if embarrassed to look at Siejun. Anyone who knows her knows that this Miss Tsundere has approved Siejun's cooking. However, with Erina's character, it is absolutely impossible to admit it personally. There was a faint smile on Siejun's face, but his heart blossomed with joy. Even silently counting, the time when the spice comes into play. Of course he wouldn't tell Erina the name of the spice. Because it's really hard to tell. This spice, the name is very serious. Fascinating spice? Listen, can this be serious stuff? Siejun is a little cautious. Erina's deliberately making things difficult. Let him be a little angry. Naturally want to teach each other a little. The system rewards that happen to be signed in this morning can come in handy. So when making boiling water cabbage, he secretly put a little in the dish. Don't dare to put more. Really only a little bit. After all, he had never used it. Afraid of accidentally losing control of the scene. Tantalizing spice. As the name suggests, it is a spice that can make people who have eaten it coquettish. Very outrageous stuff. However, Siejun has long been used to it. His check-in system often opens such things. It's almost time. Faced with Erina's question, Sejun didn't answer the question. What time is it? Erina felt a little baffled. The next moment, her expression became odd. So, you. Hurry up and tell me, okay. A delicate voice suddenly sounded in the examination room. Hisako and Kobayashi Genshin are the closest. After hearing this voice, the expressions on their faces became very strange. They even wondered if they had heard it wrong? Or hallucinations? Did I work too late yesterday and still haven't woken up yet? Hisako looked strangely at the young lady standing in front of him. If she doesn't have hallucinations. The owner of the delicate voice just now seemed to be her eldest lady. But how is this possible? The always strong Miss Erina. Once upon a time, she has made such a small woman's appearance. That delicate voice was about to melt people's hearts. It's exactly the same look that I only have when I act like a spoiled lover. Kobayashi Genshin is facing Erina. She could clearly see the change in the expression on the other's face. Erina with a pretty blushing face, that shy look. It's very much like the vixen who seduce other people's boyfriends in shoujo manga. This girl, is it the man who wants to hang the old lady? Kobayashi Genshin is a little unsure. She and Erina can only be regarded as colleagues. At most, the two have dealt with each other during the council meeting. In private, they don't have a deep friendship, so naturally they don't know each other. After all, the third grade and the first grade faced completely different things. Kobayashi Genshin, who is about to graduate? There are only councils, or important school events. She will return to Tatsuki. At other times, she basically travels abroad for training. This time, if not to come back and meet Sejun. She is now mostly in the Amazon forest, ready to catch anacondas. Genshin senpai, she is so sturdy. P.S. Add more, 3, please collect. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 020 Erina who fled. What's the matter with this soft tone? Pinch me now, isn't this a dream? Hey, it hurts. Why are you pinching me? Isn't it your own request? Is this still the always strong Miss Erina? A freshman standing in the doorway. All were stunned, looking at Erina with a shy face. The well-known Queen Tatsuki, showing the attitude of such a small woman. Geez, this scene is rare. Suddenly, the first-year students onlookers all stepped back 1 meter. Because Xiaolin Renton, who was leaning against the door, had already straightened up. The calm expression on his face gradually changed. These onlookers did not know why they were backing away. I always feel that the atmosphere of the scene is a little subtle. If you don't stay far away, it is very likely that the pond fish will be affected. In many cases, the chef's intuition is always accurate. Kobayashi Renton, who has just started dating. An inexplicable sense of crisis rose in my heart. She knows the charm of her boyfriend. Joke. The man who can attract her Rindo senpai. Can there be no charm? She guessed to herself. Mostly Sejun's cooking, conquering the arrogant Erina. The latter suddenly had a non-discriminatory thought about him. Isn't this kind of thing often seen in comics? At the beginning, the female supporting role does not look down on the male protagonist, and then the male protagonist shows his hand at will. After the female partner was shocked, she fell in love at first sight. Lo and behold. Is Erina's appearance now similar to this plot? Xiaolin Renton, who has no experience in love, began to make up his own mind. The smile on her face had completely disappeared. Squinting slightly, he stared at Sejun's back. No one thought of it? Caused this phenomenon. Exactly what Sejun cooks. The spices produced by the system are always beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Hear Erina's sudden change in tone. Sejun shuddered subconsciously. It always feels like something bad is going to happen. This is not. With his 5 sensitive senses, he instantly felt like a thorn in his back. He knew that an extremely sharp gaze was staring at him. Sejun, please be sure to tell me. Erina seemed oblivious to everything around her. In fact, she also knew that there was something wrong with her current tone. However, she couldn't tell what was wrong. Without even realizing it, his tone has changed dramatically. Sejun's cooking seems to have an indescribable magic. It made her eager to know the origin of that unknown spice. Sejun subconsciously took a few steps back. He also never experienced love. Instinctively aware of a scrutiny look. Not good. It seems to have gone a little too far. Rindo-senpai was still watching from the door. In fact, Sejun didn't even think about it. The spice produced by the system has such a good effect. It can even forcefully reverse a person's character. Look at the current Erina, there is no trace of the tsundera's strong woman. Just like a shy little girl who wants candy. Da-da-da. A footstep sounded behind him. Kobayashi Renton, who deliberately stepped up his steps, came to Sejun's side. It is natural to stretch out a hand and take the other's arm. It looked like he was proclaiming his sovereignty. Sister Erina, it's not good to keep asking Sejun like this. Don't you know that every chef has his own secret recipe? Kobayashi Renton was next to Sejun intimately, with a smile on his face again. However, Sejun always felt that this smile seemed to be full of meaning. However, it was the first time to have close contact with Kobayashi Genshin. Sejun couldn't be more happy. As for other issues, they were naturally left behind by him. Erina heard what Kobayashi Genshin said. When he came back to his senses in an instant, he found himself a little abrupt. Every chef has his own secret. Some secret recipes are even more secret, so how can it be easily told to others? But Erina, who was fully awake, began to have clear memories. As if recalling something terrible. A pretty face instantly turned pale. What did I just do? Why should I be coquettish to this freshman? Isn't it an unknown spice? As for, it's over, everyone has seen it, I have no face to meet anyone. Erina's face turned blue and red. Now, she can't wait to find a seam to get in. She didn't doubt that there was something wrong with Sejun's spices. After all, sometimes the things produced by the system are too mysterious. It is impossible for ordinary people to think of this aspect at all. Erina thinks that she was so gaffed because she wanted so much to know the origin of that spice. But as long as she thought of her tone just now, Erina wanted to get out of here quickly. It's really embarrassing. Then, assessor, what is the result of my assessment? Sejun let Xiaolin Renton hold his arm. He wasn't in the mood for Erina's troubles. He just wants to end this boring assessment as soon as possible. With this spare time. How can I have a happy date with Genshin Senpai? Cough cough. Congratulations, Sejun, you are qualified. At this moment, Erina couldn't say anything against her heart. Although, she really wanted to kick this man who made her embarrassing out of the school. But so many people present saw that they lost their temper because of the other party's cooking. If she did something unfair at this time, it would be a heavy blow to her reputation. After it was announced that Sejun passed the entrance examination, Erina walked out of the freshman assessment area with her long legs. It looked like he was running for his life. This moment, Erina, who was in a very bad mood, didn't want to stay here for a second at all. P.S. Today's first update, please collect flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 021 Associating with Sister Genshin? Want to be so stupid? This passed the test? Miss Erina only tasted a mouthful of soup, right? It's normal for the Siejun to be able to make the eldest miss so rude. It seems that there is another fierce man in our school. The boys in the corridor began to sigh with emotion. However, the expressions of the girls were a little strange. They kept looking at Kobayashi Renton, who was holding Siejun's arm. That natural and generous action made them think. By the way, isn't your focus a bit strange? Senpai Renton, you seem to be very close to this freshman. Yes, just now I heard Renton Senpai call him Jejun. Isn't the new student called Siejun? Please, June and June, the pronunciation is completely different, okay. In that case, the two of them. Hiss. The boys realized later, and suddenly discovered that this freshman named Siejun. Not only is the cooking amazing, but it seems that she is more powerful in picking up girls. That's Rindo Senpai. Tatsuki Elite 10, in second place. According to rumors, there is a super existence that can tear crocodiles by hand. In the entire Tatsuki Gakuen, there are people standing at the top. But now, the other party seems to be dating this freshman? This Siejun, do you want to be so awesome? Everyone at the door looked at Siejun and their eyes changed. To be honest, they didn't understand much about the cooking the other party had just done. Therefore, it is not easy to make an intuitive evaluation of Siejun's cooking level. However, to be able to soak in the rumored Genshin Senpai, this is very against the sky. Xiaolin Genshin is not only beautiful, but his cooking skills are at its peak. I don't know how many male classmates regard her as the goddess in their dreams, and they don't even dare to watch from a distance. They really couldn't figure out how Siejun, a native of Xia, had caught up with him. You must know that these first-year students don't even have the courage to talk to each other. Even if I am fortunate enough to meet this rumored goddess. It is estimated that he was also trembling and shocked, unable to say a word. But the new student in front of him is good. Look at Renton Senpai now, little bird Yiren leaning against each other, there is still a little bit of the rumored appearance. Of course, even if this group of freshmen were given 10 courage, they would not dare to ask Xiaolin Renton for confirmation. Everyone can only guess in their hearts. Siejun looked at the bowl of boiling water cabbage in front of him. I feel that this assessment is a bit anticlimactic. Erina didn't even eat the cabbage in the bowl. I passed the test myself. This made him have to feel the power of the system's products. At the same time, I warned myself that in the future, it is better to use less of those inconspicuous things. Kobayashi Genshin's eyes fell on the pot where Siejun was making soup. She wanted to try the clear soup. Siejun smiled, knowing that little greedy cat's mouth addiction had developed. As a top foodie, it is difficult for Xiaolin Genshin to resist the temptation of delicious food. Siejun took a sip of Erina and poured out the bowl of adding soup. He didn't want anyone to find out the truth. At this time, Xiaolin Renton had already filled a bowl of soup with a smile and began to taste it carefully. Smelly Jejun, you are plagiarizing your sister's recipe openly. In just one bite, Kobayashi Genshin tasted the taste of formic acid. Who are we with whom? Siejun joked with a smile. The meaning is obvious, you and I do not distinguish each other. Xiaolin Genshin gave Siejun a blank look, obviously not caring about the other party's slurs. A long time. Xiaolin Renton frowned slightly, and said suspiciously, but, it doesn't feel right? Although the clear soup you made is fine, but it won't make Erina lose her temper, right? Siejun made a click in his heart. He dared not tell the other party that he had added ingredients to the finished product. Although just a small prank. But if Rindo Senpai knew about it? Most likely he will be hacked to death, right? What kind of spices did you put in that bowl of boiled cabbage? Xiaolin Genshin is very curious. From the clear soup alone, she can't taste much special taste. It's just a little mixed spice. People who haven't tasted it usually can't taste it. Siejun is not aimless. In fact, there is such a thing in his spice box. These are the rewards for system sign-in over the years. Kobayashi Genshin didn't bother much in this regard. The two chatted online for 3 years, and she knew very well the magic of this little boyfriend. The other party can always come up with some novel and weird recipes. After tasting the clear soup cooked by Siejun, Xiaolin Renton ignored the first-year students who were still surrounding the door and dragged Siejun Shishiren away. Kobayashi Renton, who has a bold personality, doesn't care what these people say. In fact, she also had the idea of declaring sovereignty in her heart. Erina's performance just now gave her a wake-up call. In Tatsuki Gakuen, there are a lot of young, beautiful, and coquettish things. Plus Siejun itself is excellent. She didn't want to go out to study and come back, and her little boyfriend was snatched away. Asterisk. Chapter 022 There are maids in Siejun's dormitory? I'm so mad at me, that damned exchange student, how dare you make Miss Ben so rude? Nakari's mansion, in a spacious room. Erina's head rested on the pillow, her voice full of anger. Even if he couldn't see the other's face, Hisako knew that the eldest lady was really angry this time. At the same time, she was also very curious about the magic of Siejun's bowl of boiling water cabbage. It can make Miss Erina become so strange. That's right. From Hisako's point of view, today's eldest lady is like a different person. Is it? The ultimate cooking can also change a person's character? Hisako couldn't figure it out. Miss Erina, you're just a freshman, don't be angry. After hesitating for a while, Hisako felt that he should comfort the other party. After all, Erina is not only her boss, but her best friend. The two grew up together as sisters. Seeing that the other party was unhappy, she felt uncomfortable. Hisako, go back first and leave me alone for a while. Just thinking about the ugliness in the exam room made Erina feel like she couldn't see anyone. That shameful appearance, is it really you? Now, as soon as Erina closes her eyes, that memory comes to her mind. What a shame. Wait until Hisako leaves? Erina propped herself up, her chest heaving up and down. You can imagine how angry she is now. Siejun, right. Miss, I remember you. Don't think that by entering Tatsuki, you can sit back and relax. This lady swears to God that I will drive you out of the academy. Erina muttered to herself, her face as cold as frost. Ji-jun, is this the dormitory you're talking about? Xiaolin Renton pointed to the 18-story building in front of him and asked with a confused expression. Just now, she heard the other person admit that the whole building was Siejun's dormitory. Although I know the other party is rich. But Kobayashi Genshin never thought of it? The influence of the other party's family has reached this point. This is Tatsuki Academy, the highest cooking school in Neon Country. Here, many things cannot be done with money alone. She knows. There was once a rich man who offered 1 billion yuan to let his children study at Tatsuki, but was rejected by the commander-in-chief. The reason is simple, Tatsuki Gakuen does not need untalented cooks. But now, in Tatsuki Gakuen, build a building for one person alone. Kobayashi Genshin had never heard of such a thing. Listen to my mother, it was only built half a year ago. I don't know the specifics. Siejun is really not very clear. Before he came to Neon Country, he also received a call from his mother. After coming here, just check in. In fact, he didn't expect his mother to actually build a building in Tatsuki. Siejun's mother in this life has the blood of Neon and Alan, and is also very famous in the business circle of Neon. It seems that he has a long-term cooperative relationship with Tatsuki Academy. Siejun also did not know the specific situation. Who let him be trapped in the mountains since he was a child? Of course, he had no intention of showing off in front of his girlfriend. I just wanted to let Kobayashi Renton know where he lived. Fortunately, Kobayashi Genshin is not that kind of material girl. Even knowing that Seijun is rich, she was only slightly surprised. What she values more is Seijun's character and talent. For Kobayashi Genshin, who has always been specializing in cooking and gourmet food, a cooking partner who can speak freely with oneself is more important than anything else. In particular, the cakes made by the other party are all in love with their own shape. Thought here. A sweet smile appeared on Xiaolin Genshin's face. But when she followed Seijun upstairs, the good mood disappeared instantly. Master, welcome home. Wearing a well-made maid outfit, when Maria saw Seijun entering the door, she bent down slightly and showed a professional smile. Kobayashi Renton looked at the girl with long brown hair and reddish-brown eyes in front of him. His expression became weird. She really didn't expect that Seijun, who came to study in Neon Country, actually brought a maid with him. And the other party is so beautiful, like a big sister next door. In fact, Maria is only 17 years old this year, even a little younger than Xiaolin Renton. But the mature temperament on her body makes it difficult to guess her real age. When I thought of such a mature and beautiful maid, living under the same roof with her boyfriend day and night, Kobayashi Genshin's whole body was in a bad mood in an instant. Even with her carefree personality, it is inevitable that there will be a trace of grievances in her heart. No matter how sturdy she usually behaves, she is still a little girl after all. There was an unexplainable taste in my heart. Seijun didn't think so much. Maria was just a maid arranged by his grandfather. Mainly because I am worried that my baby grandson will not be able to take care of his own life after he goes down the mountain. Seijun, who has always been a straight man, has not yet realized the change in Xiaolin Renton's mentality. However, the mature and sophisticated Maria could see through at a glance the thoughts of her young master, the female companion. Maria, who has been self-reliant since she was very young, is naturally more transparent in terms of human relationships. This is Miss Xiaolin, whom the young master often mentions, right? The young master is in school, and I have to take care of you a lot. Maria said with a smile, extraordinarily generous and decent. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit the smiling person. Even if Xiaolin Genshin has some taste in his heart, it is not easy to show it. P.S. The third update today, please collect it. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 023 The Unconfident Tadakuro Megami. Kobayashi Genshin was a little unhappy, but he didn't show it. She didn't want Seijun to feel that she was too careful. Sister Genshin, you must be hungry after waiting so long outside the exam room. I'll go and make you something to eat. Seijun, completely unaware, walked into the kitchen alone and got busy. He lives on the 18th floor, which is apparently specially renovated. The kitchen alone is 40 or 50 square meters, just like a small cooking room. Kobayashi Genshin didn't follow up with the kitchen. She was talking to Maria in a low voice in the living room. In fact, Maria took the initiative to chat with her. She didn't want her young master's girlfriend to misunderstand. I have to say, Seijun, the maid, is really good at life. After a while, after simply frying a few side dishes, Seijun came out with the dishes. Xiaolin Genshin now has a general understanding of the living conditions of his boyfriend. When she knew that Maria had been living downstairs, the grudge in her heart dissipated a lot. At least the master and servant did not live under the same roof. She had nothing to ask. At this time, Xiaolin Genshin focused his attention on a few small dishes on the table. Although just a few simple home-cooked dishes. But it also made her a foodie who was addicted to it. With Seijun's current cooking skills, even the most common dishes are extremely delicious. Xiaolin Genshin felt that he would be blessed in the future. Maria held the bowl and looked at the happy little couple with a smile on her face. She feels that being Seijun's maid doesn't seem bad. At least the other party's cooking level is much better than his own. However, this made himself a bit embarrassed as a maid. Ask. The master cooks better than the maid, why is it swollen? Online urgent. Maria was lost in thought, feeling that it was time to hone her cooking skills too. After eating, Kobayashi Genshin didn't stay long. The two had just confirmed their relationship, and she was embarrassed to stay at Siejun's house for a long time. Girls, sometimes they are rather thin. Even the daring Kobayashi Genshin is no exception. Look, that guy is a freshman who just entered school, and he is suspected to be the boyfriend of Senpai Renton. Hey, I can't think that Rinden Senpai likes this type. But our chefs don't rely on looks. I heard that he completely conquered Miss Arena in yesterday's entrance examination. Ikuyi, this newcomer is so strong. Siejun was walking on the way to the classroom, and his tall stature was particularly eye-catching. But he didn't care about the strange eyes of the people around him. Just a bunch of single dogs. Siejun felt that they were just jealous of themselves. When he came to the door of the first grade classroom, the students in the classroom fell silent for a moment. They could hear the discussions outside the classroom just now. Unexpectedly, according to the rumors, the freshman suspected of Xiaolin Renton's boyfriend was actually in the same class as them. This time, many people don't know how to face the new classmate Siejun. After all, that was Kobayashi Renchio, the second seat of Elite 10. Just hearing the name can make people awe-inspiring. And she is also the goddess in the minds of many male students throughout Totsuki Academy. The new student in front of him is suspected to be the boyfriend of the other party. This makes people feel a little subtle. Envy. Envious. Suspect. This group of first-year students can't speak for themselves. I just feel that this new classmate may not be very easy to get along with. In fact, this is human nature. Suddenly, someone who had never heard of it picked up a flower from the academy, and everyone would have grudges in their hearts. Siejun stood blankly at the door of the classroom. To be honest, living in the mountains for many years made him forget how to get along with others. For a while he didn't know what to say now. Are you a freshman? What is Pestle doing at the door? A cold voice came from behind him, as if Emo had no emotion. Siejun looked back and saw a serious and old-fashioned foreign old man standing behind him. My God, the first class today is Mr. Roland Chappelle's class. Anyone who can't get a grade in his class will be judged as E. I heard that he gave a class 50 people in a class last year. The most stern lecturer in the school's history, a chef who can't laugh. As soon as Siejun walked into the classroom, he heard mourning around him. A chef who can't laugh? Sounds awesome. Although I have seen Shiji in my previous life, so many years have passed. Except for probably remembering the girls in it, Siejun has long forgotten about the plot. Naturally, he was not impressed by this serious lecturer. He walked to the back of the classroom on his own. Strangely, the back corner of the classroom. A petite girl was squatting there, constantly gesturing something on her hand and throwing it into her mouth. With blue hair, she has double ponytails and braids, looking a little dumb. Siejun has an impression of it, and it seems to be called Tadakuro Megami. Student, what are you doing here? Siejun asked curiously. In order not to make myself too nervous, if I get another E, I will be expelled from school. Tadakuro Megami subconsciously raised her head and replied. However, when she saw the questioner's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but froze in place. Tall stature, handsome and stylish face. Isn't this what everyone is going crazy about, Kobayashi Renton Senpai's boyfriend? Oh my God, why did this rumored big man suddenly come to talk to me? Tadakuro Megami suddenly panicked. In her opinion, the people who are related to the Elite 10 are amazing people. She was a little frightened, and was speechless. The timid appearance made Siejun speechless for a while. Do I look so scary? Siejun shook his head for a while. Then he asked, is it difficult to get in a grade? That's of course, lecturer Chappelle is notoriously strict. It's over, I will definitely be forcibly dropped out of school this time. Tadakuro Megami, who has been at the back of the class crane, is extremely unconfident. Thinking of his impending tragic fate. Her fear of Siejun was relieved a lot. P.S. Today's fourth update, please collect it. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 024 Siejun, this classmate, what are you going to do? Today's topic, beef stew in burgundy red wine, in a group of 2, for 2 hours. Chappelle, who was wearing a chef's uniform with a serious face, spoke slowly. Everyone began to quickly form a team. They didn't dare to delay even a little bit of time. As we all know, lecturer Roland Chappelle is notoriously strict. He looked at the group of students who were discussing forming a team in front of him. Siejun found that he and Tadakuro Megami seemed to be ignored. But he didn't care. Beef stew in burgundy red wine. He can do it alone. However, it doesn't seem right that you don't follow the lecturer's rules in the first class. Siejun didn't want to appear too maverick. His eyes fell on Tadakuro Megami, and he had an idea in an instant. This classmate, how about a group with me? Ah, me. Tadakuro Megami looked at the tall and handsome new classmate in front of him with a bewildered expression. Some can't believe their ears. Start with the instructor's proposal to form a team. No one came up to take care of him. Everyone knows they're only going to be dragging their feet. Didn't this new student see it? Probably. The new students have just arrived, and they still don't know their level. Thought here. Tadakuro Megami said dejectedly, no need, Siejun, teaming up with me will only drag you down. Drag me. Siejun was slightly taken aback. How is that possible? You and me are a team, let's brush up the highest score together. Siejun is full of confidence, and there is no one in this world to hold him back. Say it again. In his memory, the other party's talent seems to be pretty good. In front of Siejun's overbearing invitation, Tadakuro Megami froze in place for a while. Then followed Siejun dumbfounded, standing in the last row of the kitchen. Hey, the freshman dares to form a team with the tail of the crane. It's really ignorant and fearless. I really don't know how Tadakuro Megami got promoted to high school. Whoever is with her is unlucky. I don't know what the level of this new student is. I heard yesterday's entrance examination, and I was confused. It's been a lot of big news lately. Yukihiro made a big statement at the opening ceremony 2 days ago, and yesterday there were rumors of a suspected boyfriend of Renton Senpai. I just don't know if this new classmate still has the face to stay with the second seat of Elite 10 after he got E in this class. In the classroom, there was a burst of discussion again. This group of people deliberately communicated in low voices, obviously having concerns. But Siejun's hearing is so sharp. The words of this group of people were passed into his ears without a word. The corners of his mouth drew an arc. He never thought of it. On the first day of class, there were already many students who didn't want to see me. And the petite girl next to her is not very popular. Although he couldn't hear what the people around him were talking about, Tadakuro Megami, who had always been timid, lowered his head deeply. Needless to say, she knew that her classmates were berating her. Who let himself go to school with the last grade? It's just a group of guys who look down on people, don't pay too much attention to it. Siejun felt that the girl in front of her was too unconfident. This will not work. As a chef, I have no confidence in myself. How can it be possible to make dishes that satisfy diners? If he felt that he had time, he should enlighten the classmate he had just met. Let's start too. You should know the process of making beef stew in burgundy red wine, right? Seojun smiled kindly and began to choose ingredients. Tadakuro Megami was totally unexpected. The other party doesn't seem to care about the evaluation of the people around him at all. And he smiled so softly. She suddenly felt that the rumored freshman in front of her, it doesn't seem as scary as expected. Seems to get along well. She started to process the ingredients that Seojun picked out. Canned onions, carrots, tomatoes. Seojun pinpointed all the ingredients he needed. Tadakuro Megami started to get busy. Seojun is light-hearted. He found that the other party's craftsmanship was really good. At least in terms of handling ingredients, there is basically no major problem. Just a little less confident. Put the beef and other ingredients into the pot, Seojun cover the pot. In his opinion, beef stew in Burgundy red wine is made without any technical content. Everything is clearly written in the recipe. As long as there is no problem with the production process, it is definitely a very easy thing to get an A. He had no doubts about it. Suddenly, he was chopping the onion and stopped what he was doing. Tadakuro Megami was stunned for a moment, and looked at the other party in a dazed way. Brush. Tadakuro Megami only felt a flower before his eyes. Just now. Did something fly past you? She herself was a little unsure. Hiss. There was a distinct sound of breathing in the classroom. A yellow-haired boy with a stiff body stood beside Seojun's kitchen. There seemed to be something in his hand. A kitchen knife, slanted, was stuck on the floor in front of him. Student, please explain, what are you going to do? Seojun's face was a little unsightly, and his tone was a little cold. P.S. Add more, 1, please collect flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 025 Seojun. Inside the classroom, everyone stopped their movements and looked curiously at the back row. At a glance, everyone took a deep breath. A kitchen knife stuck on the ground was reflecting the dazzling brilliance. It looks a little oozing. Please listen to my explanation. The yellow-haired boy was already sweating on his forehead. The voice became trembling and startled. He never thought of it. The new student who just arrived today is so terrifying. With a knife at hand, it can be inserted into the floor. It was a cement floor with tiles. How much strength does it take to insert the knife? He clearly just wanted to play a prank. Why did it become like this? His brain shut down at this moment. It even feels hard to breathe. The commotion in the classroom had already alarmed Chapelle. The serious lecturer walked straight over, looking at the bag in the yellow-haired boy's hand. No more guesswork. He already knew the other party's plan. He glanced at the kitchen knife stuck on the ground. Chapelle glanced at Seojun lightly. Then he continued to look at the yellow-haired boy in front of him. Explain, what are you going to do while standing on someone else's kitchen with a packet of salt? Chapelle's voice was a little cold, and he didn't like such slick students the most. Serious and old-fashioned, he is just as meticulous as his cooking. Lecturer Chapelle, I just wanted to make a joke with my new classmates. I was just scared to death by Seojun's knife. At this time, the yellow-haired boy did not dare to hide it at all. Get out. I don't need a low-level student like you in my class. Chapelle slapped people with a straight face. Dare to joke in his class, you have to pay a heavy price. The yellow-haired boy's face instantly turned pale. But he could only leave with his head down. He knew that lecturer Chapelle was right. I have lost my eligibility to stay. Everyone suddenly realized that they looked at him with contempt in their eyes. Everyone is a cook, and naturally they know that if you put a packet of salt into the pot, the beef in Seojun's group was 100% useless. The grades for this class are naturally not available. Of course, if Seojun didn't find out, he would be unlucky in the end. Most students are sure to gloat. Who made such a big splash as soon as freshmen entered school? It must have upset some self-proclaimed geniuses. Seeing Seojun fall somersaults, they are naturally happy to be prejudiced. But now looking at that knife on the floor, most people put away their little thoughts. This freshman. It doesn't look so fun. Although chefs deal with knives all year round. But let them stick the knife into the concrete floor. Feel sorry. Most people can't do it. Now they have an intuitive understanding of Seojun's strength. As for the classmate who left just now, they don't feel pity. In Tatsuki, an academy where strength is paramount, there are few close classmates. Chappelle looked at Seojun blankly, his eyes slightly complicated. A long time. He just spit out a sentence, this classmate, the kitchen knife should face the ingredients, and it is not good to use the knife on people. To be honest, after so many years of teaching, Chappelle is also the first time she has encountered someone who openly knives in the classroom. He couldn't help being a little annoyed at Seojun's boldness. But Seojun, after all, is the Seoguo exchange student who was personally recruited by the commander-in-chief. Chappelle, though old-fashioned, is not an idiot. Naturally, he wouldn't be too embarrassed for the students the commander-in-chief valued. In fact, except for a few people in the whole school, everyone thought that Seojun was just a transfer student. And in this matter, the fault is not on the other side, and Chappelle will not treat it harshly. Seojun nodded with a dry smile. He was just reacting instinctively. In the deep mountains, whenever a beast wanted to snatch his prey, he would just stab at it. When he sensed the malice of that classmate just now, he did so instinctively. Fortunately, I was careful not to stick the knife directly on the person. Seojun secretly rejoiced. If it's the first day of class it hurts. He was too embarrassed to stay in school anymore. Although I can't teach myself anything here. But I must not be separated from Rindo senpai. He also wanted to go further with his senior. Chappelle left with a cold face. Seojun began to reprocess the ingredients on hand. Tadakuro Megami moved a little scared. He seemed to want to stay away from this new classmate. It really frightened her just now. OMG. The knife just now flew straight in front of him. Thinking about it now, Tadakuro Megami felt scared. If there is a problem with Seojun's head. Wasn't the knife stuck directly on his head? I thought of the picture of a knife stuck in my head. Tadakuro Megami shuddered suddenly and almost didn't cry. She suddenly felt the new classmate next to her, who seemed to be kind. It seems, a bit violent. For a while, there was a slight change in the eyes she looked at Seojun. The atmosphere of the scene is a little subtle. Seojun was sensitively aware of Tadakuro Megami's strange eyes. It seems to be dodging to himself. For it? Am I being hated by a girl? Seojun was a little confused. He obviously didn't realize what he just did. What impact has it had on these newly enrolled children? P.S. Add more, too, please collect. Flowers. Evaluate. Big guys, the flowers haven't moved much today, I want some flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 026 Lecturer Chappelle crying and laughing. Tadakuro Megami handles the ingredients meticulously. Very serious. It's just that Seojun always feels each other. Some are too deliberate. As if afraid of being angry. This left him speechless. Covering the tip of his nose, Seojun did not explain. Instead, focus on the food in front of you. But he didn't find it. On the other side of the wall, there was a person who kept watching him secretly. This person is Yuki Hirosoma. A freshman who announced 2 days ago that he was going to reach the top in Tatsuki. The arrival of Seojun made him feel a little pressure. When he took the entrance examination, the examiner was also Erina. But my own egg bibimbap was only approved by Erina. But Seojun, a new classmate. It is said that his boiled cabbage made Erina lose her temper in public. This can't help but arouse Yuki Hirasoma's competitive spirit. He has been in the kitchen for 12 years since he was a child. My favorite is to challenge the strong. From Yuki Hirasoma's point of view, only constantly fighting against the strong. In order to polish their own cooking skills, so as to achieve the ultimate in cooking. In fact, when he first started the class, he also wanted to help Tadakuro Megami. After all, everyone lives in the same dormitory. Only after seeing Seijun and Tadakuro Megami team up, he put that thought away. Start cooking seriously. He wants to pass this course and compete with Seijun. It's just that his cooking isn't finished yet. However, he found that Seijun had already walked towards lecturer Chapelle with a plate. How could he be so fast? It's been less than an hour, right? Yuki Hirasoma was slightly taken aback. In order to compete secretly with Seijun, he even used the method of pressing the bottom of the box. However, it is still not as fast as the other party. He couldn't think of anything other than honey that would speed up the beef stew. His eyes fell on Chapelle. Yuki Hirasoma wanted to know how the other party's cooking was. Chapelle was obviously a little surprised too. But looking at the plate in front of me, the beef stew in burgundy red wine was steaming hot. He did not doubt whether the beef was cooked. As the head of the French cuisine department at Tatsuki Gakuen, Chapelle could tell at a glance that this dish was extremely well done. The fork rested lightly on the beef, and he even felt the fork bounce back. You can see the other side's beef stew in burgundy red wine. Not only is the finish extremely high, but the meat is even more delicate to the point of shocking. The silk strip slowly cut off a piece and forked it into his mouth. Moment. The rich soup in the beef fills the entire mouth in an instant. Like a volcano erupting. The flavors of beef, onions, herbs, and more are intertwined. Instantly detonated his tongue coating. Chapelle even forgot about the piping hot of the beef. The whole body and mind is surrounded by a natural breath. He seemed to be back on the farm where he was a child. All kinds of vegetables, cattle, and sheep, grass. All the beautiful pictures passed by in front of me like a busy traffic. Gradually, a warm smile appeared on his face. Oh my God, lecturer Chapelle actually laughed. How is that possible? The chef who can't laugh actually laughs. It's incredible. This Seijun's food is really so delicious. There was an uproar in the classroom. They never thought of it. Not only was Seijun the first to finish the meal, and it also made Chapelle, who never laughed, smile. This level is really scary. Yuki Hirasoma's heart clicked. Growing up in restaurants, he knew it well. Only when the diners are most satisfied will they show such a happy smile. But no one thought that this was not the end. The shock of Seijun's cooking has just begun. Chapelle, who gradually revealed a smile, seemed to be unaware of everything around him. Continue to eat the plate of beef in front of you. And it's getting faster. While eating, he laughed out loud. Chapelle was still immersed in his memories. He remembered the affirmation his father gave him when he first made up his mind to become a chef. He remembered the eyes of his mother Kixie and reluctance when he went out to study for the first time. He remembered. Chapelle never thought of it. The exchange student from Xia country in front of him. It was the first time I presented a dish, and I was so impressed. The memories of his youth are far away for him. He couldn't even remember it himself. But I have eaten Seijun's food. Only then did he realize that it wasn't because he couldn't remember. I just don't want to remember. Thinking of this, he, who has always been strict, actually shed tears of emotion. No. Lecturer Chapelle actually cried. What on earth did Seijun put in that plate of beef? He actually ate the lecturer and cried. FK. Lecturer Chapelle looks like he's crying and laughing. I'm afraid many people have never seen it in their entire lives, right? Although everyone is a freshman, they are familiar with some rumors in the school. Many people never saw Chapelle smile from school to graduation. Not to mention the pain. However, they were fortunate enough to witness this historic moment today. Such an experience is enough for them to brag for a lifetime. Lecturer Chapelle crying and laughing. Everyone just felt that today's class was not in vain. It's worth it even if it's not a good grade. A long time. Chapelle finally came to his senses. I just remembered that I was in class right now. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Fortunately, he has always been accustomed to a straight face. The face hasn't collapsed yet. Wipe away the tears from your cheeks. The way he looked at Siejun was a little complicated. There is complaining, admiration, and a touch of gratitude. Thank you, classmate Siejun, for letting me retrieve my past memories. After a long silence, Chapelle thanked him very seriously. P.S. Add more, 3, please collect. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 027 Unprecedented S rating. Chapelle is very sincere thanks. He really thanks Siejun for reminding himself of decades ago. But then, the always strict lecturer frowned. He really couldn't figure out how the other party did to achieve such an effect. Chapelle has studied French cuisine for decades. He clearly judged. Siejun's cooking is exactly the same as the recipe, except for 1 or 2 unspecified ingredients. Siejun, how did you do it? Chapelle had a smile on his face, and there was even a hint of discussion in his tone. Hiss. All the students present took a deep breath. They looked at Chapelle in disbelief. This stern lecturer, with a smile on his face, was discussing cooking with a student? They even wondered if they were dazzled. However, the expressions on the faces of the old and the young at the front of the classroom. Tell them clearly. Everything is true. At this moment, the eyes everyone looked at Siejun began to become complicated. Turn out to be the freshman who just entered the school. Already qualified to communicate with lecturers on an equal footing. Yuki Hirosoma was a little frustrated, staring at the dish he had just finished. He was full of confidence at first, but now he is deeply affected. He knows very well that his cooking. It is absolutely impossible to open Chapelle's heart like Siejun did. The so-called cooking is actually very simple, as long as the people who eat it are moved. Somehow, Yuki Hirosoma suddenly remembered his own father's words. The chef he wanted to surpass all the time seems to have been treating cooking with this kind of mood. Could it be Siejun, the new classmate? Has reached the level of Father Yukihira Joichiro? Yuki Hirosoma is unclear. But ever since he came to Tatsuki, there has been a vague feeling. My father seems to be stronger than most of the people here. If Siejun can really be compared to his father? Yuki Hirosoma started to get excited. He felt like he had found a good opponent. I just put in some licorice and plums to speed up the stew. Minor changes were also made to the ingredients, and the proportions were adjusted to make the taste more delicate. Siejun explained briefly, but did not elaborate. Because cooking this thing, many things come from intuition, it is difficult to explain clearly. It turns out that the combination of licorice and plum has such a miraculous effect. Today is a good experience. A boy muttered to himself, and quickly took out a notebook from his arms. Yuki Hirosoma suddenly realized, looking thoughtful. Chapelle nodded slightly, looking at Siejun with admiration in his eyes. As for the scene of crying and making trouble just now, Chapelle is automatically ignored. He still didn't believe that anyone would dare to mention this in front of him. Siejun, I am very satisfied with your cooking, I have to make an exception to give you an S grade. For a long time, it seemed that a major decision had been made. Chapelle wrote a big S in one of the columns of the record book. What? S grade. We first-year students can also get this level of evaluation. Mr. Chappelle doesn't seem to have the right to give such a rating. Even Miss Arena, the 10th seat of Elite 10, did not receive such a rating. The crowd was in an uproar again. How shocking is the sensation caused by the S-rank rating? As we all know, first-year freshmen, no one has ever received an S grade. Because the school has long stipulated that the maximum score of freshmen can only be A. But Lecturer Chappelle actually gave Seajun an S. This cannot help but let people imagine. Is it possible to break the rules of the school as long as the lecturer wants to? Chappelle has been a teacher for so many years, how could he not understand the thoughts of this group of students? He snorted coldly and said with a stern face, yes, under normal circumstances, the school does not allow it. However, every lecturer has the right to give an S grade once in his teaching career. You, who has an opinion? As long as you cook the same dishes as Seajun, how about this rating for you? Many students suddenly stopped talking. They really lack self-confidence, and they made dishes that moved Chappelle. Seajun was slightly taken aback. He also did not expect that the lecturer he met for the first time. He would even give himself the only one rating. This is somewhat unexpected. Seajun returned to the last row and gave Tadakuro Megami a triumphant smile. The girl was still stunned, and she didn't seem to have recovered from the shock just now. S grade rating? Can I get the tail of my crane that has been around for a long time? Tadakuro Megami feels a little weird. She subconsciously pinched her arm. Hiss. It hurts. So I didn't dream. Tadakuro Megami was dumbfounded and muttered to himself. Hey, girl, you spit out your heart. Seajun was speechless for a while, looking at the absent-minded girl in front of her. She didn't know how to complain. It's not an S grade. As for? He really couldn't understand the thoughts of these people. Thinking is too narrow. P.S. Add more, 4, please collect flowers. Evaluate. Today is the 8th chapter, beg for flowers to come more violently. Asterisk. Chapter 028. Could it be that Seajun and Sister Jandun have already started living together? All the students looked dumbfounded. Seajun looked straight and shook his head. I feel like these people are too narrow-minded. Isn't it just an S? Is it hard? He didn't even use 10% of his strength. It just moved Chappelle. Seajun feels pretty simple. Looking at Tadakuro Megami with a stunned face. He wanted to tell the other party that it was no big deal. But subconsciously it felt wrong. After all, Lecturer Chappelle gave himself the once-in-a-lifetime S rating. It doesn't matter if it's too much. That seems kind of hurt. Seajun has always felt more kind-hearted. He decided to keep a low profile. After tasting Seajun's cuisine, Chappelle ate beef stew made by other students. He kept shaking his head with a straight face. Only a few students can make him feel good. It was just fine at the time. It always feels less meaningful. For a time, most of the class was mourning. After class, they looked at Seajun's eyes. There are slightly less obvious reproaches. These people did not dare to be too obvious. Seajun's force value is terrifying. They are afraid of being beaten. Tadakuro Megami's entire class was like a dream. It doesn't feel real. She is the tail of the crane all the year round. Even hitchhiked to get the S. It's unbelievable. But she was temporarily relieved. At least not for the time being. After class, Tadakuro Megami, who was completely sober, remembered to thank Seajun. Seajun, thank you so much today, but I didn't do anything to help. Tadakuro Megami was a little embarrassed. She felt like she didn't do anything. Completely in vain to pick up a high score. Why didn't you help? Without you, the production speed would not have been so fast. Seajun told a white lie. In fact, the presence or absence of Tadakuro Megami will not affect his cooking speed. However, this girl who is not very confident can no longer withstand the blow. Tadakuro Megami showed a smile, sweet, like a small white flower blooming in the mountains. It's good to be able to help. Siejun's words made her feel that she was not so useless. Be confident. Your basic skills are very solid. As long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to do it well. Tadakuro Megami agreed in a low voice, and Siejun didn't know if she listened. Tatsuki's classes are actually not intensive. There are usually no classes in the afternoon. There are various culinary research institutes here. The school also promotes self-development of students. Most people spend the afternoons in the research club specializing in cooking. Around 1 o'clock noon, Siejun was ready to go back. Tadakuro Megami came over timidly. After getting along for a long time, she felt that this Yaguo transfer student did not seem to be so scary. He is kind, always has a faint smile on his face, and has no tendency to violence. This reassured her a lot, and she wanted to express her gratitude. Tadakuro Megami felt that the other party had just come to the school, and he must not be able to find the dormitory, so he wanted to show him the way. Siejun, are you going to Polar Star Dorm? Polar Star Dorm? What is that place? Siejun felt a little familiar, but couldn't remember what it was. Hey, don't you know? The only dormitory in our school. Tadakuro Megami was a little surprised. Since Siejun is from the distant Xia country, he should live in the same dormitory as himself. Oh, it turned out to be a dormitory, no need, I have a place to live. Siejun declined with a smile, he didn't have the habit of crowding the dormitory with others. Do you live outside? Tadakuro Megami thoughtful. Just then, there was a loud noise in the classroom. Many people have not left yet. Oh my god, Rindo senpai is here. Really, I've seen her picture on the food column. Look, Renton senpai is coming towards our class. Is that rumor true? Many people subconsciously looked at Siejun at the back of the classroom. Renton senpai is here? A happy smile appeared on Siejun's face. You can go on a date with my sister again. He was delighted. This is the second seat of Elite 10, Kobayashi Renton, Rindo senpai. Two voices, a man and a woman, sounded almost at the same time. Siejun was stunned for a moment, and found that in addition to Tadakuro Megami, a red-haired boy also stared straight at Xiaolin Renton, who was standing at the door. The worship in the eyes of Tadakuro Megami, Siejun can understand. Kobayashi Renton is a role model for many girls in the school. The existence of the second seat of Elite 10. But what are you doing, the king of medicine staring at our girlfriend? Also, what's with the swollen eyes that are eager to try? Siejun feels a little savory. He naturally recognized this kid. Yuki Hirosoma, the king of medicine who is famous in the world of eating halberd. Siejun doesn't care who this guy is. He just wants to beat people now. Siejun, go home and cook. Kobayashi Renton ignored the strange eyes of the people around him, and stood at the door and waved to Siejun. Hiss. Go home. Cook. Have the two of you been? The crowd was in an uproar. Tadakuro Megami is a little confused right now. Dumbly, she looked at Siejun, and then at Xiaolin Renton, who was standing at the door. It felt like I suddenly heard something amazing. Plus Siejun just said that he already has a place to live. Tadakuro Megami couldn't help but think, and an idea popped into his head. Is it? Siejun and Renton senpai have already started living together? P.S. The first update. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. There is something in the morning, the update is a little late, I hope you will forgive me. Asterisk. Chapter 029 Atmosphere Destroyer, Yuki Hirosoma's Challenge. No wonder Tadakuro Megami thought so. In fact, everyone present had the same idea. After all, the words of Kobayashi Genshin are too easy to cause ambiguity. Seijun covered the tip of his nose. I feel that Senpai did it on purpose. Looking at the envious eyes of the boys around him. Suddenly he felt very cool. Compared to myself, this group of single dogs who only know how to specialize in cooking all day long. Obviously too low. Seijun walked towards the senior who was standing at the door. There was a smile on Xiaolin Genshin's slightly flushed face, like the gentle sunlight rippling. She did it on purpose. Whether it's Erina's gaffe yesterday, or Seijun's maid. All made this arrogant second seat have a deep sense of crisis. Bold by nature, she doesn't care so much, she declares sovereignty first. After all, she will be leaving soon. And she really wanted to eat Seijun's food. Don't look at Kobayashi Genshin's second seat in the Elite 10. In fact, I usually don't bother to cook. She prefers to eat ready-made instead of making it herself. The appearance of Seijun just met her request. Good looking, great cooking. Such a boyfriend can't be left to others if he doesn't hold it tightly in his hand. Xiaolin Genshin is also quite domineering at times. What do you want to eat today, senpai? Seijun ignored the gazes of those around him and asked with a smile. Let me think about it, there are too many delicious things to decide for a while. Xiaolin Genshin has big bright eyes with a bright color. Well, think about it slowly, and then tell me after you've figured it out. Seijun didn't feel tired at all, and his words were full of indulgence. What if you can't figure it out? Then cook all the dishes you like. How long will it take? Don't worry, I cook super fast. Hee, Seijun is still so confident. That is. The two seemed to have completely forgotten that they were at the door of the classroom. Chatted to himself. Xiaolin Genshin also didn't know what was going on. Every time I just stay with Seijun, there seems to be endless things to say. Like they chat online, there is always a topic to be found. Seijun doesn't care about everything around him that doesn't matter. The past 10 years of life have made him out of touch with normal society. Even with the memory of 20 years of previous life. Now he only cares about the people and things he cares about. The smell of dog food was in the air. Everyone in the classroom just felt a little bit of a toothache. Acid. So sour. Yao Xiao. We have accepted the love of Genshin Senpai. But do you show affection regardless of occasion? Don't you know that most of the people here are single? Suddenly want to fall in love, what's wrong? Everyone suddenly felt that their hearts were blocked and they wanted to vent. See how Seijun and Kobayashi Renchio get along. Most people suddenly feel that. Maybe have a boyfriend, girlfriend, seems like a good idea. But there are always exceptions. Yuki Hirosoma is one of them. This straight man, who was thinking about cooking, never knew what love was. Love or something will only affect the speed of cooking. This is the truest thought in Yuki Hirosoma's heart. You are the second seat of the Tatsuki Elite 10? Do you dare to fight with me? Bet on your second seat. Yuki Hirosoma interrupted Seijun and Kobayashi Renton's stubbornness rudely. This Yuki Hirosoma, do things not look at the atmosphere at all? At this time, everyone in the classroom had this idea in their hearts. They also can't stand the tiredness of the men and women at the door, and they always feel toothache. But they didn't have the guts to bother. A new student who showed violent tendencies as soon as he came to class. The other is the existence of the third year of the higher ministry, the second seat of Tatsuki. Even with 10 courage from them, they didn't dare to say a word. But Yuki Hirosoma is not afraid, this guy's brain circuit is a bit abnormal. The crowd just felt that there was a lot of fun to watch. Look what Yuki Hirosoma just said. Not only disturbing the men and women in love, but also challenging Rindo senpai. This time, Everyone looked at Yukihira Soma in shock. Of course, I was shocked by this guy's brainlessness. Xiaolin Renton was a little unhappy, but in the face of the younger students, the dissatisfaction on her face subsided a lot. However, Xiejun is not used to anyone. Anyone who dares to disturb their own good deeds will have to pay the price. What did your kid just say? An angry Xiejun, his eyes looked a bit fierce. Those who were originally closer to Xiejun took a step back subconsciously. It always felt like this was a beast about to rage. Tadakuro Megami also gave him a timid look. It always feels like a different person from the kind Xiejun that morning. In fact, Xiejun rarely gets angry, as long as others don't offend him. He had previously thought that Yukihira Soma looked at his girlfriend a little strangely. Now not only came to disturb myself and my sister chatting, but also challenged me. As a man, how can you bear it? Yukihira Soma subconsciously took 2 steps back. He felt that he couldn't beat Xiejun. The height of the two is not the same level. What do you want to do? We are all chefs. Isn't it normal to try cooking? Besides, I'm challenging Renton Senpai, it has nothing to do with you. Yukihira Soma, though reckless, explained it anyway. Mainly for fear of being beaten. As a chef, the first thing to do is to protect yourself. Although he also wanted to compete with Xiejun. But the other party's reputation is obviously not as bold as Xiolin's. As long as he wins Kobayashi Renton, he will be the second seat of Elite 10. It's not too late to fight Xiejun again. Yukihira Soma's wishful thinking struck a chord. However, what Kobayashi Genshin said was like a basin of cold water pouring over his head. Hee, little brother, it seems that you don't know anything about Tatsuki Academy's halberd. If you want to get my seat through the duel, you have to make a bet of the same price. And you need to prove the judges of this showdown, the odd-numbered judges. So, if you want to eat halberd with me, you're still far from qualified. Xiejun glanced at Xiaolin Renton in surprise. He didn't expect the so-called food halberd to have so many doorways. But it's still a bit strange, why is Kobayashi Renton so kind to do popular science for Yukihira Soma? In his impression, his girlfriend is not such a patient person. Sure enough, the next moment, a sly smile appeared on Xiaolin Renton's face. However, if you can beat my little boyfriend, then I can think about it and have a private contest with you. P.S. Second more. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 030 Xiejun's Yukihira Soma. Hey, Liangzi, let's go, there's a lot of fun to watch. Yoshino, what are you doing so frizzy? Sakeki Ryoko, with long purple hair and a proud figure, put down the notebook in her hand and looked at this lively and lovely friend in front of her tenderly. Yoshino Yuaki stuck out his tongue mischievously, and hurriedly urged, let's go too, I heard that the 2 transfer students from the first class are going to try cooking. Class 1? Is it Yukihira? Shouldn't he report to Polar Star Dorm today? Sakeki Ryoko stood up, showing off her bumpy figure. Yes, and the Xiaguo international student who just entered yesterday. The 2 are about to start a duel because of Renton Senpai. What does this have to do with Xianden Senpai? Sakeki Ryoko was slightly taken aback. It seems that there is no match between the 2, right? It was only through Yoshino Yuaki's explanation that she understood. It turned out that Yukihira Soma, who was about to share the dormitory with himself and others, dared to challenge Kobayashi Rindo. And what shocked her even more was that the well-known senpai Genshin is actually dating a freshman? The 2 have even cohabited. Are freshmen now so wild? Rao is the always calm Sakeki Ryoko, and he couldn't help but be surprised. As soon as I entered the school, I lived with the most famous senior sister, how can I not be wild? Ryoko Sakeki couldn't help but feel a little curious about Xiejun, a freshman she had never met before. She really wanted to see what kind of character could be favored by Renton-senpai. The third cooking room. Seijun and Yuki Hirosoma are already standing on the kitchen counter. Renchio Kobayashi and Tadakuro Megami served as judges. But now there seems to be one person left. Tatsuki has now formed an underlying rule. Generally, there are 3 referees. Kobayashi Genshin doesn't matter, anyway, just pick one on the spot. He looked at the door of the cooking room. Ryoko Sakeki is 1.68 meters tall and stands out among first-year girls. Especially the proud figure, it is impossible to let people not pay attention to it. Xiaolin Renton pointed at her and smiled, "Can this classmate come to judge?" "I." Sakeki Ryoko pointed to herself with a surprised look on her face, as if she wasn't quite sure. She never imagined that she would still be able to participate in the judgment of this cooking. "Originally, I just planned to come over to join in the fun." Yoshino Yuaki next to him pouted unhappily, feeling a little lost. "Why don't you choose yourself? Does having bigger breasts increase luck?" Yoshino Yuaki looked down and found that he really had no advantage in this regard. Kobayashi Renton didn't realize the other person's figure. It's just that the other party stands a little conspicuous in the crowd. She is very confident in her figure. Anyway, he is not small. Kobayashi Renchio now wants to see Seijun's cooking showdown with others. That's right. She was patient and explained the rules of eating halberds to Yuki Hirosoma. Naturally, to appreciate Seijun's cooking skills. "A few days ago, my best friend Akane Kubo Momo proposed to Seijun for a test, but she didn't stop her. Naturally, she loves to join in the fun, and naturally she will not let Yuki Hirosoma come to her door. Anyway, she didn't think her boyfriend would lose. Seijun is someone who can outperform Akiko Kubo Momo in desserts that he is not good at. Although Akakubo Momo didn't do her best that day. But Kobayashi Genshin guessed that Seijun also had reservations. To be honest, she couldn't figure out the true strength of her boyfriend. Always feel that no matter what the other party does, they are all at ease. What exactly is this competition? I haven't said it yet. I heard that it was Renton-senpai who came up with the question. The test between the 2 transfer students is probably a bit interesting. Isn't it true? One made a big statement at the opening ceremony, and the other won the Genshin-senpai as soon as he arrived. I don't know what the level of these 2 freshmen is. I don't know about Yuki Hirosoma, but that Seijun, today's cooking moved lecturer Chapelle to tears. The chef who can't laugh? Is it true? Freshmen are so stupid. In the cooking room, there were already people standing around, most of them were in the same class as Seijun. In the corridor, first-year students from other classes came to hear the wind. Everyone is very curious about the 2 freshmen who have just entered the school. Especially Seijun, who just entered Tatsuki, has already become a man of the hour. A bowl of boiled cabbage made Miss Erina lose her temper. As soon as he came, he was favored by Kobayashi Renton, the second seat of Tatsuki. A beef stew made the strict Chapelle lecturer cry and laugh. After everyone's remarks, everyone suddenly found out. Seijun, a freshman, has only come to school for a few days. The limelight is so high that it is even faintly approaching the Tatsuki Elite 10. Senpai Jondon, please come up with a question. Yuki Hirosoma asked, her face full of confidence. He knows that Seijun is very strong, as can be seen from the other party's burgundy red beef stew. But so what? He didn't think that he would definitely lose compared to other dishes. Yuki Hirosoma, just so confident. Seijun also looked at Xiaolin Renton with a smile on his face, waiting for the other party to ask questions. He really wanted to know what his girlfriend wanted to eat now. Xiaolin Renton thought for a while and said, let's make rice bowls today. You can choose one of the 5 neon rice bowls. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange. Because Xiaolin Genshin did not favor his boyfriend. But they can understand. If Xiaolin Genshin directly chooses Huxia food, it would be unfair as a referee. Rice bowls, this stuff is also very common in Xiaguo. It's just that there is always a big difference between Neon and Xiaguo rice bowls. I just don't know how much Xiajun, a native of Xia, knows about Neon cuisine. Everyone secretly speculated. P.S. The third update. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 031-5 Neon Rice Bowls, Tonkatsu Rice Bowls. The so-called Neon 5 rice bowls. They are beef bowl, eel bowl, egg bowl, tonkatsu bowl, and tempura bowl. Ryoko Sakeki and Tadakuro Megami have no objection to the test questions. They were just pulled by Kobayashi Renton to make up the number. It doesn't matter what Xiajun and Yuki Hirosoma compare to. Donbarai? Alright, then I'll choose Tonkatsu Donbarai. Yuki Hirosoma felt like he was winning. He grew up in restaurants, but he has been making rice bowls for 10 years. Folk restaurants, the best selling is the rice bowl. But Yuki Hirosoma didn't choose the beef and egg rice bowl that he is best at. Instead, I opted for the Tonkatsu Donbarai, which I don't usually cook. Of course, this is not often done, but not as many as the first two. He, Yuki Hirosoma, doesn't want to take advantage of Xiajun. Xiajun couldn't help laughing. Then the tonkatsu bowl is ready, Renton senpai, okay. The latter sentence is obviously asking his girlfriend if she likes to eat pork cutlet rice. Xiajun is too lazy to do things that Sister Genshin doesn't like to eat. Xiaolin Renton seemed to understand what he meant, and nodded with a smile. Xiajun and Yuki Hirosoma get their hands on it. Tonkatsu rice bowl, although it is only a common folk dish. However, the process is by no means simple. The tenderloin had to be broken and battered as hard as it could. This will prevent it from shrinking during frying. Pork chops must pass 3 levels. Dip them in flour, eggs, bread flour in turn, and fry them on high heat. Xiajun started making it in earnest. He took a little more energy this time. Mainly, I want to give Yuki Hirosoma, this inexperienced boy, a little lesson. To dare to provoke his girlfriend, Xiajun, really eats the guts of a bear and a leopard. The pork chops wrapped in flour are fried in a high fire for more than 10 seconds, and they are instantly clamped. Da-da-da. Xiajun held the knife in his right hand, and the kitchen knife fell on the sticky board in rapid succession. The speed is too fast to be seen. Kobayashi Ryoko and Sakeki Ryoko straightened up slightly. Proud stature. Tadakuro Megami leaned forward slightly, as if he wanted to see more clearly. But what about her figure? Compared to the first two, it looks a bit flat. Kobayashi Renton's eyes narrowed slightly. She felt that Xiajun at the moment was more serious than the previous two cooking. Because you're angry. Do you want to keep teasing Gigi next time? That way he can make better dishes. A wicked smile appeared on Xiaolin Genshin's face, staring intently at his boyfriend. Tadakuro Megami, who was sitting next to him, shuddered subconsciously. I think this couple is terrifying. Whether it's Xiajun or Kobayashi Genshin. At the same time, she felt a sympathy for Yuki Hirosoma, who was in the same dormitory. She completed burgundy red beef stew with Xiajun, but she knew the strength of the other party. At least when cooking that dish, she felt that the other party seemed to be perfunctory at close range. Even, it may not have played to the real level. Although I heard that Yukihira's level is also very high. Tadakuro Megami also didn't think the opponent would have any chance of winning. Xiajun and Yuki Hirosoma are both very fast at cooking. The two entered the last link at almost the same time. Pour the egg mixture on the fried pork chops, cook for a few seconds, cover the pot and simmer. Only in this way can the surface of the pork chops be crispy and soft. Rice is already ready. The two poured the pork chops over the rice with the sauce almost at the same time. Sizzle sizzle. On the bowls of rice bowls, there was a burst of heat. Finally, sprinkle seaweed and other side dishes on the surface. Yuki Hirosoma finally let out a breath. Fortunately, I caught up. This guy, the speed is terrifyingly fast. Some sweat had already appeared on Yuki Hirosoma's face. Just now, he fought his life to catch up with the opponent's speed. On the other hand, Seijun still looks at ease, as if he didn't do anything at all just now. It's only been less than 5 minutes, right? The two of them are done. Do you want to fight like this? Is it speed or cooking? Generally, it takes at least 10 minutes to make pork chop rice. They finish it so quickly. Can they really make delicious food? The onlookers were in an uproar. In their opinion, both Seijun and Yuki Hirosoma have solid basic skills. Especially the knife work when chopping vegetables, it is flying smoothly. But the essence of cooking is the taste after all. What the result is, the judge still needs to give the answer. Kobayashi Renton and the others looked at the 6 tonkatsu bowls in front of them, all of which were similar in appearance. In thought for a while. Finally, Kobayashi Genshin took Yuki Hirosoma's portion and began to taste it. Sakeki Ryoko and Tadakuro Megami were slightly taken aback. Obviously he didn't expect that the other party would put his boyfriend's cooking aside first. But they didn't hesitate and started to try Yuki Hirosoma's dishes. P.S. Fourth more. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 032 Local Flavor, Authentic Hokkaido Flavor. In fact, everyone felt that Kobayashi Renton wanted to avoid suspicion. As we all know, tonkatsu should be eaten hot. Once delayed for a little time, the meat quality and taste will be less interesting. Kobayashi Genshin had no intention of avoiding suspicion at all. I don't mean to make it difficult for my boyfriend. I just don't want to eat other food after trying Seijun's food. She has a lot of confidence in her boyfriend. Picking up a piece of golden pork chop, Kobayashi Genshin's eyes showed a hint of approval. Yuki Hirosoma's tonkatsu, just looking at the appearance, is extremely well done. The soup attached to the surface is constantly steaming. Kobayashi Genshin knew that part of the rich soup had been completely absorbed by the rice. With a light bite, the gravy melts in your mouth, constantly stimulating your taste buds. Well, it's delicious. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, delicious, and some yam powder is added to it to increase the stickiness of the bread flour. It's a very creative approach. Kobayashi Rindo praised for a while. Yuki Hirosoma's cooking level is indeed very high. Oh my god, I didn't expect Yukihira's cooking to be so good. The whole pork chop was soft and juicy, but there was no burnt feeling of deep frying. There was a hint of surprise in Sakeki Ryoko's beautiful eyes. Suddenly, there was a feeling in my heart, as if a rich fragrance was pouring over my whole body from scratch. The whole person seems to be filled with soft and smooth butter, but it does not feel greasy at all. And these seaweed shreds should be super cooled many times to ensure the crispness of the seaweed shreds while maintaining the umami. Tadakuro Megami exclaimed involuntarily. She also thought Yuki Hirosoma's cooking was amazing. Kobayashi Genshin nodded in agreement. But I don't know if I have tried Seijun's cuisine. She always felt that Yuki Hirosoma's pork chop rice was a little less interesting. The three stopped their chopsticks after tasting some pork chops, seaweed, and rice. After all, there is another one. Kobayashi Renton and Tadakuro Megami can't wait for Seijun's cooking. Tadakuro Megami picked up Seijun's bowl of tonkatsu and gently picked up one of the pork chops. She felt a little weird that even after a long delay, the pork chop was still steaming hot. Surprised, she took a small bite. Tadakuro Megami didn't think of it at all. This piece of pig is so soft on the inside, except that the thin layer on the outside is relatively crisp. It was as if the teeth were touched, and they exploded directly in the mouth. Moment. Delicious like a volcano eruption, it instantly spreads on the tip of the tongue. The essence of pork, as if concentrated in one point, constantly stimulates the taste buds. The pleasure caused by the supreme delicacy seems to never stop. Soft and silky pork. Sweet and rich gravy. Multiple refreshing sauces. Fresh umami like the sea breeze. Tadakuro Megami slowly closed his eyes and immersed himself in this delicacy in public. As if she was unaware of everything around her, she muttered to herself. Siejun's bowl of pork chop rice is really delicious. I even tasted the long-lost, unique taste of the port city. Sakeki Ryoko's expression wasn't much better at this time. Her pretty face was flushed, as if she was completely intoxicated by the delicious food. Now she only feels a strong fragrance resounding in her mouth, constantly stimulating her appetite. She had even forgotten about judging, and began to eat on her own. Not long after, when she finished eating the whole bowl of tonkatsu, she couldn't help but let out a burst of emotion. I feel so nostalgic, this is the atmosphere of the country, I feel a little homesick. Xiaolin Renton put down his chopsticks with a smile, and said slowly, it's very authentic Hokkaido flavor, I can't think that Siejun also has a deep research on Nihon cuisine. That's right, she tasted a strong Hokkaido flavor from this tonkatsu bowl. The feeling of the sea breeze blowing in my face still reverberates in my heart to this day. You too, you should already have your own judgment. Kobayashi Renton asked with a smile. Although it is not a regular halberd, she still has to avoid suspicion in terms of results. Leave the decision to 2 first-year freshmen, and no one will make irresponsible remarks. She didn't want anyone to think that Siejun was invincible. Tadakuro Megami and Sakeki Ryoko looked at each other and said in unison, the winner of this competition is Siejun. Although I am a bit sorry for my roommate in the same dorm, Siejun's cooking is indeed better. What? I lost so easily. Yuki Hirosoma really didn't expect it? When the three of Kobayashi Renton had eaten Siejun's tonkatsu bowl, they made a decision without hesitation. It made him feel a little unbelievable. What? Can't believe it? Fortunately, I made an extra bowl, come and try it. A smiling Siejun came to Yuki Hirosoma with a bowl of tonkatsu. When did you make an extra bowl? A shocked expression appeared on Yuki Hirosoma's face again. He had been keeping an eye on Siejun's movements before. I thought I was trying my best to catch up with the opponent's speed. I didn't expect people to make an extra bowl. Yuki Hirosoma subconsciously took the rice bowl that Siejun handed him. There was only a little residual warmth on the bowl, and the pork chops on top of the rice looked a little cold. After all, it had been left for 10 minutes, and Yuki Hirosoma expressed understanding. Picking up the pork chop, he started to eat. Moment. He seemed to hear a crisp sound. The sound of his teeth crunching the crispy tonkatsu shell lingered in his mind. The hot gravy gushed out suddenly, filling the mouth in an instant. But at this time Yuki Hirosoma completely ignored the hotness in his mouth. He was completely addicted to such a delicious taste. The freshness of seafood and the plumpness of pork are intertwined, as if to compose a moving melody. He couldn't help but recall the smell of home. It's like going back to Yukihira restaurant, where I competed with my father every day in cooking. It seems that I have seen the dejection when I fail again and again, and the high spirit of fighting back to cheer up. Yuki Hirosoma had no idea. A dish. It can actually make people feel as if they have relived their lives all over again. At this moment, he already knew that he had completely lost. At least for now. Far better than Siejun. P.S. Add more. 1. Please collect. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 033 A real man should ride a Harley. Nihon country is surrounded by sea, and people enjoy the sea breeze all year round. Hokkaido-style cuisine can best express the feelings of Neon people. Yuki Hirosoma stayed where he was, constantly reminiscing about Siejun's cooking, which shocked him. Xiaolin Renton smiled, knowing that his careful boyfriend started to mess up again. This guy wouldn't be so kind, and reserved a bowl of tonkatsu bowl for Yuki Hirosoma. Obviously want to hit this lively little boy. Naturally, Kobayashi Genshin would not object. Now that the competition is over, Siejun doesn't bother to stay here any longer. Holding Xiaolin Renton's small hand, the two left hand in hand. Ryoko, tell me, what does Siejun's tonkatsu bowl taste like? Yoshino Yuuki hurried over and asked quickly. She could see clearly just now that Xiaolin Renton and the others ate a bowl of rice cleanly. She was so greedy that she was almost drooling. Sakaki Ryoko was speechless for a while, and gave her friend a blank look. How can such a thing be made clear? The only thing she can be sure of is that Siejun's cooking is far beyond the level of a first-year student. I'm so angry, why am I not the one to be the judge? Yoshino Yuuki was annoyed. The pain of a foodie is no more than the fact that the food can't be eaten when you can see it. Sakaki Ryoko smiled and shook her head, then looked at Yuki Hirosoma, who was still in a daze. She hesitated for a moment, then said, Yukihiro-san, winning or losing for a while doesn't matter. I know, the guy put a layer of fish oil on the surface of the pork chops before coating it with flour and frying it. That's why it can keep the heat inside after letting it sit for a while. Wonderful, no wonder his pork chops have such a strong seafood flavor. Just how did he get the flavors to blend together? Sakaki Ryoko, who originally wanted to comfort Yuki Hirosoma, was instantly speechless. This guy doesn't seem to need consolation at all. How long has it been since you failed? Has he fully recovered his fighting spirit? Sakaki Ryoko felt that the new roommate's brain circuit was a little abnormal. Sister Jondon, come with me and show you a big baby. Siejun took Xiaolin Renton out of the teaching building and said mysteriously. Xiaolin Renton had a strange look on his face, and doubts arose in his heart. Zijikun, you don't want to do anything to me, do you? Damn, he wants to take me to the back of the teaching building, could it be? Kobayashi Genshin felt a little hot on his cheeks instantly. Isn't it common in shoujo manga, male and female classmates often hide in remote corners behind the teaching building and do shy things? Did Siejun also think about that? Then I'll wait. Should I agree or not? Xiaolin Renton suddenly felt a little flustered, and really wanted to ask an experienced friend for help. But after thinking about it, it seems that her best friend is still lowly. Xiaolin Renton, who was flustered for a while, slowed down a little and let Siejun pull her away. Why don't you meet his requirements? After all, I'm leaving soon. Seemingly made up his mind, Xiaolin Renton raised his head slightly, his face flushed. It's right here, Senpai Renton, look, I've airlifted the baby from home. Siejun pointed forward with pride and smiled proudly. Baby. Air transport? What the hell? Xiaolin Renton was stunned for a moment, things seemed to be different from what he imagined. Look up. I go, you mysteriously brought me to a remote corner, just show me this. It's a shame that I was tangled for a long time just now. Kobayashi Genshin's mentality collapsed instantly. She finally understood what Siejun brought her to see now. A Harley-Davidson motorcycle. A very cool and domineering motorcycle. The black steel body shone strangely in the sunlight. The cool appearance reveals incomparable domineering, and the wide tires exude a wild atmosphere. Even if you don't know much about motorcycles, Xiaolin Renton can see that this is definitely an expensive motorcycle. Then, she looked at Siejun blankly. The meaning is obvious, why are you taking me to see the motorcycle? Come up, Senpai Jondon, I'll take you for a spin. I don't know if it was influenced by some movies in previous lives. Siejun has always loved Harley-Davidson motorcycles, and he has long wanted to ride this thing and take his girlfriend for a ride all over the street. A real man, it's time to ride a Harley. Too bad he didn't have the money to buy it. I am rich in this life, but I have no girlfriend in the past. Now that I finally have Sister Jandin, I naturally want to take her around. You're so mysterious, you just want to take me for a ride on a motorcycle. Kobayashi Renton looked at Siejun, who started to commit a second crime, with some amusing, and was speechless for a while. Otherwise, what else can I do? Siejun, who was sitting on the motorcycle, was at a loss for a while. He didn't realize that he missed a good opportunity to kiss Fangzi. Xiaolin Genshin rolled his eyes at him, straddled his long legs, and sat behind Siejun. He, before I came to Neon Country, I asked someone to install a back seat, is it alright? Siejun laughed, he had prepared for this moment for a long time in advance. Boom! Boom! Gently twisting the accelerator, it roared several times in a row, as if a mechanical monster was roaring. The rear seat of the Harley-Davidson was slightly tilted, and Kobayashi Renshin could only stretch out his hands and wrap his arms around Siejun's waist. The latter laughed, and the motorcycle drove towards the road with the roar of the motorcycle. P.S. Add more, too, please collect flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 034 inexplicably pulled a group of hatred. Feeling the softness from his back, Siejun froze all over. The soft touch made his mind sway. The speed of the bike suddenly slowed down. He needs to savor the beauty of it. In April, when spring and summer alternate, the breeze gently brushed the cheeks of the two of them. For a while, they fell silent. Kobayashi Genshin's heartbeat began to speed up. This is the first time she has been so close to a boy. Leaning on Siejun's broad, strong back. A strong hormonal smell came over me. Xiaolin Renton immediately flushed red. I just feel my heart pounding non-stop. She couldn't help but leaned her face on the other's back, her long blood-red hair fluttering in the wind. But Siejun didn't notice that Xiaolin Genshin's rosy face had a touching smile. On the campus, the roar of a locomotive was deafening. Immediately attracted the attention of a large group of people. Tadakuro Megami, who is preparing to return to Polar Star Dorm with Ryoko Sakeki and others. Staring at the men and women sitting on the cool locomotives in astonishment. She was a little timid herself. The domineering shape of the Harley motorcycle, the roar of heavy artillery. Let her take a step back subconsciously, too scared to say a word. This car, it's really cool. Even Yuki Hirosoma, who was only thinking about cooking, couldn't help but let out a burst of admiration. Domineering and cool locomotive, no man can ignore. Harley UA1, a special customized version in the world, the only one in the world. God, I didn't expect Siejun to be that buyer. Yoshino Yuaki, who had two small balls on his head, was the closest, and suddenly screamed and exclaimed. She was so excited that she was even incoherent. This car? Is it expensive? Yuki Hirosoma asked curiously, he didn't know much about things other than cooking. Ryoko Sakeki and Tadakuro Megami also cast curious glances. You guys, you really don't understand anything. It's not a question of whether it's expensive or not, it's just that most people can't buy it at all. There is only a concept map on Harley's official website, and the pre-sale price is $8 million, but if you really want to get it, at least tens of millions. Yoshino Yuaki explained hurriedly with an excited look on his face. In addition to cooking, what she likes most is this kind of cool steel machinery. On, tens of millions of dollars. That's, how many yen? Tadakuro Megami and Yuki Hirosoma exclaimed, they had never seen so much money in their lives. About 1 billion yen. I'm so envious of Rindo Senpai, the one and only motorcycle in the world, woohoo, I want to go up and take a ride too. Looking at the motorbike that was getting away, Yoshino Yuaki looked sad, as if he had lost something important. Tatsuki is the highest cooking school in the Neon Kingdom, and there are not a few people from wealthy families. Many people who often pay attention to motorcycles instantly recognize Siejun's mount. Suddenly there was a commotion. FK, where did this local tyrant come from? Is Senpai Longden sitting behind? He's the rumored boyfriend of Renton Senpai, he's simply inhumane. 1 billion yen to buy a motorcycle? Is the head show funny? Or is it too much money to burn? The world of local tyrants, we really don't understand. By the way, can we ride motorcycles in our school? I want to try it too. It doesn't seem like there are any regulations on this, right? In fact, some of Tatsuki's aristocratic students had a wealthy family. But asking them to spend at least 1 billion to buy a motorcycle is beyond the reach of most people. How can he take his girlfriend for a ride in school like Siejun? And she is also the most popular goddess in the whole school. Look at that cool and beautiful landscape. Everyone felt a little bit of a toothache. Mainly sour. Those who claim to be from famous families. I finally felt the feeling of envy and jealousy. They were always envied by others before. At this moment, many people were full of inexplicable hostility towards this international student from Sia. Well, basically it's all boys. Isn't it? Not to mention the goddess who robbed them. He also rode an expensive locomotive through the market. They all want to beat people now. Siejun didn't know, he inexplicably pulled a group of haters. But with his character, it doesn't matter if he knows. It's just a bunch of scum, come and bite me if you don't want to. Siejun never cared how many enemies he had. Along the way, he didn't ride fast, not to show off. I just want to experience the softness of Genshin Senpai carefully. The current Kobayashi Renton, his whole body seemed to have no strength at all, leaning against his back tightly. The smile on Siejun's face was like a pebble thrown into a pond, all rippling with waves. A wave in a wave, laughing happily. This wave of welfare, he must give a full score. At the same time, he could not help but sigh. It was a very wise decision to ship the baby locomotive here. P.S. The first update. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 035 Kobayashi Genshin's Black Goat Meat, Senior will be leaving soon. It's this guy again, so arrogant. Erina's face was cold. When she saw Siejun, her good mood today disappeared instantly. This man who only made himself embarrassed in public yesterday, today he was strutting around with his girlfriend. How could Rinden Senpai fall in love with this kind of guy? Erina couldn't figure it out. Looking at the roaring Harley-Davidson that was getting closer and closer, she frowned. Hisako, does our school allow such vulgar behavior? Hisako was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Miss, there are no regulations in this regard. Come to think of it, the top of the school never thought that anyone would ride a motorcycle in Tatsuki. After all, everyone is here to learn how to cook. Most day students will take the school bus consciously after entering the school gate. How can you do whatever you want like Siejun? Hisako just heard with his own ears that a motorcycle in this area is worth 1 billion yen. She came from a family of medicinal foods, and she has seen many powerful people since she was a child, but she is not as arrogant as Siejun. You can spend so much money on a two-wheeler. But I have to say, this car is really cool. She was a little envious of Xylan Genshin. It's quite romantic to think about being able to ride around in a luxury car with a loved one. After all, Hisako is also a little girl, and she is naturally full of longing for love and the like. But sneaking a glance at the young lady's livid face, she quickly put away the envy. Miss Erina, she is still angry. Forget it, let's go, out of sight and out of mind. Erina is very clear, with her grandfather's tolerance towards the Xiaoguo exchange student. No matter how awkward he is, it probably won't affect Xiejun. People should be chattering, but they should continue chattering. Better to ignore it. Xiejun drove Kobayashi Renton all the way out of the school gate. He's going to take him home. As soon as I think about it, I can go to Rindo Senpai's house. He couldn't help but get a little excited. The first time I went to a girl's house, Xiejun was a little nervous. This is a 2-story building. Kobayashi Renchio lives alone. Her parents lived overseas all year round. She is usually home alone. Xiejun followed Xiaolin Renton into the house and looked around curiously. But found nothing special. The decoration of the house is quite simple. Really want to say what is different from other people's homes. That is the decorative ornaments with many rare species. Like in the living room. On one wall hangs the head of an alligator. Very Genshin Senpai style. Find a place to sit by yourself. You only made 4 bowls of fried pork chops just now, and you don't know how to save one for yourself. I'll go and cook something for you. Kobayashi Genshin's face was still a little red. The close contact just now made her still feel hot. Running to the kitchen busy, just want to hide for a while. Bold Genshin Senpai also has moments of shyness. Xiejun finds a place to sit at will. Curiously looked at his girlfriend's residence. But it doesn't seem to look good either. This is not the other's bedroom. Xiejun was a little disappointed. But the thought of Kobayashi Renton cooking for himself. He was instantly filled with anticipation. Wait in peace. After half an hour, Xiaolin Zhondon walked out with a plate of meat with a smile on his face. Black goat. Look at the meat that is slightly glowing with oil. And the scent wafting out with the heat. Xiejun instantly judged the ingredients. I bought it some time ago. Fortunately, there is some black goat meat left at home. I'll serve you a meal. Black goat, also known as Wanning East goat, is very famous in Xia for its thin skin and tender meat. The meat has no fishy smell, the meat is smooth and tender, the taste is fragrant, and it is not greasy. Wait until Kobayashi Genshin comes out with a big bowl of rice. Xiejun started to feast. He was really hungry. The plump skin doesn't feel greasy at all, and the texture is smooth and soft. Genshin Senpai is really good at cooking that cherishes ingredients. Xiejun complimented his girlfriend while eating. Xiaoguo has long started to breed black goats on a large scale, and now it is no longer a treasured food. Kobayashi Genshin has only eaten a bowl of fried pork cutlet rice, and now he is not hungry at all. She grinned and stared at her boyfriend's inconspicuous eating, but she was not disgusted at all. As a chef, I like this kind of food the most. The more disregarding the image, the more satisfied the diners are with the food. How is it? Rinden Senpai's craftsmanship is not worse than yours, right? Kobayashi Renton asked with a smile. It must be better than me. The steamed mutton is paired with green vegetables that have been overheated. The two tastes alternate with each other and complement each other. If you are willing to cook it for me every day in the future, it will be even better. Xiejun is not a fool, of course he has to praise his girlfriend at this time. He, you know how to make me happy and want me to cook for you every day in the future? No way. You men's mouths, you just can't believe it? I didn't know who said it before. In the future, will you make me whatever you want to eat? Xiaolin Genshin gave his boyfriend a blank look, and his eyebrows were full of amorous feelings. Of course it's true, Renton Senpai, what do you want to eat tonight? Xiejun swallowed a piece of mutton and asked with a smile. Do you still want to stay here until the evening? Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat your food recently. Kobayashi Renton exposes his boyfriend's bad thoughts. Xiejun was slightly taken aback, and put down the chopsticks in his hand. Senpai Renton is leaving. He also knew that the other party went out to study, and he felt a burst of reluctance in his heart for no reason. There's no way. I'm about to graduate, and many research courses have not been completed. If it wasn't for picking you up this time, I wouldn't be back. Third-year students of the Tatsuki High School are very busy when they are approaching graduation, and Kobayashi Renton is no exception. P.S. Second more. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Flowers are rising so slowly, I beg readers to smash some flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 036 Kobayashi Genshin, The Feeling of Love is So Good. Where are you going this time? Seijun is also not a prickly man who doesn't tether his girlfriend to his side. South America, Amazon. Xiaolin Renton said with a smile, revealing two delicate little tiger teeth. Really? Very Genshin senpai style. Seijun had such an expression on his face. He knew it. Your own girlfriend. I will never go out to study step by step. Always run to that dangerous place. But Seijun did not object. He knew that senior sister was such a character. If you don't go to those strange places. Is that still Kobayashi Genshin? In fact, Seijun really wanted to go out with his girlfriend. But considering that I have only just entered the school at this time, it seems that it is not good to ask for a long vacation suddenly. And he also really wanted to experience campus life. This was an experience he had never experienced in his 2 lifetimes. Seijun grew up in an orphanage in a previous life. He was frail and sickly since he was a child, and he did not go to school much. Fortunately, the director of the orphanage is a good man. Plus the help of well-meaning people in the community. Difficult to last until the age of 20. But as it was supposed to be, he died in the end. This made Seijun always feel that he was very sorry for the dean. So he cherished the people around him very much in this life. Even if the old man was mentally ill, he didn't have much resentment. After all, people who solve the family must always have the ability worthy of it. Besides, Mr. Sia was really good to him. As long as it does not affect the learning and training, no matter what the requirements will be satisfied. For example, to allow him to ride a motorcycle comfortably. Mr. Sia even found someone specially to repair the runway on more than a dozen mountains. The degree of doting is comparable to being harsh on him. After eating the black goat meat made by Kobayashi Genshin, he was delighted. Seijun seemed to suddenly think of something. He took out a pint of medicinal powder from the spice box. This is for you. The Duerming powder formulated with traditional Hyuxia medicine is effective against most poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. Seijun didn't tell Kobayashi Genshin. In fact, this powder comes from the system known as a universal insect repellent. Even for the Amazon anaconda, it has a certain effect. Xiaolin Renton received it with a smile, feeling a little moved in his heart. She is very clear that the other party also has a deep research in traditional Hyuxia medicine. By the way, when you went out this time, when will you be back? Seijun asked curiously. It's probably autumn, the exact time has not yet been determined. Oh, anyway, you're safe outside. Anna, sister doesn't need you to worry yet. Kobayashi Renton stood up and stretched his arms. Perfect and proud body at a glance. Seijun's mouth was dry for a while. Well, mainly because I ate mutton just now, and I was a little nervous. Kobayashi Genshin was keenly aware of the strange gaze. A charming look at his boyfriend. Okay, you've eaten your meal, you should go back too. Saying that, Kobayashi Renton pushed Seijun's shoulder. The meaning of chasing people is very obvious. She was afraid of being alone in a room with the other party, which would turn into an uncontrollable situation. No way. You really won't let me have dinner? Seijun suddenly looked bewildered. It's only 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so let yourself go back. Go back quickly, my sister has to pack up. Actually, I can help too. Need not. Xiaolin Renton pushed Xiajun, saying it was chasing people, but it was more like flirting. Xiajun didn't want to do anything, he is still very innocent in love. At most, just want to spend more time with Rindo senpai. When he came to the door, he still looked at Xiaolin Renton with a face full of reluctance. The short-term separation still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Xiaolin Renton seemed to know what he was thinking. A bit of a twisted glance at him, and a hint of ruddy appeared on the pretty face. Boom! Just when Xiajun was in a daze, he suddenly felt wet on his face. When he came back to his senses, Xiaolin Renton had already closed the door. For it. Is this the end? Rindo senpai, let me have a good feeling at any rate? Xiajun stood blankly at the door. The mood at the moment is obviously a bit complicated. Joy and disappointment are intertwined. Feeling the warmth on his face, Xiajun didn't know it. Kobayashi Renton, who closed the door, did not leave. Instead, he leaned back against the door, covering his heart with one hand, and his pretty face flushed red. This was the first time she kissed a boy, and she took the initiative. His fast-beating heart seemed to pop out of his mouth. She didn't let out a sigh of relief until she saw Xiajun leave from the cat's eyes. There was a faint smile on his rosy face. Kobayashi Genshin suddenly found out. I seem to like this feeling. Feeling of love. Very nice. P.S. The third update. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 037 The Research Club of the 8th Seat of Elite 10? Just grab it. 7th day after Senpai Renton left, I miss her. This is a boring culture class. It mainly explains the origin and development of various cuisines in the world. Xiajun felt very boring, these things he could hear calluses from his small ears. Tadakuro Megami sat next to him. I don't know what happened. She has been assigned a table with Xiajun recently, no matter cooking class or culture class. But after 7 days together, Tadakuro Megami is no longer afraid of this new classmate. And most importantly, she found out that since the group with Xiajun, other students did not dare to play tricks on themselves blatantly. They even hide far away from time to time. Tadakuro Megami is grateful to Xiajun. At least she can now study hard in class with peace of mind. Seeing the melancholy look on Xiajun's face, she knew that the other party must be thinking about Renton senpai again. Since Rindo senpai left the academy, Xiajun has always looked like this. The kind Zaiwai wants to find something to talk about and divert the attention of the other party. Xiajun, have you decided to join a research society? Do you have to join the research club? Xiajun didn't have much energy, and still thought it was more interesting to be with Renton senpai. Of course, every student in the academy will join, which is very important for future studies. Tadakuro Megami explained in a low voice. Is it still related to further studies? Let's go see it together after class. Xiajun was slightly startled. As a descendant of the god of cooking family, it would be a bit embarrassing if even further education was a problem. Tadakuro Megami has not yet joined the research society. Mainly wanted to follow Xiajun. Recently, she found that watching each other's cooking, she can also learn a lot. Okay. Tadakuro Megami smiled sweetly, and the pure smile made people feel comfortable. Anyway, Xiajun is not disgusted. In the afternoon, Xiajun and Tadakuro Megami came to a square. There are many billboards on the side of the square, which are covered with various advertisements. It's all recruiting inspiration from various societies. Beef rice bowl, vegetarian dishes, octopus beef balls, popular lunchbox. There are so many cooking research institutes, it's really strange, there are everything. Zaiwai, What club are you going to join? Seojun looked at various promotional notices and asked with a smile. I haven't decided yet. Let's take a look and see. Tadakuro Megami replied with a dry smile. In fact, she wanted to join the Rural Cuisine Research Society. But I want to learn something from Seojun. Feeling tangled, old and complicated? Who's so awesome? A research society actually occupied an entire signboard. Exquisite pictorials cover the entire notice board, and the propaganda is so strong that I am afraid that others will not see the same. The Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society, the 8th seat of Elite 10, the Research Society of Senior Yugataraki. Tadakuro Megami answered earnestly. Is there already a Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society in the academy? Can I create another one? Seojun had a whim and asked very seriously. As a native of Sia, I naturally have to carry forward the cooking skills of my ancestors. How can I fake a neon man? Tadakuro Megami was stunned for a moment, then sighed, probably, no way. Seojun frowned slightly, suddenly thought of something, and said with a smile, it seems that the only way to eat halberds is to eat halberds. Doesn't it mean that as long as you eat halberds, any problem can be solved? Tadakuro Megami stayed where he was, looking stupidly at the tall and handsome boy in front of him. That's true in theory. A few days ago, Miss Arena used the halberd to forcibly demolish the Sumo Hotpot Research Club. But, Kyugataraki, that's the 8th seat of the Tatsuki Elite 10. I'm not questioning Seojun's cooking level, but if you want to eat halberds, you must have the same wager. And now Junsia doesn't seem to have enough equivalent conditions. Tadakuro Megami quickly explained. She didn't want Seojun to be impulsive and go to the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Institute to make a joke. What about the 8th seat? Since it's not allowed to recreate it, then I'll just grab this Hyuxia Cuisine Research Institute. Don't worry, I know Tatsuki's rules for eating halberds very well. Are there equal conditions? If you want to come to the conditions I put forward, the 8th seat will definitely be reluctant to refuse. Seojun laughed. He is very confident in what he has in his hands. Tadakuro Megami looked at a loss, and did not understand where Seojun, who had just entered the academy, got his confidence. But just when she was in a daze, Seojun was already walking in one direction. It is the direction of the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society. At the same time, she was also a little confused. Seojun, who was walking in front, seemed to be on the phone. At this time, who is Seojun going to contact? Tadakuro Megami felt that he suddenly couldn't understand each other's actions. P.S. Fourth more. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 038 Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society. The location of the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Institute is indicated on the sign. Seojun found it very easily. Beyond his expectations. The area of the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Institute is not small. An entire Hyuxia-style loft stands on an open space. Seojun and Tadakuro Megami came to the door. Dozens of stoves and supporting cooking benches are placed in the attic. Dozens of bald high school students wearing uniform chef uniforms are frying in full swing by the stove. Dozens of stoves burst into flames in unison, which looked extremely spectacular from a distance. Seojun and Tadakuro Megami froze in place for a moment. Zayawai was really shocked. Such a neat and uniform stir-fry has obviously been tempered countless times. Only in this way can you develop this instinct and make perfect cooking unconsciously. But Seojun was stunned. I never thought that there is such an idiot training method in this world. What kind of things can be made by operating like a machine? He could figure it out with his toes. It is absolutely the same thing with the same taste, texture, and appearance. This kind of running water, it's okay to fool a layman, and the chefs of Siaguo, who have a little experience, are all disdainful. He felt that the long-term follower had completely misunderstood Hyuxia cuisine. The 8th seat of Elite 10, known as the first person in Tatsuki Hyuxia cuisine, is nothing more than that. Just by looking at the teaching method of the other party, Siejun made a judgment in an instant. On the high platform in front of him, stood a young man shouting with a loudspeaker. "Little guys, continue to stir fry for 2 minutes, all the staff must stick to it for me, and the rhythm must not be slow." It took me a long time to notice a man and a woman standing at the door. "Don't stop at all, go on, go on," he shouted as he walked towards Siejun. "You also want to join the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society? Here are 2 forms, fill them out." Very casually, he waved to a bald head and motioned for the other party to bring the registration form. The bald-headed disciple hurried over and whispered in Jeju's ear, "He is the boyfriend of Senpai Renton. It's him." For a long time, Zhao Ji was slightly taken aback. He had heard of Siejun's name for a long time, but he had never seen the real person. After meeting now, he couldn't help but be a little curious. In front of this person, what is there to attract Renton Senpai? Speaking of Kobayashi Genshin, I felt a chill in Teraji's heart for a long time for no reason. He was not afraid of Eshitsukasa, the first seat of Elite 10, and even dared to challenge him. But facing the second seat Kobayashi Genshin, this sturdy big sister left a lot of psychological shadows on him at the beginning. Facing Kobayashi Genshin's boyfriend, his tone was a little more polite, quite arrogant just now. Siejun looked at the short boy in front of him. The golden bangs at the front end looked like an open banana peel covering his face. The short red hair at the back is a little messy. He's a little guy with a lot of personality. It can be seen from the arrogant eyes of the other party that this is a person with super self-confidence. "Sorry, I didn't come to apply for membership." There was a smile on Siejun's face, and he liked to knock down the confidence of such people the most. "Then what are you doing here?" "Renton Senpai's boyfriend." Ju Izayaji deliberately added a little bit of tone to the latter sentence. The meaning is obvious. "If it weren't for Xiaolin Renton's face, I wouldn't be so polite to you." The smile on Siejun's face began to fade, and he didn't like relying on women to save face for himself. "Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society is very good, let's eat a halberd. If I win, this place belongs to me." The old Jijia people have a kind of domineering in their bones. Siejun naturally didn't like nonsense, and pointed out his intentions directly. "Jiang." Moment. The iron pans that were still stirring vigorously just now fell all together. A group of bald heads looked at Siejun standing in the middle in shock. They never thought of it. How dare someone come to the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Institute to make a fuss? What qualifications do you have to challenge my master for a long time? Just because you are Xiaolin Renton's boyfriend? Don't think you know Hyuxia cuisine because you are from the Xia country. That's right, in Tatsuki, only Master Kui can teach us authentic Hyuxia cuisine. A crowd of bald heads began to clamor. These guys have long been trained to become loyal supporters. Except for the long-term care of me, no one is a DK. Haha. Who knows, Siejun laughed like he heard something funny. Authentic Hyuxia food. That's it? Apart from mapo tofu, it's boiled pork slices? Do you only know how to make spicy food? You dare to name the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society just because you are insulting Hyuxia cuisine. After a long time, Taraki's face gradually became gloomy, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes were as sharp as falcons. Then, he said coldly, "Of course, Hyuxia cuisine, only Sichuan cuisine is enough." Siejun's laughter stopped for a while, and he looked at the little dwarf in front of him in disbelief. "Do you know what you're talking about? He can be sure, if this guy goes to the chef world of Xiaguo to say so. Should be killed, right? Well, he will definitely be killed. Dead without a corpse. P.S. 5th, please collect flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 039 Who said my young master is not qualified? 8 major Hyuxia cuisines, thousands of branches. Hunan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Fujian cuisine. Are these all eaten by you? Sichuan cuisine is just one of the 8 major cuisines. However, even if you have Sichuan cuisine, you seem to have only learned a little bit, thinking that as long as it is spicy, it will be fine. Boiled cabbage, dongpo pork, double-cooked pork, chestnut roast chicken. Which of these is not the famous Sichuan cuisine? To be honest, Xiejun was a little PD when he heard Juga Taraki's words. His father has been nagging in his ear since he was a child. Hyuxia cuisine is extensive and profound, and its origins are spread. If you want to be the best chef, you have to gather the strengths of hundreds of schools, and you must not rest on your laurels. But for a long time I will be fine. After learning two-handed Mapo tofu, he claims to be the inheritor of Hyuxia cuisine. It's kind of ridiculous. Xiejun scolded. Naturally he was not polite. What about other cuisines? The skill lies in the essence, not in the many. As long as one technology is thoroughly researched, it is more important than anything else. Look at my group of untalented members, as long as they strictly follow my recipes, they can make perfect dishes. For a long time, I looked at Xiejun proudly and said plausibly. That's it? Mechanized operations, assembly line processes. It's not cooking at all, it's just a reproduction of a food. I saw these people stir fry just now. Their eyes are dull, their expressions are dull, and their movements are simple. The dishes made by such people have no soul. Xiejun shook his head. He felt that this group of people who were full of enthusiasm for Hyuxia cuisine had been completely ruined by the long time. The lack of talent and aptitude naturally has to be made up for by high-intensity training. Now that the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society is developing rapidly under my policy, it proves that I am right. For a long time, Taraki looked at Xiejun proudly, still very stubborn. It's just that the neck hurts a little bit, and he feels that the other party is too tall. Come and eat the halberd. I don't want to see the reputation of Hyuxia cuisine ruined in the hands of an outsider like you. Facing such a stubborn person, Xiejun shook his head, feeling that he couldn't let the other party continue to play like this. The students in the academy don't understand it, and they may think that Hyuxia cuisine is Sichuan cuisine. If it spreads out, it will have some impact on the reputation of Hyuxia cuisine. Shiji? With me. What qualifications do you have to eat halberd with me? Just a joke. Just because you are Xiaolin Renton's boyfriend? Let's wait until you get the corresponding bet. For a long time, Taraji looked at the tall man in front of him with a strange look, feeling a little funny. He is the 8th seat of Elite 10, so he doesn't want to play cards. Not all cats and dogs can challenge. Who said my young master is not qualified? At this moment, a crisp female voice suddenly sounded in the research club. Maria, dressed as a maid, came in with a smile like a mature and intellectual big sister next door. Maid. Do we still have this thing in our school? Master? Who is her master? Could it be the Xiejun? Wait, what's that stack she's holding? Juga Taraki moved his head a little, his short stature was easily blocked from view. When he saw the maid who came slowly, the whole person was not well. As the 8th seat of Tatsuki Elite 10, he has only a bald secretary by his side, but he is still a muscular man. This Rinden senpai's boyfriend is a good one, and he actually carries a maid with him. What's up with this guy? For a long time, Taraki became curious about Xiejun's life experience. But now is not the time to think about that. Because the maid was already holding a stack of papers and stood in front of her. Maria, thank you for your hard work. Xiejun smiled and thanked. You are very kind. I have brought the title deed, house deed, and check you asked for. Maria smiled softly. Siejun took the things, handed them to Jugataraki, and said with a smile, "Look, these things should be enough, right?" The latter was stunned for a moment, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Still, he looked curiously. Tatsuki Gakuen East 1st District Land Deed. 1F, Unit 1, East District, Tatsuki Gakuen. 18F, Unit 1, East District, Tatsuki Gakuen. For a long time, I was completely stunned. He had been in Tatsuki Gakuen for so long and never heard of it. Besides Nikari's house, who else can get a house here? And the Xia people in front of me. You actually have your own house in the academy? And there's more than one set. What a whole building. He doubted the authenticity of the stack of residential house certificates. But the official seal and printing code above look exactly the same as the real one. And the other party even got the made out. Well, it is very feasible. For a long time, I feel that this stack of things is a little hot. He knew exactly what the stack of certificates meant. It means that Siejun is in Tatsuki Academy, and his status is equal to that of the Nikari family. Even the other's family background is enough to make the Nikari family change the rules for many years. After all, for nearly 100 years, the Nikari family has firmly held the ownership of Tatsuki Academy. Every brick and every tile has never been given to any outsider. And now, Siejun holds a building in his hand. P.S. 6th more. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 040 Siejun's Chips, the sensation brought by the gamble. One building in Tatsuki, plus a check for 1 billion yen. This bet should be enough. Siejun's tone was calm, as if he was saying a very ordinary thing. However, there was already an uproar in the restaurant. A group of bald heads completely shocked the scene. Gosh, did I hear it right? A building in Tatsuki. How could he have the property of Tatsuki Academy? 1 billion yen. How much is that? The conditions that Siejun casually threw out are too shocking. And look at the other party's indifferent expression. As if it was just throwing something worthless. For a long time, I was stunned in place. I just feel that the stack of things in my hand is a little hot. Siejun's identity makes him suspicious. Although he only learned a little bit of Sichuan cuisine. But I have also heard a little about the chefs of Siaguo. For a long time, Isayaji instantly thought of the Xia family of the 3 families of Siakuyu. It's just that he thinks the same way as Erina. I don't think the rumored person who solved the family would come to Tatsuki to study. Because it's totally illogical. Sometimes they can't understand the old man's brain circuit. Jugataraki has a very rich expression on his face at this time, and the weather is uncertain. The bet given by Siejun is too tempting. This is the fixed asset of Tatsuki Academy. Unlike the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society, it is just a land lease to them by the school. After he graduates, even if the research club can be retained for a long time, it is nominally an asset of the school. Years later, others will at most remember him as the founder of the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society. Besides, what else could there be? But if you could own an entire building in Tatsuki and turn it into a research institute, he will have his own industry permanently in the cradle of this chef. Even future generations can inherit it. Thinking of this, my long-term mood began to surging. This is an unprecedented feat since the establishment of Tatsuki Gakuen. Keiruji is an arrogant and confident person, at most he is only concerned about the identity of Siejun. If compared to cooking, he is not afraid of anyone. Fresh halberd. Just better than cooking. After a long time, a smile appeared on my face, and I said, then let's eat the halberd. Let me tell you that Hyuxia cuisine only needs Sichuan cuisine. Facing the stubbornness of the 8th seat, Siejun was not angry at this moment. I have been hooked for a long time, and the rest is no longer important. Anyway, the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society is already in its own pocket. Siejun is so confident. The news that the new Xiaguo transfer student was about to eat halberds with the 8th seat of Elite 10 instantly spread throughout Tatsuki. Everyone was shocked and felt that Siejun, a freshman, was too capable of doing things. I thought that after Kobayashi Renton left, this guy who likes to show off would be able to stop for a while. Who knew that in just a few days, I ran to provoke me for a long time. That is the 8th seat of the Tatsuki Elite 10. One of 10 people standing at the top of the entire academy. Did that guy think that if he can catch up with Kobayashi Renton, his cooking skills will be comparable to Elite 10? This thought popped into everyone's mind. I feel that Siejun's behavior is too brainless. Afterwards, it is not known who made the wind. Tatsuki a building and a billion-yen bet. Once again shocked everyone in the school. The sensation caused by the high roller gambling instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to see Siejun, who threw a sky-high bet as a condition for eating halberds. Is it really powerful? Still out of control? Polar Star Dorm. Isahiki Satoshi in the 7th seat of Elite 10 narrowed his eyes, listening to Tadakuro Megami's vivid description. Suddenly, I became a little curious about this young man I had never met before. He knew very well what Xiaolin Renton was like. If his cooking skills were not good enough, this senior would not fall in love so easily. This Xiaguo freshman is really full of energy. When he came to the academy, he caused such a big stir. Isahiki Satoshi's smiling face made it impossible to see through his thoughts. No wonder he didn't come to live in Polar Star Dorm. It turns out that they also have real estate in the school. Yoshino Yuuki's tone was shocked, and then he said sourly, "Rich and stylish, but not average in cooking, where can I find such a boyfriend? Suddenly I am so envious of Renton Senpai." Everyone ignored Yoshino Yuuki, who jumped out. Isahiki Satoshi asked, "Ryoko, Zaiwai, Yukihira-kun, you have all tasted Siejun's cuisine, what do you think his level is?" "Of course it's delicious, I've never eaten such a delicious rice bowl." Seemingly aware that he was acting a little too far, Tadakuro Megami sneered, "Of course, Yukihira-kun's rice bowl is also very good. Zaiwai doesn't have to worry about my face. If you lose, you will lose. His cooking skills are indeed better than mine." Yukihira Soma is not the kind of person who can't afford to lose. He is someone who has lost nearly 500 times to his father and can continue to challenge. He had only lost to Siejun once, and he felt that he could still catch up. Siejun's cooking level is indeed very high, but we don't know the strength of the Elite 10, so it's not easy to judge the final outcome of this halberd. Sakaki Ryoko is mature and makes a conclusion calmly. "How come, don't you often eat the dishes I make?" Isahiki Satoshi said with a smile. "Come on, Senior Isahiki. Everyone knows that you usually don't show your real skills at all." Ibusaki-shun said blankly. Isahiki Satoshi laughed dryly and interrupted. "I'm really looking forward to this competition, I hope this halberd-eating flower can bloom more beautifully." Asterisk. Chapter 041 Everyone thinks Siejun has lost? Grandpa, how does that guy have the property rights to the academy building? Erina looked at the smiling Nakiri Sentimon angrily. She couldn't figure out why her stubborn grandfather would take the initiative to break the tradition of the Nakiri family. "Little Erina, it's just a building, you don't need to be so angry." Sentimon just got the news that Siejun and Yugataraki's halberds have been certified by the Halberd Administration. He is looking forward to it very much now, hoping to see the true level of this descendant of the three families of Syakuyu. In fact, since Siejun entered Tatsuki, he has been paying attention. It's just that the other party always has reservations, which makes him regret for a while. "Grandpa, now that we have set a precedent, what if others want to settle in Tatsuki in the future?" Erina doesn't care about a mere building. She was just worried, once there was a precedent for this. Others will swarm like sharks smelling blood. Although the Nakiri family has a considerable position in the culinary world, they cannot withstand the pressure of business and political circles. These big men are very good face. It would be fine if the Nakiri family kept the independence of Tatsuki Academy. But now that others can settle in, why can't they? Erina has realized the seriousness of the situation. Don't worry, someone will handle this matter. Sentimon is confident. Seeing the determined expression on her grandfather's face, Erina's worries eased a lot. Now she is more and more curious about Siejun's identity. After a moment of hesitation, Erina knew that she would definitely not get the answer from her grandfather. "Grandpa, let me be the examiner for this halberd meal." Erina has never forgotten the last public gaffe. She wanted to see with her own eyes what Siejun looked like when she lost the competition. It must be quite interesting to think about. Last time Siejun passed the examination smoothly. Erina of Tsundere decided that the other party took advantage of the special spices. The real level is certainly nothing more than that. She wouldn't believe the recent rumors about Siejun at school. 3 days later. The food hall was already full all around. Everyone is curious about this halberd. Many people didn't even get their seats, and could only wait in the aisle on the second floor or wait for the results outside. Hello everyone, the Food Halberd Administration has recognized this duel as the official food halberd. And I am the Master of Ceremonies, Rei Kawashima from the first year of high school. On the stage-like cooking table, a beautiful idle girl tied with a cute bow was introducing herself with a microphone. The shouts of Xiaoli and Xiaoli continued to ring around the venue. It is conceivable that this MC is very popular among Tatsuki boys. Yo, I believe everyone can't wait, this upcoming battle. This time, there are 3 judges in total, Mr. Erina and 2 gourmets from the food industry. The theme is Meipo Tofu. This is the 8th seat of Elite 10, Senior Kyuga, who is best at cooking. Then now, please, players from both sides enter the arena. Rei Kawashima has been the MC since the junior high school, and is very experienced in driving popularity. For a time, the venue was deafening, and everyone's emotions soared to the highest point. Entering the passage, Siejun had a confident smile on his face. Behind him, stood Tadakuro Megami and Maria. When did Tadakuro Megami ever see this kind of battle? Listening to the shouts around, his legs were a little weak. "Ji-jun, aren't you nervous at all?" she asked with a trembling voice, mainly to find someone to talk to and ease her nervousness. "Why are you nervous? It's just a small test." Siejun answered casually, his tone revealing incomparable ease. Maria had never experienced such battles before. However, she has always been mature, with a faint smile on her face. As a maid, you must not embarrass your master. In fact, she feels very lucky to be able to work beside Siejun. Every day is to clean the house, and occasionally make breakfast for Siejun, most of the time is very leisurely. However, the remuneration of this job is excellent, and the annual salary is at least more than 10 million yen with subsidies and bonuses. In Nihon country, many senior white-collar workers do not have that much annual income. Maria cherishes this job. The first to enter. The rumored boyfriend of Renton Senpai, Siejun, a transfer student from Sia country. This new classmate has just entered the school, he is really beautiful, and definitely has a high reputation. I chased after the very famous Jondon Senpai silently. The picture of the two of them being like glue is really enviable to others. I just don't know if this new classmate's cooking skills are as high as his methods of chasing girls. Kawashima Rei began to introduce the participants. Siejun always felt that this beautiful girl had a hint of irony in her words. He didn't know that this seemingly innocent girl was actually a very black-hearted person. Shaking his head, Siejun walked into the venue with a spice box. "This guy is Renton Senpai's boyfriend?" He doesn't look very good. Someone said sourly that he was obviously jealous of the other party's handsome and stylish. This year's freshmen are really bold and dare to challenge the Tatsuki Elite 10 as soon as they come in. It's really unprecedented. I don't know if he still has the face to stay in Tatsuki after losing this halberd. It's been a long time since my senior has won. I believe that after this halberd meal, Sister Longden will be able to see the true face of this freshman. Of course, but not everyone is worthy of our Genshin senpai. There was a commotion all around the venue. Obviously, almost everyone is not optimistic about Siejun. Think he's lost. P.S. Second more. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 042 His Meipo Tofu Why Glow? The next appearance, I believe we are very familiar with Hyuxia cuisine is famous for its 8th Elite 10 seats dash. I took a long record mentor. Kawashimoli loud passionate, instantly sparking waves of cheers around. Especially among regional group of exceptionally prominent bald, voice almost deafening. Petite stature slightly long I look in discipline, in this intense atmosphere, heads held high into the hall. The two sides have been in place in the cooking stage, then. Next, called this gamble, the highly anticipated food killer is about to begin. I have long bet on the 8th seniors seats, and Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society. Siejun classmates bet is Tatsuki former 18th floors, as well as 1 billion yen. Since 2 out of the conditions, simply called Tatsuki Gakuin School, the biggest bet. Fresh killer has not yet officially begun, the venue all around again an uproar. Everyone was scared to bet on both sides. It is actually true. This late admission so rich. It's incredible, such a big bet, my seniors for a long time turned a profit. Yes the theme of this killer food, but for a long time my seniors do best Meipo tofu. Owners are not optimistic about Siejun. Even if that person is a summer people familiar with Hyuxia cuisine. But on the level of Meipo tofu, I took a long discipline has long been recognized by all. The relative standing of the cooking stage. Siejun and I took a long record as a relative, his face full of confidence expression. The latter revealed a hint of haughty eyes. On the Meipo tofu, he has absolute confidence. I took a long record of skilled movements, hands daoguang circulation, ginger, garlic, and other materials processed in an instant. Siejun does not seem in a hurry, quietly watching each other's performances. Have to say, I took a long record of really good basic skills. Meipo tofu dish alone, apparently after tempered, can be so skilled. How is it? Siejun how not hands? Do not for a long time knowing that my opponent seniors, it has been reluctant hands. Look, seniors have started a long time I stir up. God, so fast, is he afraid of tofu pot dissipated it. It shares a rich spicy flavor, coming out of my mouth water. I heard a long time seniors improved formulations 1,000 times already this road curd to achieve the ultimate. Just smell the smell of this unit, I can eat 3 bowls of rice. The venue around, voices, everyone is attracted in the air fragrance. Even sitting in the review stage arena, also could not help but slightly straightened himself. His face with a trace of joking, she did not feel able to beat Siejun I took a long time on the dish. The audience, Tadakuro Megami looked at his face tense showdown stage. She does not understand why the self-confident Siejun is not hands-on. Is it really the other side so arrogant that there is sufficient time to complete? Tadakuro Megami subconsciously looked at the time on the screen. Today, less than 3 minutes left. She could not help but secretly began to hurry up. Sudden. Siejun to move. In the hands of a kitchen knife as if full of spirituality in general, to fill the gap between the completion of processing of materials. Beef, ginger, and chop fine cut almost in a very short period of time. Fire, a little pepper in the wok, sauté it. Remove and hot oil. After the oil temperature rises, the moment the spices are put into the pot, a strong and spicy fragrance permeates the entire venue. Add the muddy water mixed with soybean flour into the pot. Go! Everyone seemed to hear the sound of boiling water bursting in the pot. At this moment, a smile appeared on Siejun's face, and he picked up a piece of white and tender tofu with one hand. After a toss, everyone stared straight at the piece of tofu flying in the air. What does Siejun want to do? Haven't waited for them to react. Several knife lights flashed instantly. Countless pieces of tofu of uniform size all fell into the hot pot. Boom! The place was buzzing. Siejun's high-profile performance shocked them again. How much confidence do you need? Only dare to show off his knife skills in such a crucial game as halberd. Isn't he afraid that the tofu cut out like this will be different in size? You know, the mapo tofu dish. If the uniformity of each piece of tofu cannot be guaranteed, the taste must be different. Arrogant. On the review stage, Erina looked displeased and felt that Siejun did not respect the sacred halberd at all. How can someone who is so grandstanding like a juggler cook the ultimate cooking? For a long time, Teraki didn't seem to be affected by this scene. His mapo tofu is about to come out. With a proud face, he glanced at Siejun with a smile, but immediately frowned. Because the other party actually covered the pot. For a long time, I couldn't help but wonder if the other party would make mapo tofu. This kind of operation will only make this dish, with a burnt smell. Simmering under the fire, spicy and other aromas cannot be volatilized to a certain extent, and will only completely destroy the taste of this dish. Haha. This dish of a transfer student is completely ruined. It's a pity that he was still showing off his knife skills just now. It's a real hammer, this ya people is just a show. Wait to hand over your bets obediently. There was a commotion in the stands. Many people are not used to Siejun, who swaggered around with Kobayashi Renton. Now I can't wait for the other party to make a fool of myself. Many people are beginning to gloat. The people from Polar Star Dorm were in the stands, but they didn't boo. Isahiki Satoshi and others looked confused, completely unable to understand each other's intentions. After listening to Tadakuro Megami and Sakeki Ryoko's evaluation of Siejun, they don't think the other party is fooling. At this time, Siejun on the cooking table suddenly lifted the lid of the pot. What's the matter? Where did the light come from? Who can tell me? Why does it glow when you make a mapo tofu? The new classmates are here to be funny, right? Do you put fluorescent powder in a dish? It can't be phosphor. That thing doesn't have such a strong effect. Then tell me, why does his mapo tofu glow? P.S. The third update, please collect. More than 10,000 characters are updated every day, and I beg the big guys to bring some flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 043. I almost forgot that I am also a systematic person. Whether it is the long time on the cooking table, I follow the rules. Or Erina on the review stand. Or the many spectators in the stands. At this moment, they all stared at the pot in front of Siejun in stunned eyes. Inside was shining golden light. A dish that glows? Who has seen it? Anyway, everyone present has never seen it. Unheard of even. Tadakuro Megami and Maria stared blankly at the cooking table. Siejun is being illuminated by bright golden light. I just think the other party's resolute face is particularly charming. Siejun at this moment. Like the god of gourmet food aloof. The most incredible scene in the cooking world is being revealed to everyone. An inexplicable smile appeared on Siejun's face. Isn't it just a dish that glows? What's all the fuss about? Mapo tofu doesn't glow, is that still mapo tofu? He is a systematic man. Is it normal to cook glowing dishes? Only then did Siejun remember that he is also a systematic person. Simply click on your own system interface. Host, Siejun. Level, Lin level. Physical strength, 35, the normal human limit is 10, you have become a member of the non-human. Speed, 24, the normal human limit is 10, and your speed when cooking is so fast. Energy, 20, the normal human limit is 10, may your energy be too strong. Legendary recipes, magic mapo tofu, tofu that does not glow is pirated, shenlong dumplings, the taste is guaranteed to be delicious. Legendary kitchen utensils, yongling knife, there is a pattern called the dragon pattern, the magic modified version of the spiritual storehouse, in fact, this is a refrigerator. Other items, Asuna's book collection, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Mr. Huang Man's simulation doll. The interface is so simple, Siejun often doesn't bother to complain. Signing in every day for these years, coupled with years of hard training, can only raise his level to the Lin level. This system clearly refers to the system of small masters. The chef level is divided into 1 to 9 levels, special, Lin, dragon, god. As for whether there is a higher realm above the god level, Siejun does not know. His mapo tofu is out of the pot. When the spatula touches the surface of the pot and makes a light sound, everyone in the field came back to their senses. They don't know what to say now. Narrow cognition limits their imagination. There are even many people who believe that Siejun put fluorescent powder in the pot. They are stubborn and unwilling to accept new things. The only person in the audience who paid close attention to Siejun, only Ju Izayaji. He knew very well that the other party definitely did not add anything like phosphor powder. All the materials used by Siejun are exactly the same as himself, no more or less. However, why this strange phenomenon occurs, he is also puzzled. There was just an inexplicable unease in my heart. Looking at the mapo tofu on the other side's plate, still glowing from the corner of the eye. For the first time, teriyaki, I was shocked when I tried Sichuan cuisine for the first time. On the surface alone, the other party's cooking is indeed more exquisite and gorgeous than his own. But what the result is, the examiner has to taste it to know. Victory or defeat, yet to be known. Looking at the two brightly colored dishes on the table, Erina didn't hesitate. Started to try the mapo tofu from Yuga teriyaki. The other two hesitated, but did not refute her decision. As we all know, the one tasted first will definitely have the advantage. Erina, who has always disliked Siejun, gave Yuga teriyaki an assist. All the seasonings are perfectly mixed together, spicy and fragrant. The CEO of Hub Foods, Qian Biaoxiaya, known as the Queen of Curry, exclaimed. Each taste is distinct, but they seem to blend together, giving people a feeling of being in a volcanic hot spring, and it really deserves to be the 8th seat of Totsuki Academy. The free gourmet Yamada Jianhui nodded again, and also gave a burst of satisfied praise. Ginger and beef, chopped green onion and garlic, chili powder and pepper noodles, the two seasonings complement each other just right, but in the end they are perfectly intertwined. For a long time, my senior, really did this dish to the extreme. Erina complimented with a smile, and I did not disappoint her for the long-term cooking. The three reviewers are full of praise. It seems that my senior has won for a long time. Transfer students, don't think that with all the bells and whistles, you can win the Totsuki Elite 10. This is Shiji, not a playground, or a place where you perform acrobatics. Go back, Totsuki is not a place for you. Most people on the scene are not optimistic about Siejun. Many people even clamored for him to get out. Even if Siejun's cooking process shocked them. But the jealousy in this group of people made them subconsciously ignore this. Siejun turned a deaf ear to this and looked at the three Erina in front of him with a smile on his face. He is sure. Magic mapo tofu, this group of ignorant guys will shut up immediately. P.S. Fourth more. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 044 Magical Mapo Tofu, Spicy Waltz. How is that possible? Every piece of tofu is exactly the same size. How did this classmate do it? He clearly cut tofu in mid-air just now. On the review stage, I looked at the Mapo tofu made by Seijun in front of me. Qianbiao Natsuya and Yamada Jianhui almost exclaimed in unison. At this time, a large screen hung in the middle of the venue. Start replaying the scene where Seijun cuts tofu in the air. The speed naturally slowed down many times. Everyone can clearly see the contrast between each piece of tofu. The size ratio is exactly the same. How is this possible? It's unbelievable, such a precise knife technique, and it was completed quickly in mid-air. Everyone present stopped talking for a moment. Even those who are unhappy watching Seijun couldn't speak at this time. This kind of extreme knife work shocked them. Still, as the old saying goes, food ultimately comes down to taste. Everyone was waiting for the censors to taste Seijun's dishes. Qianbiao Xiaoya gently picked up a piece of tofu and put it in his mouth. She has long wanted to try this glowing dish. What is so different about it? She has been dealing with food all the year round, so she is not so superficial, thinking that there is fluorescent powder in it. As soon as the tofu entered the mouth, a hot and charming fragrance exploded instantly. Ah! Qianbiao Xiaoya let out a groan of relief, and her face began to turn slightly red. Yamada Jianhui's face was not much better, and he seemed to be immersed in delicious food soon. Is it really that delicious? Erina wasn't in a hurry to move her chopsticks just now. At this time, seeing the reaction of the two around him, he couldn't help but feel curious. She also slowly picked up a piece of tofu and put it in her mouth. The action is very noble and elegant. Sudden. A slightly spicy feeling instantly stimulated her delicate god tongue. The taste is magnified countless times in an instant, and several flavors seem to be completely blended together, resulting in an incomparably wonderful taste. Compared with the 6-flavor Mapo tofu of Jugataraji. In this dish of Seijun, Erina tasted at least 8 flavors. Hemp, spicy, fresh, fragrant, hot, green, tender, crisp. Countless flavors are intertwined, as if playing a moving symphony on the tip of the tongue. She couldn't help but recall the dance she went to the theater with her mother when she was a child. The graceful dance began to revolve in my mind. His mouth even hummed a brisk melody involuntarily. The wonderful taste of it? Erina couldn't even find the right words to describe it. If I had to say it, it would be Spicy Waltz. A very exciting track. How could this be? I feel the tongue quivering constantly, the wonderful taste, it's like countless little people are dancing on the tongue. Senpo Natsumi seems to be completely immersed in deliciousness. With flushed face, she even covered her face and swayed gently in the seat. Yamada Jianhui looked like an idiot, dumbfounded in place. Erina glanced at Qianbiao Xiaoya next to her, and subconsciously wanted to move along. The melody in her head, the vibration of her tongue, made her want to sway involuntarily. It's kind of magical. Fortunately, Erina usually attaches great importance to image, especially after Seijun's entrance examination. She reacted in time and immediately restrained her actions. The dignified Miss Erina, don't be embarrassed at the scene. But the quivering sensation on the tip of the tongue with the spicy stimulation really makes people feel extremely wonderful. For a while, Erina's little face began to turn red. She's sure it's spicy. What's the matter? Why do the censors look weird? Even Miss Erina, their faces have changed. Is Seijun's Mapo tofu so bad? Don't make trouble, can't you see the intoxicated look on their faces? How is that possible? For a long time, my senior's cooking didn't allow the censors to do this. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The scene was in uproar again. Beside the cooking table, Rei Kawashima, who was holding a microphone, watched this scene with some curiosity. She could not guess what the censor was thinking at this time. But it is not difficult to see from the other party's expression. They are all intoxicated by Seojun's cooking now. It can be seen that Rindo Kawashima really wants to go up and taste each other's tofu. Thinking of this, she looked at the man with a confident smile on his face with a little astonishment. Suddenly I feel that the other party is not a simple character. Then, now, 3 examiners are invited to announce the results. Who is the ultimate winner in this halberd eating event, the transfer student from the Sia country? Or the senior Kyuga from the 8th seat of Tatsuki? The results will be revealed soon. Kawashima Rei held the microphone high, and now she is also curious who will win the final victory. Chien Biao Xiaya did not hesitate, and directly pressed the button on the left side of the table. That button corresponds to Seojun's cooking table. There was a look of struggle on Erina's face. She really didn't want to vote for Seojun if she could. However, the lingering fragrance and tremors that still reverberated on the tip of her tongue made her unable to make a judgment against her heart. After some hesitation, Erina reluctantly pressed the left button. There was another reviewer left, who didn't seem to wake up from the deliciousness. But Seojun got 2 votes. The outcome. Yo, the results have come out, it's incredible. The winner of this halberd eating is Seojun from Sia country. At the same time, he will also become the new 8th seat of Tatsuki Academy. Kawashima Rei can't wait to announce the results and wants to get more attention. However, now no one pays attention to this beautiful girl who likes to be malicious and cute. Boom. There was an instant uproar in the venue, and there was a sensation. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the center of the venue in disbelief. No one thought that Seojun would directly win the battle of eating halberds with an overwhelming advantage. P.S. 5th more. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Why do I always think of seaweed and seaweed when I write this chapter? Oh. The author of the street is once again begging the readers to give some flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 045 The New 8th Seat, everyone's reaction. No. I don't believe it. After a while, I was sluggish for a long time before I responded. Excited, he put his hands on the table, his face full of disbelief. He didn't believe that he would lose to Seojun so easily. Erina and Kienbiao Xiaya didn't even hesitate to make a decision. Lose to others in what you do best. This made the arrogant Jijiao unacceptable. Are you questioning the judgment of my tongue of God? Erina was a little unhappy, and she, who was not in a good mood, looked even more unhappy. If you don't believe it, try it. I don't know when, Seojun brought another plate of magic mapo tofu and appeared in front of Kyuga Teraki. He is now accustomed to doing more for his opponents when he competes. The latter took the plate expressionlessly and began to taste it. Sudden. The amazing taste instantly made him freeze in place. I have been studying this dish for years and months, and I instantly felt a different taste. 8 flavors are intertwined and finally converge into a unique flavor. Cool. I have never eaten such a refreshing mapo tofu in a long time. He didn't understand that the accessories and ingredients used by the other party were obviously the same as his own. Why can you make mapo tofu with so many flavors? It can even combine all the flavors perfectly. Why? For a long time, I slowly spit out 3 words from Zayaji's mouth. It's very simple. In the Xia Kingdom, this Sichuan dish has a history of thousands of years. Do you think you can improve the recipe to the extreme in just a few years of research? Joke. On our side, this dish already has 8 flavors. As long as you make more and think more, you can naturally combine all the flavors. Seojun did not reveal the meaning of magic mapo tofu. That thing is a bit mystical, so don't say it and attack my little brother for a long time. Siejun felt that the failure of Shiji was enough to keep Ju-I autistic for a long time. The new 8th seed was born, instantly detonating the entire campus. Siejun became an absolute celebrity for Tatsuki for a while. Because he created the record of becoming the fastest Elite 10 since the establishment of Tatsuki Academy. In just 10 days of entering the school, he is now ranked 8th in the Elite 10. This kind of promotion speed is simply unprecedented. I'm afraid no one will come. That guy actually beat me for a long time. In this way, wouldn't he also enter the council? In a certain dessert room, Akakubo Momo was holding a bear puppet with an unhappy look on his face. As long as she thinks about meeting Siejun when she attends the council, she is not even in the mood to make desserts. Akakubo Tao has never forgotten the shame of losing to the other party in desserts. It seems that there is another ruthless character in Elite 10. The 9th seed of the Elite 10, Izan Etjin, was also a little surprised by the result. He originally thought that a freshman and Shiji, who had been following me for a long time, were nothing to watch. But the result was unexpected. However, it's none of my business if I lose according to the rules for a long time, as long as the Siejun doesn't affect me to make money. Izan's Hyjin also pushed up his glasses, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The 3rd seat is Megishima Tupo, the 5th seat is Sato Sume, and the 6th seat is Ji's Higuo Ningning and others. Reactions to the news vary. Their previous understanding of Siejun was limited to the boyfriend of Xiaolin Renshin. Without this identity, they might not even remember each other's names. But now, they are all aware of the strength of the Xiaguo exchange student. How long has it been since admission? It grabbed the 8th seat of Elite 10. Everyone suddenly had a hunch that maybe the school life in the future will no longer be peaceful. Polar Star Dorm. The current freshman is really scary. He actually easily outperforms me for a long time. I'm afraid I'm not his opponent either. Ishaiki Satoshi, who was wearing an apron with a smooth inside, smiled and exuded a burst of emotion. Don't be ridiculous, Senior Ishaiki, you are the 7th seed of the Elite 10, and, I guess no one has seen your true skills, right? Ibusaki-shun couldn't help but say, I know you very well. Ji-jun is from the Xia country, and it is normal to be proficient in Hyuxia cuisine. You don't have to be humble for seniors. Tadakuro Megami said, haha, she didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker. It seems that I have to work hard, or I will definitely be thrown farther and farther by that guy. Yuki Hirosoma secretly worked hard and began to think about new dishes. Ishaiki Satoshi wanted to tell the other party that today's halberd, Siejun, is very likely, and did not show his full strength. This is an intuition, and Ishaiki Satoshi has always trusted his own judgment. But after hesitating for a while, he still decided not to hit his lovely junior. In fact, his feelings just now were not out of nothing. Instead, he really felt that he was probably not Siejun's opponent. Today, I watched the halberd of the other party and juga according to the discipline. Siejun's natural freehand brushwork, and the casualness of cooking. He really felt the unfathomable depth of the other party. This freshman is really strong. While Ishaiki Satoshi sighed, he was even more curious, what kind of changes can Siejun bring to Tatsuki? P.S. 6th more. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 046 Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society Recruitment, Hojo Miyako. The Hyuxia Cuisine Research Institute began to formally recruit people. The news spread across the campus in an instant. Siejun is very satisfied with the style of the original research club. Hyuxia Style Loft Design, the name of the research institute. None of these have changed much. Just a few tweaks in the details. Among them, the stoves in the spacious hall have been replaced. It will be transformed into 8 regions, which refer to the 8 cuisines of the Xia Kingdom. Driven by a lot of banknotes, the entire conversion process was completed extremely quickly. 7 days later, the research institute began to recruit people. For a time, the outside of the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Institute was suddenly crowded with people. In fact, there are many people who are interested in Hyuxia cuisine. The Tadakuro Megami joined the research society at the invitation of Siejun. She didn't know what was going on, but she always felt at ease following each other. So much so that he gave up the original idea of joining the Rural Cuisine Research Society. Therefore, the position of the president of the research club, the secret technique, somehow fell to Tadakuro Megami. When she knew Siejun's decision, the whole person was stupid. She is clumsy, how can she do such a thing? Tadakuro Megami is still so insecure. Fortunately, there was a Maria to help. This gentle eldest sister next door is truly an all-rounder, and it seems that nothing can trouble her. Manage a society, seems to be able to do it with ease. Siejun feels that even if the other party is not a maid, he can get along well as a company executive. In terms of appearance, it hasn't changed much from the original. After all, the original design is in line with the style of the Xia Kingdom. I don't know if the current entrance examination is strict. I heard that all the people in the research club were kicked out. Well, those bald heads seem to get out of the way. I heard that the new president thinks they are all like robots. Robot. It looks very vivid. A group of people walked into the research institute chatting and laughing. A few days ago, there was a drastic renovation here, and everyone wanted to see what had changed. As soon as you enter the door, a strong Hyuxia wind blows in your face. Only then did everyone discover that the originally spacious hall had disappeared, replaced by a long corridor. On both sides are fuchsia nanmu clapboards, which are engraved with patterns such as dragon and phoenix. Exquisitely refined and lifelike. The simple and luxurious shape makes everyone shine. It is not difficult to see that this renovation is definitely expensive. Everyone could not help but have an intuitive understanding of Siejun's embarrassment. The entire first floor is divided into 8 areas, and some people speculate that it represents the 8 major cuisines of the Xia Kingdom. After all, it is written in Hyuxia, and many Neon people can't recognize it. A cooking room where Siejun is interviewing. In fact, he wanted to give the job to someone else. It's just that there is no one around who understands Hyuxia cuisine. He also didn't want his own club to mix in strange dishes. Only host in person. You are a professional sushi chef, what are you doing here with me? Siejun looked at the pretty girl in front of him with a helpless look on his face. Staying in this place all day, his bones are a little rusty, and this group of people actually came to entertain themselves. Looking at the flour cake in front of him, Siejun could easily see how the sushi was cut. Obviously, the girl in front of her must have been focusing on sushi dishes for a long time. Habits have long been deeply rooted in knife craftsmanship. Please, I really want to join Siejun's club. The girl blushed slightly and looked at Siejun shyly. Oh. I get it, this girl is greedy for me. In general, Siejun's 5 senses are very keen. Obviously, the purpose of this girl joining the research club is not Hyuxia cuisine. He couldn't accept this kind of love, and could only help him drive people away. I'm sorry, I already have Genshin Senpai. Siejun is now thinking about Xylan Renton, how can he care about these girls who don't know their names? He only wants people who are passionate about Hyuxia cuisine now. Just then, a tall girl wearing a purple cheongsam walked in. Since coming to Tatsuki, Siejun has never seen such a tall girl. It looks familiar, but I can't remember the name. Hojo Mayako? Why is she here? Who is it? Are you famous? The daughter of the chef of the Yokohama Hyuxia cuisine restaurant, known as Miss Fire Dragon, she is good at all kinds of Hyuxia cuisine. This woman should pass the entrance examination, right? Hojo Mayako frowned slightly and glanced at the group of boys around him. Immediately, the scene was silent. She came to Siejun with her long legs and said, "I'm here to apply to join the research club." Siejun stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and found some boys who seemed to be afraid of this first-year girl. "It's kind of interesting." He smiled and said, "No problem, the assessment is also very simple, just cook a hyuxia dish that satisfies me, and the dishes are optional." The content of the assessment is very simple, even a little loose. As long as it is hyuxia cuisine, you can do whatever you want, and finally let him nod. After all, in Totsuki Gakuen, there are not many people who really know how to cook hyuxia food. He didn't want his own club, and in the end there were only 3 or 2 kittens. Hojo Mayako was taken aback for a moment, obviously not expecting the assessment to be so simple. But when I think of Siejun's superb skills in that halberd. Instead of feeling relaxed, she looked solemn. Just be satisfied. This condition seems simple, but it is actually very abstract. Because no one knows exactly what kind of cooking is required to satisfy Siejun. Hojo Mayako decided to use all his strength. Hope to be recognized by this elite 10/8 seat. P.S. The first update. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 047 Chicken with Golden Shredded Bamboo Shoots. Siejun and the halberd of the former 8th seat Jeju. Hojo Mayako, who loves hyuxia cuisine, naturally watched the whole thing. Siejun's light-hearted cooking process fascinated her. Especially the scene of cutting tofu in mid-air made her extremely shocked. She is familiar with hyuxia cuisine, and she knows that delicate and soft tofu has no point of force in mid-air. However, the other party used an unimaginable speed to neatly cut it into countless small squares. Every size is exactly the same in weight. Hojo Mayako has never seen a chef do this. Because of her patriarchal ideology, she, who has been neglected in hyuxia restaurants, feels that she has found a shortcut to improve her cooking level. Join the new Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society and learn alongside Siejun. Only in this way can she become stronger. Hojo Mayako has a tough personality, even stronger than boys in many ways. For example, her amazing wrist strength often shows amazing backhand dunks in basketball. But in the face of Siejun, she seemed a little reserved and uneasy. Especially after hearing the requirements for the entrance examination, he showed 12 points of motivation. Hojo Mayako decided to make chicken shredded bamboo shoots. This is a famous Fuzhou dish, belonging to Fujian cuisine. Rumor has it that it was the favorite dish of the ancient Emperor Shenzong of the Xia Kingdom. This dish is a test of knife skills. The winter bamboo shoots must be cut into 5 cm long sections, then cut into paper-thin pieces, and finally cut into filaments. Siejun's eyes lit up, looking at the busy Hojo Mayako with interest. The other party's basic skills are very solid, and they also have a deep understanding of Hyuxia cuisine. Is a rare talent. Siejun made a preliminary judgment just by looking at the knife skills of the other party cutting winter bamboo shoots. Steady hand, flat knife, fast speed. Delicate shredded winter bamboo shoots piled up quickly on the plate. The thickness is uniform and the length is moderate. Siejun nodded with satisfaction. The practice of chicken shredded bamboo shoots is actually very simple. Chop chicken breast and pork fat into velvet, add eggs, starch, etc. and stir well. Then, together with the shredded winter bamboo shoots that have been oiled, fry for 2 or 3 minutes. Hojo Mayako moves quickly and is extremely skilled. Not long after, a plate of exquisite chicken and golden bamboo shoots appeared in front of Siejun. Just looking at the appearance, Siejun scored 70 in his heart, barely passing. But after eating the other party's food, he couldn't help frowning. Seeing the other party frown, Hojo Mayako's heart sank, and he pretended to be calm and asked, "What? What's wrong with my dish?" Siejun smiled and said, "You haven't been to Xia country, have you?" Hojo Mayako nodded subconsciously. No wonder, it seems that you are just hearsay. Fujian cuisine focuses on lightness and freshness, so you deliberately pursue the crispness of this dish, thereby ignoring the essence. This dish is more than refreshing, with no fragrance at all. It lacks the elasticity that chicken breast and pork fat should have, and the quality can only be considered passable at best. Xiejun put down his chopsticks and pointed out the shortcomings of the other party's dish. What if I haven't been to Xiaoguo? I've made this dish countless times, and every step of the way is made strictly according to the family recipe, and there will be absolutely no mistakes. Hojo Mayako really admires Xiejun's cooking skills. However, in the eyes of the other party, the dishes made with care are only barely passable. How could she, who has always been proud, accept it? Family recipes. What's the use of that stuff? A qualified chef does not rely on recipes for cooking, but requires careful experience. The ingredients we face every day, even if they are of the same type, will have subtle differences. If we can't understand them carefully, how can we maximize their value? For example, the chicken breast, pork fat, and ham in this dish, you don't show their deliciousness at all. Facing the rare talent of Yuxia cuisine, Xiejun explained it to the girl in front of him for the first time. Tadakuro Megami was taking notes with a notebook, and she always learned a lot from Xiejun. Can you accurately distinguish each ingredient? Hojo Mayako didn't believe it. She felt that Xiejun was exaggerating a bit. Hey, it seems that I don't show my hands, it's hard for you to believe me. Xiejun got up and came to the edge of the cooking table. Is the new 8th seat going to show the cooking skills in person? Today can be considered a feast for the eyes. I didn't get the position last time, but I regretted it for a long time. I wonder if Xiejun's cooking skills are as good as in the legends. There was a commotion in the cooking room, and everyone was staring at the cooking table. Xiejun got his hands on it. The movements are still smooth, as if every step has been tempered. Hojo Mayako quickly forgot the unhappiness just now, and stared at Xiejun, who was swinging the kitchen knife up and down quickly. Xiejun, who cooks seriously, is particularly handsome in her eyes. Boom. Turn on the fire, heat the oil, and let the winter bamboo shoots go. The meat paste mixed with chicken, pork, and ham is poured into the oil pan and stir-fried together with the thin as silk shredded winter bamboo shoots. In an instant, a strong aroma filled the entire cooking room. How is that possible? With such a big fire, and the shredded winter bamboo shoots are so thin, isn't he afraid of being fried? The stir-fry speed is so fast, I can't see anything except the fire and the sound of cooking. You're not the only one, and I can't see it clearly, but Xiejun looks amazing. Surrounded by amazement, no one thought of it. Just a simple stir-fry, Xiejun actually made the feeling of cooking a big meal. The intense scene was really exciting. Hojo Mayako's beautiful eyes flashed, and he began to look forward to the other party's cooking. Come on, try it. At this time, Xiejun came to Hojo Mayako with a plate of chicken shredded bamboo shoots. P.S. Second more. Ask for collection. Evaluate. Flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 048. That name has become Aranis taboo. Cool. Crisp. Fresh. Bomb. Hojo Mayako only took a sip and instantly felt a different taste. Xiejun's chicken shredded bamboo shoots is completely different from his own. In addition to being refreshing, it is rich in the umami and unparalleled elasticity of meat. Chewed carefully, the meat paste made of chicken breast, pork fat, and ham. As if elastic, he gently fiddled with the tip of his tongue. It was as if the lover was teasing himself, teasing his appetite. Ah! I've been doing it for so many years, and I've eaten it for so many years. Hojo Mayako has never been so cool. The incomparably delicate taste fascinated her deeply. Tadakuro Megami looked curiously at Hojo Mayako, whose face was slightly flushed. I really want to try this dish. Seojun looked at the greedy secretary with some amusing and handed her a pair of chopsticks. The next second, Tadakuro Megami let out a groan of satisfaction. Indulge in the incomparably wonderful taste. No? No. Is it really that delicious? Damn it, I really want to take a bite. Seojun classmates are really strong. Seeing how satisfied they are, I really want them to. Something strange got in there. The voices were full of people, and the discussions came one after another. The onlookers looked at Hojo Mayako and Tadakuro Megami with admiration. Especially those girls who really want to take their place. Do you understand? After a long time, Seojun asked. Why is your batter so springy? It's like it's throbbing in your mouth. Hojo Mayako asked seriously. That's because when I chop the meat, it's very finely chopped. When stirring, the three kinds of meat are evenly mixed together to give people a feeling like eating fudge. In fact, as long as you understand the quality of these meats and mix them properly, you can do this. Seojun explained patiently. Why do you fry with high heat, and there is no tendency for the shredded winter bamboo shoots to be slightly rolled? Maybe, it's just that I stir fry faster. Why? At this moment, Hojo Mayako is a curious baby with 100,000 whys. It was difficult for Seojun to understand why the other party could ask so many questions for a simple dish. In the end, he could only helplessly say, okay, you passed the assessment, and now you are a member of the research society. Then next. I'll leave it to you to review the members, and recruit some potential people. Seojun is going to run away, he really doesn't have the patience to do the job interview. Oh. Hojo Mayako looked bewildered. She wanted to continue to ask questions, but Seojun forced her to the chair. When she came back to her senses, the other party had already left the cooking room. So, what the hell am I doing here? Hojo Mayako's mind was in a mess, and he felt a little dazed. Find a member who is good at Hyuxia cuisine. Seojun neatly dropped his job and started wandering around the school. He was not very enthusiastic about the development of the research society. I snatched it from Juga Teraji, just because I didn't want the other party to ruin the reputation of Hyuxia cuisine. Now that Hojo Mayako is here, she can handle such trivial matters as recruiting members. Seojun is very happy and wants to experience campus life. At this time, there was a quarrel in a certain classroom. Sir Erina, why are you here? Let me handle this kind of small club. Today, the Donbarai Research Society will definitely be removed from Tatsuki. Nakiri Erina was sitting on the sofa, next to a girl in cool clothes who was talking loudly. Dressed in a Western cowboy style, she looks very energetic. Seojun feels that this is a player who likes to hit people with the ball. At the same time, standing at the door, he also found out. Yuki Hirosoma was also in the classroom with a boy with a hammer on his head. Erina has been feeling irritable lately. That's why she will come to this small society today to see it, and change her mood by the way. In fact, since Seojun appeared, her mood has not been better. Especially when she thought that after the other party seized the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Institute, she was officially recruiting people today, and she was even more upset. She who wants to drive Seojun out of Tatsuki, how can she be used to the other party's aggressive development of the club? I just didn't expect that when I came to the Rice Bowl Research Institute, I met another transfer student who was outspoken. Erina's face instantly turned cold. She is extremely disgusted with people like transfer students now. Erina, since you guys want to forcibly remove the cover, then come and eat the halberd. Yuki Hirosoma is full of fighting spirit. Just you? Would you like to challenge Erina-sama, who is an Elite 10, too? Mito Akumi glanced at Yuki Hirosoma with disdain and contempt in her eyes. What? I can't challenge Tatsuki's 10th seed? I took care of it a few days ago, and I was also defeated by Siejun. Yuki Hirosoma had a confident smile on her face. The meaning is obvious, since the 8th seed has been defeated, he can also defeat the 10th seed. Crack. There was a sound of something shattering in the classroom. Erina's face changed instantly, and she even seemed to grit her teeth. Poor guy, don't you know that Erina-sama hates this man named Siejun the most? Hisako screamed badly, and looked at Yuki Hirosoma with pity in his eyes. She knew very well that that name had become Erina's taboo. No matter who brings it up in front of the opponent, the end will be miserable. Haha. The transfer students are getting more and more arrogant now. Do you really think anyone is qualified to challenge the Elite 10? Erina stood up, the perfect curve in sight. However, she was very angry at the moment, with deep anger in her tone. P.S. The third update. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 049 Siejun's cooking is vulgar? Erina never denied Siejun's cooking skills. Exquisite cooking with wonderful artistic conception. Even her god tongue can't pick out any faults. But Erina will never forget the shameful scene in the entrance examination. That kind of delicate picture was always lingering in her mind. Proud like her, when has she experienced that kind of thing? So, now once someone mentions Siejun's name in front of her, Erina can't help but get goosebumps. She had an impression of this transfer student with short red hair in front of her. The other party had made a big deal at the opening ceremony, using all Tatsuki students as stepping stones. It's a pity that after entering the school, the other party is like a pebble thrown into the big river, and there is no wave. It seems that the biggest rumor about him is that he was once defeated by Siejun. How dare such an inactive transfer student dare to speak madly and want to challenge himself? Erina felt a little funny. Thinking of this, she couldn't help comparing Yuki Hirosoma and Siejun. Suddenly found that the guy in front of him is far from being on a par with Siejun. Damn it! Why do I suddenly think of that guy? Erina shuddered and became even more annoyed. So she cast her anger on Yuki Hirosoma. Eat the halberd. What qualifications do you have to eat the halberd with me? What price can you pay? Erina smiled instead of anger on the surface, and her words were full of sarcasm. Don't forget to drop out of school if you lose. Are these conditions enough? Yuki Hirosoma replied. Haha, you really treat yourself as a character. Your withdrawal from school is not worth mentioning in the eyes of Lord Erina. It's a shame that you can speak out on such a condition. Mito Akumi sneered, looking dismissive. You. Yuki Hirosoma was angry. He felt that he was being underestimated, but he was speechless. When he thought of the conditions for eating halberds, he realized that he seemed to have nothing to offer. Not everyone is like Siejun, who can easily pull out a building and 1 billion yen. At this time, Kanishi Kaneki, who had a weird hairstyle, noticed that there was still a person standing at the door. You are, the 8th seat of the Elite 10, Siejun. A shocked expression appeared on Kanishi Kaneki's face. Erina frowned, she couldn't hear the name the most right now. Who knows that looking back, the whole person is not good. Because Siejun stood upright at the door, and had no intention of hiding at all. He didn't do anything wrong, why should he hide? Then he looked at Erina gnashing his teeth with a smile on his face. I just don't understand why the other party is so angry when he sees him. What are you doing here? After a long time, Erina, who had regained her composure, asked. Do you believe me when I said passing by? Siejun told the truth, his tone was a little helpless. What do you think? Isn't today the day when your research institute recruits people? Is there still time to wander around? Erina was a little curious. She only came out to walk after inquiring about the other party's movements, she just didn't want to bump into this guy. Who knows, when you come to such a small society, you still meet the person you don't want to see the most. Erina feels that she has been at a disadvantage recently. Someone will handle the recruitment. By the way, why do you always like to rob other people's research clubs? Siejun was very curious and heard that Erina had already grabbed a lot of territory during this time. What's your business? The existence of these commoners is just a waste of the school's resources. Erina is very dissatisfied. She felt that Siejun, who had just robbed me of the Teraki Research Society for a long time, was the least qualified to say such a thing. I think rice bowls are pretty good. It's convenient, fast and cheap, and it's very suitable for mass consumption. Siejun tells the truth. In his eyes, cooking has no distinction between noble and lowly, and there is no distinction between commoners and nobles. So you can only cook and play with some vulgar dishes like tofu and cabbage. Erina sneered for a while. She despised those commoner dishes in her bones. At this moment, she subconsciously ignored boiled cabbage, a famous Ya dish. Perhaps, just to simply mock each other. Huh? Since you look down on my cooking, why don't we have a competition? Siejun was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that the beautiful girl in front of her had such a narrow mind. He, who originally just wanted to stand at the door to watch the excitement, suddenly changed his mind. Decided to teach this ignorant little girl a lesson. You want to eat halberd with me too? Well, I agree. But as a condition, you must leave Tatsuki if you lose. Erina was slightly taken aback. But on second thought, this is not a good opportunity to drive away Siejun. Yes, but on the contrary, if I win, you will come to the Hyuxia Cuisine Research Institute to do chores. Siejun smiled and made his request. P.S. Fourth more. Ask for collection. Flowers. Evaluate. Asterisk. Chapter 050. So, why did it suddenly become a food halberd? Actually, Erina didn't mean to look down on Siejun at all. It's just that Tsundere, like her, will never admit to the other party's cooking. Even with the exception of the aristocratic cuisine she herself recognized, Erina looked down on other cuisines. She knew that Siejun was strong, but she was fearless. Because the ranking of Elite 10 does not represent its own strength. Erina has shown extraordinary talent since she was a child, and her cooking skills have reached a first-class level. Even in the junior high school, it made many high school students afraid. He even grabbed a seat in the Elite 10 and was promoted to the high school. Such a genius, the arrogance in his heart can be imagined. Although she has tasted Siejun's cooking twice, she recognizes the strength of the other party. But I don't think I will lose. Every good chef has essential self-confidence. Since the other party wanted to eat the halberd, she just took this opportunity to drive him out of Tatsuki. Thinking of this, a light smile appeared on Erina's face. I saw her humming softly, leaving with her hands on her back and her head held high. Like that, old Tsundere. Lord Erina, about Gayan. Mito Akumi and Hisako hurriedly followed, and the former hurriedly asked. Wait until me and this guy eat the halberd. Erina didn't look back, her long legs were walking fast. She hurried to the Food and Halberd Administration. So, my Donbarai Research Society, just kept it? Kanishi Kaneki felt unbelievable, the way things were going was just too dreamy. Erina came this time, didn't she want to seize the Donbarai Research Institute? Why did it suddenly become the halberd with Siejun? Kanishi Kaneki and Yuki Hirosoma are now like two Zhang monks, confused. However, Kanishi Kaneki, who has a weird hairstyle, has not forgotten the great benefactor in front of him. He quickly thanked, Siejun, thank you so much, and you still appreciate Donbarai so much. He didn't forget what the other party said just now, and pointed out the core idea of Donfan right away. I'm just telling the truth, the rice bowl is really good. Xiejun answered casually, seemingly absent-minded. I just seemed to be proposing a competition just now, didn't I? So, why did it suddenly become a halberd? Xiejun was a little confused and couldn't understand Erina's brain circuit. He knew that Erina's grandfather knew his grandfather well, otherwise he wouldn't have come to Tatsuki to go to school. Just with the idea of teaching this girl a lesson, why is she suddenly going to eat the halberd publicly? He originally just wanted to have a private competition with the other party. This is a mess. But Xiejun has never been a person who likes to complicate things. Since the other party wants to eat the halberd, so be it. He felt indifferent. In the evening, everyone got the news online. Tatsuki Express even made a front-page news for this matter. Make sure everyone sees it the first time. Hyuxia Cuisine Research Society. After a busy day, Hojo Mayako and Tadakuro Megami held their phones and looked at Xiejun blankly. They had just seen the news on their phones. So, when you go out for a walk in the afternoon, you are going to eat halberds with classmate Erina. Tadakuro Megami didn't know how to complain, she felt that the other party was too good at making trouble. I didn't propose it. Since she wants to compare, let's compare. Xiejun said nonchalantly. If Erina heard his words, she would definitely be half PD off. God knows what this guy is talking about is just a private discussion? They are also one of the Elite 10. Since they say such a thing, it is naturally a halberd. I'm sure anyone would think so. After a brief moment of surprise, Hojo Mayako had an excited look on his face. She didn't care who Xiejun Shiji's opponent was, wishing that the opponent could compete with others. That way she can learn more. After separating from Hojo Mayako, Xiejun rode the Harley and sent Tadakuro Megami back. In fact, at the invitation of the other party, I went to Polar Star Dorm as a guest. There will be a party tonight at Polar Star Dorm. In fact, this dorm often hosts parties. When Xiejun and Tadakuro Megami came to Polar Star Dorm, almost everyone here looked at him with a look of incomparable astonishment. It includes shock, surprise, doubt. Everyone doesn't understand. Why did Xiejun, who just finished a halberd, start another one soon? Isahiki Satoshi was still smiling. He felt that since Xiejun entered Tatsuki, the atmosphere on the campus had never been warmer. Don't look at me like that, this time I didn't initiate it. Xiejun laughed dryly and quickly explained. He didn't want others to misunderstand that he was a halberd eater. Only, when he told everyone what happened, everyone looked at him with a very strange look. Dare to love this new 8th seat, he doesn't know anything about the Elite 10 at all. Under normal circumstances, Elite 10 members, who would speak out about the competition in public so casually? Dare to say that it is not the food halberd that you proposed? Everyone was speechless. P.S. 5th more. Ask for collection. Evaluate. Flowers. The author of Rushing to the Street begs you to appreciate some flowers online, *.